My name is Emily Lamb, and I will be presenting the cases to the board for their review in today's public hearing. Members of the public at this point, please take a minute to turn off your cell phones or other devices so that there will not be any interruptions when the board is hearing these cases. That would be very helpful. For these public hearings, the board reviews the correspondence submitted in support of and opposition to the cases. The board also reviews correspondence and recommendations from other government agencies in preparation for the hearings. In today's hearing, staff will present the site plans, maps, photographs, and other documents that comprise the case record. At the conclusion of the staff presentation, the appellant will present his or her case to the board. After the appellant's presentation, the board will hear those wishing to speak in support of the appeal, and if the appeal has any opposition, the opposition will then have an opportunity to make its testimony. After the opposition presents its testimony, the appellant will have a time for rebuttal. According to the BZA rules, the appellant has 5 minutes for presentation if there is no opposition present. In contested cases, the BZA rules allow 10 minutes for each side to present testimony. Should the appellant wish to provide rebuttal testimony, the appellant should reserve some portion of that allotted 10 minutes. And I would also point out that it is a cumulative 10 minutes, so that if there are multiple people in favor of or in opposition to a particular case, it's 10 minutes combined for everyone. At the conclusion of each hearing, the board will deliberate and then vote on that case. The board is vested with the power to act on these cases under the provisions of the Metro Zoning Code, Section 17.40.180. All section numbers that we refer to come from the Metro Zoning Code, which applies to the entire jurisdiction of the metropolitan government. The Zoning Code was adopted by the Metro Council and became effective on January 1st, 1998. I will introduce the entire Zoning Code and make it a part of today's record. The Metro Code requires a record of these proceedings. Because BZA meetings are recorded for the Metro Nashville network, it's imperative that anyone addressing the board please come forward, sit at the table, speak into the microphone, and identify yourself by name and address. After that, you may make your desired presentation. The Metro Code requires 4 members of our 7-member board to establish a quorum. The code also requires at least 4 affirmative votes to grant an appeal. In the event that 5 or more members are present, but the appeal fails to receive 4 affirmative votes, the case will remain on the board's agenda for the next 30 days. Applications that fail to receive 4 affirmative votes within 30 days of the public hearing shall be deemed denied by operation of law. Pursuant to board rules, an aggrieved party may appeal board decisions to Chancery or Circuit Court within 60 days of the hearing date. Additionally, as per the BZA rules, an aggrieved party may file a motion for rehearing by the BZA within 60 days of the original hearing date. After that time elapses, the board's decision becomes final and no further action may be taken. If your appeal is granted, you are required to obtain the permit for which you applied. A permit must be obtained within 2 years for the board approval to remain valid. It should also be noted that if false or misleading testimony is presented to the board, any board approval could be revoked at a later date by means of a show cause hearing before the BZA. Mr. Chairman, I submit that all cases have been filed in proper order, all appellants have been notified by certified mail, and all legal notice requirements have been fulfilled. I do have some preliminary announcements regarding cases that have been deferred or withdrawn. Case 2018-726. It's the first case on the docket involving property at 5315 Nolensville Pike. That case has been withdrawn. Case 2019-087 has also been withdrawn. I'm sorry? Which one? 2019-087. That's for property at 816B 19th Avenue North. That has been withdrawn. Case 2019-090 has been deferred indefinitely. And on the short-term rental docket, case 2019-012 has been deferred to March 21st. 2019-012. For members of the public, our board utilizes a consent agenda at each of its meetings. One board member reviews the record for each case prior to the hearing and identifies those cases which meet the criteria for the requested action. If the reviewing board member determines that testimony in the case would not alter the material facts in any substantial way, then the case is recommended for the consent agenda. We'll enter into the record those cases that have been so recommended, and if anyone is here in opposition to one of the cases that I call out, please raise your hand, make sure I see you. We'll pull it off of the consent agenda and make sure we hear it in its regular order. Mr. Chairman, these are the cases that have been recommended for the consent agenda. First case 2019-001 involving property at 730A Freelands Station Road. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 001? Seeing none, the next case recommended for the consent agenda, cases 2019-007 and 2019-009. Those are both involving property at 4117 Gallatin Pike. Is there anyone here in opposition to cases 2019-007 or 2019-009? Seeing none, next case is 2019-068 involving property at 3722 Nevada Avenue. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 068? Next case, 2019-077 involving property at 903 Manila Avenue. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 077? Next case, 2019-083, involving property at 207 Myrtle Street. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 083? Finally, case 2019-088, involving property at 2217B Scott Avenue. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 088? Seeing none, Mr. Chairman, to review the cases on the consent agenda are as follows. Case 2019-001, 2019-007, 2019-009, 2019-068, 2019-077, 2019-083, and 2019-088. Mr. Chairman, staff would solicit a vote from the board at this time.
Okay, the following have been properly moved to the consent agenda. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes.
Members of the public, if your case was just approved on the consent agenda, you're welcome to stay, although you are free to go. Please give our staff until Monday to process all the necessary paperwork in order to get the permit for which you've applied. Mr. Chairman, before we move on to cases to be heard, we would like to take this opportunity to recognize any elected officials who would like to address the board. I believe Councilman Hager is here and he wants to speak to the board.
Thank you. Thank you all for allowing me to be here. I don't normally come to BZA. This is one of my rare appearances.
Yes, we know. Welcome.
Thank you, and I appreciate y'all's service to the community so much. I had several calls, about 21 on your docket. It's on Des Moines Avenue in my district. This is a owner-occupied short-term rental where they violated the permitting process. As y'all all know, I'm the author of Bill 608, which disallowed non-owner occupied short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods. I worked very hard to get that passed. It took me over a year, and then, of course, the legislature attempted to preempt me, but they just grandfathered the ones that were already there. My position is real clear. You know, there's no reason for anybody to violate the permit process, and if they violate the permit process, I ask you and implore you to punish them to the maximum that y'all will allow to keep them from getting a permit. I think that's the only way we're going to be able to deter these other people that are coming in here and operating short-term rentals without a permit. In addition, we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on host compliance to make sure everybody complies with the law. And because of these people that are doing it illegally, it's costing the taxpayers money. And until we send them a message that you do not come in here and operate a short-term rental without a permit, people are going to continue to do it. I see your docket. It's always full of a lot of people on here that have violated the short-term rental process. As my dad used to tell me, I'll listen to your reasons, but I won't listen to your excuses. So I'd ask you on this particular case and all the rest of them to punish them to the maximum that you're allowed to do. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Any questions for Councilman Hager? We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Oh, we never get applause here at the BZA. Councilman Hager does. Well done.
Next, Council Lady Roberts, would you like to speak now or when the case is called?
Oh, I would like to speak after.
Okay. Councilman Davis, would you like to address the board or wait until the cases are called?
I think one case was on consent.
Oh.
All right. I don't believe I see any other council members, so with that, Mr. Chairman, absent any other announcements.
Yes, 83 was on consent and passed. Councilman Davis, do you have anything to say to us anyway?
Just thank you for all your volunteer and hard work. Volunteers are free, commissioners and also code staff for working overtime with no extra pay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let's,
We're ready to proceed with the cases, Mr. Chairman.
Council Lady Roberts' case. Let's take that one.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're going to hear a couple of cases out of order. The first case we're going to hear is case 2019-058.
Okay, yeah, and okay, and then after this case, we're going to hear case 85, the Church Street case, because we have quorum issues. So, Council Lady Roberts, do you want to speak now or after we make? Okay.
So first case for the board to consider today is case number 2019-058 involving property at 610 45th Avenue North. Before you now, board members, you'll see the zoning map showing the zoning of the property at R6. This is a request to construct 2 single-family units variance request from the side setbacks, I should say, in order to build 2 single-family units. Here you see the aerial photography giving you a sense of the surrounding area. Before you now is a proposed site plan for this project. And finally, the photograph showing you the current conditions of the property. Dwayne Cuthbertson is the appellant on this property. Mr. Cuthbertson, if you want to come forward. Is there anyone here in opposition to this case? So, Mr. Cuthbertson, you'll have 10 minutes to make your presentation. As always, remember to hold back any time for rebuttal.
Yes.
And identify yourself by name and address for the board.
Of course. Dwayne Cuthbertson, 2814 12th Avenue North, 12th Avenue South, excuse me. I'll try to be brief. The case is fairly simple. It's, as the staff mentioned, we're asking for a variance of the side street setback along Georgia Avenue, and this is to allow the construction of 2 single-family dwellings on this parcel. In fact, this parcel is fairly unique in that it contains 2 originally platted lots, fairly similar to those that have been platted throughout the nations. You have combinations of 25-foot wide lots on a lot of these parcels, and as most of you know, much of that neighborhood has been developed out in that manner recently with 19-foot wide homes on these 25-foot lots. We have a fairly unique situation, I feel like, here, in that we have 25-foot lots, but it's a corner parcel. So we could deed those 2 25-foot lots out and, in fact, legally build on them, but on the one at the corner, we'd be subject to a 10-foot side street setback. So that would effectively reduce our building envelope on that particular 25-foot lot to 12 feet. Practically, theoretically, we could build one there, but I don't think anybody will want to attempt that. So we're asking for the variance so that we can build what's standard in this neighborhood, and that's a 19-foot wide single-family house on that property. The unique situations here is that, we have only 105 feet of depth. So that creates a problem for us in that with typical R6 lots in this neighborhood on corners, you have 150 feet of depth. You can just keep the 2 lots together and redistribute where you lay out the 2 houses and go on about your business and build 2 homes. Here, we don't have that luxury. We can't build on the combined 25-foot lots. Because it's not more than 6,000 square feet. So legally we have, again, 2 buildable lots, but that side setback renders that north one impractical. This is unique in the neighborhood, although there are a handful of 105-foot deep lots along this block and elsewhere in the neighborhood. So what we're asking to do is we feel like fairly compatible with what's found throughout the neighborhood. There are some houses on corner lots in this neighborhood that have really shallow setbacks. Ours, however, from a perceptive perspective, won't feel like it's crowding the property. There is 30-plus feet of separation between our north lot line and the edge of pavement. So if this variance is granted and we're able to build our 2 single-family homes on this property, you'll have a fairly significant amount of separation between the street and that side setback. of 3 feet. So I think I'll just rest there and answer any questions.
So you could build a house, I mean, I guess this is just one of those situations where, you know, you've got a lot that was 50 feet, they were sold in 25-foot increments, so people could have 25, 50, 75, whatever they bought when it was subdivided.
Yes.
But because, and what we're seeing now is that when folks buy these single-family homes that span 2 lots, they're separating the lots out and building 2 houses on it. And I guess the question is, you know, you could build front to back if you chose to, or no?
Not on this one. Because of its depth, because it's only 100 feet deep, it's not over 6,000 square feet. So the zoning's R6. If it were over 6,000 square feet, yes.
So the only
we
reason
could.
you're able to build 2 is because it was originally sold as 25-foot
Yes.
lots.
Here.
So what's your hardship that you need this variance?
Well, I think the hardship is the shallowness of the lot, the dimension, the 105-foot dimension. That's fairly unique in this neighborhood. Most of these lots are 150 feet deep, and again, you can redistribute. You can build 2 and redistribute. We've got 2 legal lots here, but
Well, why
they
not
would,
just build a code on these legal lots?
that would result in a 12-foot house on that north lot, 12-foot wide house, because it would reduce our building envelope with that 10-foot setback.
Do you know of any, I mean, and I don't know, there's probably a legal intent issue that may not be valid in what I'm thinking, but do you know of any historic home in that neighborhood that was actually built on an original 25-foot lot, or were they all built on at least 50-foot?
I'm not aware of any original homes that were built on the original 25-foot lots. To my knowledge, it's newer homes that are using that.
Yeah, I mean, because it seems like, you know, you're legally taking advantage of the right to subdivide this thing, but to me, it impacts the argument for the narrowness of the lot, because it was never sold as an original, it was never sold intending to be one 25-foot lot. And I'm saying if there were others in the neighborhood where
Yeah.
you said, oh, well, it may be only 10% of the neighborhood, but yet when it was sold, people did buy 25-foot lots and build houses
Yeah.
on them, then that may...
I think I'd submit that this lot was created in the 1880s, late 1880s, and the idea of a 10-foot side street setback was never, it's just, in the 1880s, you built to the lot limits in many cases. So I think that was, I don't know, but I suspect that was the thinking back then. If a corner lot's created
The
today,
thinking back then was to build modest houses in this neighborhood for people that work for the railroad. That's
Yeah.
how this neighborhood was developed
to use
originally.
the 25-foot lots to
Yeah.
build modest homes, and I would submit that relative to today, we're doing the same. We're asking to do the same. We're asking to build 2 19-foot homes that will be relatively modest
Is that
in
a
size.
modest home? How much does that home cost?
I don't know the answer to that.
You don't know?
I don't know the
What's
answer.
the ballpark?
Ballpark? If I had to guess, in that neighborhood, those houses are going from 400 to 500.
That is
That's-
above the average in Nashville. I
and
would
that's
not
why I
call that
said-
a modest home.
That's why I said relative. I don't sit here and submit that that's affordable.
No, we're talking about modest, and I'm not talking about affordable, but when you talk about
Sure.
a home that is a couple $100,000 over the average home in Nashville, I would not classify that as modest.
Okay. I think when I'm saying modest, I am suggesting that it's modest in size. They're not trying to squeeze square footage on this property.
Let me ask you to make sure I understand, and this, what is up on the screen, there are 3 lots there that are 105 in depth,
Yes.
correct? But you're impacted differently from the 2 others solely because of the corner lot.
Solely because of the corner.
And so when they come in, they don't need a side setback to build 2 19-foot homes theoretically.
That's correct. Even the southern one is up against an alley right of way, and so it's only subject to a 3-foot side setback.
Thank you.
So anything else before we hear from the opposition and you come back for rebuttal?
No, sir.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. You'll have 7 minutes to 7 seconds left for rebuttal. Let's hear from the opposition. Anyone opposed to this, please come forward. This is the time now. And state your name, address, and why you're in opposition to this.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Timothy Brown. I live at 5303A Kentucky Avenue in the Nations. I am active on the Nations Neighborhood Association and the Planning and Zoning Committee of the Nations Neighborhood Association. This is Eric Lund, who is a private citizen, but also has become involved with the Planning and Zoning Committee specifically because of this particular property, but moving forward, we welcome him. The Neighborhood Association Planning and Zoning Committee reviewed this, and we recommended to the Neighborhood Association Board that it be opposed. Our basis for our opposition is, one, the lot is constituted before splitting it is not large enough under current zoning to support two houses. It's only 5,250 square feet, not the required 6,000. The biggest issue we felt was that this setback would be totally different in character from all of the other, if you stand at that corner and look northeast, south, and west, nothing is that close to the street. They're all normal setbacks, whether it's going north-south on 45th Street or going east-west on Georgia. We would note that this property was previously owned by another developer who had a similar setback request, which was denied by this board. And also the last item of our opposition is there does not really appear to be anything other than the desire to split the lot and build two houses. There's economic hardship is not an issue as I understand the rules. There's nothing stopping him from building a single larger house on this property. There are houses in the Nations which are going for, 3 and 4 bedrooms with 3 baths that would fit probably nicely on this property and still have the setbacks, and which should afford the developer a reasonable profit. So the idea that there's any hardship here was not understandable to us. I'd like to yield my time to Eric. Eric, give your name and address.
Thank you. My name is Eric Lund. I live at 4507 Georgia. I'm just 3 doors down from the property in question at 610 45th.
And we have an email on file, board members.
Yeah, I had emailed when this was first raised. My concerns as a neighbor of this property are that this house sits on the corner of Georgia and 45th. Georgia Avenue is a residential street, but we are a heavily trafficked commercial street also with the amount of pass-through traffic we have coming from the 46th Avenue exit of 40 towards all of the businesses and light industry on 44th. We don't have any sidewalks. We all have to walk in the street on this very busy road. We also have a lot of traffic that makes the illegal turn off the off-ramp onto 45th and runs this stop sign regularly. I have aesthetic concerns just of the fact that we do have a pleasing view corridor of all the streets north, south, east, west of this intersection, that all the homes are built in alignment to the current setbacks. The other 3 corners of this property are all existing historic homes set back appropriately. To allow this variance and build closer to the Georgia side of this corner lot would push into the view corridor of the street and really be upsetting and disrupting to the neighborhood aesthetic, but it would also compromise public safety as it's going to cut off view angles of motorists approaching the intersection to pedestrians on Georgia. Without sidewalks, it's a major concern to be cutting off that angle. I think the other thing, just throughout the neighborhood where there have been side variances on corner lots, they're typically towards the numbered streets with homes facing the state streets. The state streets seem to be the primary streets where the setbacks are typically all observed, and the only compromised setbacks are always kind of on the numbered streets, which are somewhat secondary to the state. So it would just be very unusual for the neighborhood. It would aesthetically disrupt the street, and as a neighbor, I have safety concerns.
So you talked about the view, and I guess only to me one of the compelling arguments that the appellant has is that there's 30 feet from his property line to Georgia. And so I guess I'm curious to know, I mean, so he's saying that there's 30 foot of public land between where his property line is, which he's asking to build 3 foot from that. So his home would be 33 feet from the pavement is what he's testified to.
I don't believe, do they have pictures of this anywhere from your investigation?
Well, I think that this, well, you
That's
can't
not,
really.
that's not representative to what the actual condition is.
I would say the view
Well,
concern is when...
That's why I'm asking you the question.
The view concern is that for a motorist heading north on 45th, when the building is allowed to be built closer to Georgia, that motorist cannot see around the corner as well as they would if that home had been built to the currently governed setback.
No, I think that's.
And we don't have sidewalks, so we're all walking in the road.
No, I mean, I appreciate that, and I think, and I accept it as factual, but I think, again, it's rare that you have 30 feet from the pavement to a building, and, you know, if the property line was closer to Georgia, then it would be a 10-foot setback, and you might only have 10 feet from the pavement to, you know, or from, you know, the sidewalk, maybe 15. I'm just saying it sounded like he was saying that's a big part of his argument, and so I just wanted to give you that thought. And I mean, and I know you have said in your letter that, I mean, you clearly have issue with some of the decisions the board's made, and you're in front of the board. You can talk about that now in terms of what that means. But I do.
My big, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
Finish your thought, sir.
I don't know what that was.
My biggest concern had also been sidewalks, which does not appear to be part of this discussion today. And there had been 2 variance requests on this property. And I know in the history of the board, you have allowed many sidewalk variances, and that's why we are on a road with no sidewalks
And if I
in
may,
a very walkable neighborhood. So
The Nations Association opposes any sidewalk variances just because of we want to be able to build those sidewalks, and we want to be able to hopefully take advantage of some in lieu of funds eventually. But if you can notice the picture up above where the existing house is, that actually, if that's 30 feet now, and if he splits that in half and builds 2, then he's right up against it. It's 3 feet off. There's not even room to build a sidewalk down that sideline that's to code along Georgia Avenue, along that north side section of that. So even if he were granted this side setback, he would not be able to build the approved the code sidewalks.
We do have a survey in our package, and the survey is showing 30 feet from the property line to the
I don't know what
to the edge of the pavement, because Georgia currently has an 80-foot right-of-way, which is pretty wide.
And there are ridiculously wide rights-of-way in the nations, but I don't know where that survey line comes in and that sort of thing. But if it's 30 feet from what shows as pavement now, then that's halfway through his property, or more than halfway through his property.
I'm saying the survey is showing 30 feet from the edge of pavement to his property line.
I can't see how that could be there. It's only a 50-foot wide lot for the 2 lots together. And if it's 30 feet, that takes up the entire 25 feet of one of his 2 lots.
No, I'm saying
Look at that's what's there now. I mean,
the 30-foot, according to the survey, there's the edge of the pavement of Georgia, and there's 30 feet to his property line, his first property line.
Yeah, for what we're seeing is that the edge of the house that's closest to Georgia is really close to the property line, and so the 2 houses he's talking about are pretty close to where that house ends now, and then between him and the other. So I mean, if you look at it overhead, to me it's skewed. What I would assume is you're going to build it in that empty lot close to Georgia, but that's not what he's presenting.
If Georgia Avenue is on the upper side of this particular diagram, then there's confusion there. But again, it does not leave sufficient room. If there's a huge open lot there, then that's not shown on this particular diagram, and we don't actually have the survey. I also want to leave time for Mayor Carolyn Roberts to have her.
Her time doesn't count against yours. So.
Cool.
What might be confusing is I'm looking at the screen. I don't know if you can see the shaded area.
Yeah.
Can you? So there's quite a bit of gray between to the north of the red, and that's the 30 feet that's shown on the survey.
But if you look at the other picture, that does not appear to jibe with that particular.
Yeah, the aerial photo of the home that's since been raised actually has the property having been further south towards the highway.
The house further south.
Sorry, the house further south. So that 50-foot there is now 25 feet with a home proposed very close to Georgia if the setback variance is granted.
Councilor Roberts, you have something to add, but please turn on the microphone. Yes.
I hope this is a good time for me to chime in, and
Yes.
thank you all again. I can't miss an opportunity to say thank you for what you do. My argument is not that these are, it's not about the foot. It is an argument. It's valid. But we have to the north of that, well, actually, it's to the west of that, a proposed 34 houses coming in. You know, we have, I don't know if you all have heard in the news, we have serious, major water infrastructure problems in this district. And to have 34 houses and they're asking for 2, so the per pad price in the Nations is anywhere between $125 and $140. They bought this property at $150. They knew that it was one pad. So to put 2 on there at $250 a square foot, that's really more than doubling, tripling their profit. So these builders build a house, roughly 2,000 square feet. They make about $100,000 per house. So this is going to mean they're going to walk away with $200,000. So of course it's worth the fight. But this isn't a good plan for my neighborhood. We have way too much density already. There's no other tool I have in my toolbox to fight this. I can't have, and the houses that are going in next to it are going to put a major strain on our community as is. So my argument isn't whether it's 30 feet or 33 feet. It's that I'm making a plea to please not put more density on me than I already have to have by right. These are not by right. We had a developer come before us years ago, same exact question, and we said no before it even got to you all. And we were in hopes that we could do that again. And sometimes it happens, and I respect Dwayne a lot. He does a great job, and this is his job. But my job is to protect my community, and this is not good for my community.
Any questions for Council Lady Roberts about this case? We appreciate you being here.
Thank you for having me.
Please come back if you need to chime in some
For
more.
clarification, the property that she just mentioned is actually at 44th Street in Georgia. It's currently open lot, and they're in the process of working with developers, and that's where the additional density would come from.
Okay, so wrap us up on the opposition. What do you have to say?
Basically, it's not in character with the immediate neighborhood, any direction from that corner of 45th in Georgia. All of the other ones have standard setbacks, and the lot does not support 2 houses. It's too small for an R6. It's 5,250 square feet. Those are our main areas of opposition.
Okay, very good. Let's
Thank you.
hear from...
And thank you for your service and
Yes,
understanding.
any other questions for the opposition? We're going to hear from the applicant again. Please come forward. Rebuttal time. You have 7 minutes, 7 seconds, and this is where you get to respond to what you just heard.
Yes, sir. I promise I won't take 7 minutes and 7 seconds. Really, I think I would just maintain that the lot, there are 2 legal lots of record there, 2 25-foot lots that by law, maybe not practical, are buildable. We would like to, we're asking for the variance so that we can do something that we feel like is more compatible with the neighborhood. The 19-foot wide homes would effectively fill out this block from Delaware up to Georgia. And as you all discussed, there will be significant space between the house, if the variance is granted, and the edge of pavement. This construction will be subject to sidewalks. There's new construction down on the bottom end of this block on 45th. That is, they're building the sidewalk, so we won't have a choice unless we come back to you for a variance request, but to build a sidewalk on 45th. And in fact, that scenario will play out regardless of how you all rule. We'll also be subject to sidewalks on Georgia.
All right.
to
But
build-
let's talk about what's in front of us today. We're not talking
Sorry.
about sidewalks.
Okay. So I appreciate Council Lady Roberts' contribution to the discussion. I'd submit that this isn't an economic the consideration. We have 2 legal lots, and we're asking for a variance of the side street setback along Georgia so that we have adequate building and width on that north lot.
With regard to Council Lady Roberts' comments about density, if the variance is not granted, what is your intention?
I can't sit here and say that they're going to consider building a 12-foot wide house. I think they would look at it and, sure, they would probably build one larger house on that lot.
Okay. Oh, can you turn on your mic?
If this is not about economics, why not just build one house?
Well, they have 2 legal lots of record, and they'd like to pursue an outcome that utilizes both of those lots. For them, is the motivation to do this economical? I'm sure. But my request to you for the variance is not based on economics. It's based on the practical application of the zoning ordinance to that northern lot. And we've got a 25-foot legal lot that we can, again, theoretically build, not theoretically, legally, we can build a house on it. That zoning restriction from Georgia makes it fairly impractical. And so that's why I'm coming to the board asking for a variance of just that particular section of the code.
Okay. Any other questions or anything else to add?
I have a question, if you
Yes.
don't mind me asking this. I see you had 3 feet side setbacks. Is that because you have a 25-foot wide lot, or how do you get to the 3-foot setbacks?
There is a provision in the code that allows you to take advantage of 3-foot wide setbacks on these 25-foot lots, and yeah.
Is it because it's a 25-foot wide lot?
That has a lot to do with it. It's because it's a legal lot that is smaller than, and John Michael, if I mess this up, please correct me, but it's a legal lot that is smaller than the zoning district. So there's a section in the code that allows you to bump down to the next applicable zoning district, which is RS 3.75, and that only requires a 3-foot side yard setback.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Discussion. Councilor Roberts, did you want to?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay.
You know, I think one of the things that we talk about when we, look at these requests is the impact. And a lot of times we will use that actual distance between the property line and the road to assess impact. It's oftentimes with somebody will ask for a 20-foot front setback and their property line is 20 feet from the road, and it makes it still 40 feet from the road, and that's important. And so I do think that is something that we consider, but it's also kind of the impact on the neighbors and that kind of thing. I don't think it's a natural hardship, and I don't think it negates the impact if there was support. And so the neighbor, the neighborhood association person, and the council person all testified to the impact. And so
I agree. I did not hear a hardship about this particular case. Strong opposition from the council lady. These in Nashville and a couple neighborhoods and nations in the area that now is called Wedgwood, Houston, that was originally Trimble Bottom, had these 25-foot wide lots for modest homes that people that could barely afford a house could build on. And so to me, that's what this was originally plotted at here in the nations for people that worked on the railroad. And so, he said that there wasn't really an economic hardship, but if, as Ross mentioned, he could just build one house on this lot. And Eric had a long letter, basically as a neighbor, talking about, what all these variants have done to the neighborhood, and there is pretty substantial opposition here. Want to have a motion? Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, 6-1. Ms. Lamb, we're going to take cases out of order again. The Church Street case we're going to take next, and I believe we have two people that won't be participating in this case. Is this true?
That's correct.
That is true.
Okay, two recusals, two Jeff Sessions here. Okay, so we'll see you later. Okay, so Ms. Lamb, get us started.
So the next case for the board to consider is case 2019-085 involving property at 1506 Church Street, requesting a variance from parking requirements to allow construction of condominiums. Zoning map here shows you the zoning of the property is MUIA. Aerial photography gives you a sense of the surrounding area. Site plan here shows you the proposed construction intended at this location. And finally, photographs showing you the current conditions of the property as well as up and down the street.
Will the applicant please come forward?
And there is opposition here, is that correct? Yes. So
Okay.
each side will have 10 minutes. I will point out, remind the opposition that is 10 cumulative minutes, so that is combined for everyone to state their opposition within the 10 minutes. Mr. Millett, if you'll please state your name and address for the record before making your presentation.
Hello, I'm Lee Millett. Address is 1506 Church Street, Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay, why are you here?
First of all, thank you all for your service. I'm here today to discuss or to ask you all to grant us an appeal to reduce our parking requirement from 40 spaces to 14 spaces. The property that we are asking for this, again, is at 1506 Church Street, and we are developing this property as a condominium project that we're selling the units for short-term rental, which brings it out of the neighborhoods and actually consolidates it into a downtown or midtown area. We have sold 43 of the 52 units for short-term rental to investors. Nearly half of those have been sold to out-of-town investors. The other over half have been sold to local investors. We have 2 units that were sold to Amazon employees that will walk to work, because the new Amazon building would be about 2 or 3 blocks away. They currently do not own cars and do not plan on owning cars, and which was their incentive in buying properties here.
So what parking request are you asking us for today? How many spaces, or what's that based on?
Okay, so today we're asking to reduce from, the requirement is 40 spaces. We're asking you to reduce that requirement to 14 spaces. We've submitted to you all, and you have in your possession, survey or research from Premier Parking. You also have a letter from Playlist Properties, which is a manager of short-term rentals. You also have a letter from Village Real Estate, which is a very well-noted real estate firm in Nashville that actually works within the short-term rental market. And then you also have some letters from neighbors. But those letters essentially state, as well as the research, that because of the advent of rideshare and other forms of transportation, including scooters now, the requirement, the need of having so many parking spaces is no longer there. Typically, that number that you actually need is somewhere around 30 to 35% of the actual required parking that code normally requires.
That being said, how'd you come up with 11?
And so we're asking again for 14 spaces. Our original
14.
request was for 11.
14, how'd you
Yeah,
get
for
them to 14?
That's, well, it's kind of twofold. One, our last meeting here, when we were here in the fall, the chairman recommended 14 spaces, which is the higher end. We were asking for about 30% of the, or 20, a little less, about 25% of the spaces that were required. Chairman
I recommended a higher number.
a higher number, right, a higher number. And I think that, and so that was, and we went with 35%, which took us to 14 parking spaces. Also, which is on the higher end. And, also we, in talking more so to other short-term rental folks, it was, even though it's a higher number, it was, a number that we felt was reasonable in this setting. Of note also, in our last meeting, I think Commissioner, is it Chappell or Chappelle? Chappell, okay, Chappell. One of her concerns was that what if someone decides to live there permanently? And I think part of that's answered just from the fact that nearly half of those units are, at the time we weren't at 85% sales, we were at lower sales. So with half of those units being sold to out-of-town investors, including a couple of investors that bought 10 units or more units, they won't be moving in. And then even of the local investors, those are not people that would move in. The two people that actually plan to live there will right now only live there part-time because they travel half of the year. The other part of what they liked about this property is that they can short-term rent. And so while they're traveling 2 to 3 weeks out of the year, out of the month, they'll be able to rent those units out. And again, they don't have cars now, and they're not planning on buying cars because they're fortunately able to walk the 3 blocks to the plant office for Amazon. And so we took that into consideration. And so after that meeting, you all requested that we have a meeting with Councilman O'Connell, and which is when we left, that was the request. And so I actually called our neighbor Linda Shapani, who's here, and she arranged to have a meeting with other neighbors. 2 of the neighbors that showed up, herself and then one of the other neighbors that had representation at the that fall meeting, showed up to the other meeting. Others didn't show, but they. We had a conversation and we resolved that we weren't going to come to an agreement, as they had no number for compromise other than maybe go higher, have more parking spaces, and obviously that didn't work didn't make sense for us, and so. That's where we left. And then Councilman O'Connell, we actually had a phone call yesterday, and he...
And we have a letter that was just given to us. It basically says, after looking at the maps, driving through the areas, and reviewing signage, I personally am comfortable with the variance that allows for a parking reduction. I do not know whether the board will have a conversation about how much of a reduction is appropriate, but I think the geographic location, regardless of Lee's intended use for the project, puts some pressure on the need for all of us to be more mindful of shared parking and whether our current parking minimums continue to be valid in Midtown. I do intend to inform the board of my opinion, acknowledging that there is clearly not a consensus among the property owners. I will also advise the Midtown Hills of the board's decision from the enforcement perspective and work with Public Works on improvements of signage and striping in the area. So that's Freddie O'Connell, Metro Council District 19.
Yeah. And so also you have letters of support from other neighbors, as well as offers of use. So one of the concerns that was expressed in our last meeting, and yes, we took notes at the meeting to make sure we addressed them. One of the concerns was, hey, what's going to happen during construction? Well, we have neighbors that have have confirmed that they will allow us to use their parking lots for any additional parking or staging or what have you that we need during the process. And
When you
those-
say used, do you have a signed agreement, and what is their capacity during most of the day of these neighboring lots? Because I think at the last meeting, there was a medical lot across the street, but that's used from
During the
8
day.
to 5 or whatever, and it's not available. So how, are these lots around you empty?
Yes.
But for?
They're vacant lots.
But can they be used for your people? Because
Yes.
the medical one across the street can't be used during the day.
Yes, these are available 24 hours and already paved. Well, one of them is paved, the other ones are grass lots that we would have to prepare for parking.
And they're not full of capacity right now? is
No,
it?
not at all.
Okay.
And so you have a couple letters stating that. We also had other calls from neighbors that but that's more so hearsay because they're not here. But we also had other calls for that. The last thing I'll say is our plan is we're going to build 2 buildings, and you have in front of you the first building, which is called Contralto. That building is the one that we've pre-sold. And then you see on the site plan right behind it, the second building, which is Alto. We're going to build Contralto first, and that's where we're actually we have tenants in that building now. Everyone will be gone, so we really won't have any tenants there or anyone that needs to park in our parking lot, either lot during the construction period. But that was a concern initially. Our second building, Alto, which is where we'll have 104 parking spaces. That will be built second. We're going to sell that building the same way as short-term rental, and so the required parking for that building is 80 parking spaces. We're not asking for a reduction in that parking space in that building, and we'll have 15 in the first building. So that second building will have 104 spaces. So between the two, we have 119 parking spaces. The ownership group is going to maintain ownership of all parking and retail spaces. And so that allows for the long-term, the guest in Contralto to actually use the parking spaces that will be available in Alto. And however, in the meantime, again, the residents, the guests in Contralto will have use of those neighboring parking spaces. Hopefully, I haven't confused you.
Probably want to save some time.
And I'll save some time for questions.
Well, I just wanted to get those numbers quickly and real specifically. So building number 1, Contralto.
Yes.
Has how many required?
40.
And you intend to have 40 at that one?
No, we'll have 14 at that one. That's the one we're asking for the variance on.
And then, and how long on construction?
16 months.
Okay, and building number 2?
Required 80, we'll have 104. I'm sorry, 105, so 14 under 5.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
So you'll get no argument from me that we no longer need 100% of required spaces because of ride share and all those, and that mainly ride share. So, but your contention is that you said essentially you only need 30 to 35% of the required spaces. So specifically as possible, where do you get that percentage figure? Is that based on just what you've heard from other people in the industry, or is there some kind of something more substantive in terms of a study?
Yes, that's a great.
I agree with you that it's not 100%. I have a problem with a 30 to 35. That's a pretty steep drop.
Right. That's a great question. So you do have the report that Premier Parking did. They prepared this one for the Graduate Hotel, which is one of the projects that you actually granted the parking reduction for. And so using the same information that they did for that one is where we get the number. In addition, you have a letter from Playlist Properties. All they do is manage short-term rental. And in their actual practical research day-to-day from operations shows that about somewhere 30 to 35% is what their average usage. And then from Village Real Estate, who actively markets and buys and sells short-term rental, that's again their assessment of everything. We had no clue as to what that number is. But we recognize that we would have, because there is so much ride share now, and then, and so many other, Postmates, so DoorDash, all the places that deliver food, people just don't have a use for cars in that corridor. And people that come to Nashville, if they come for entertainment, from where we're located, they can walk to the Gulch, they can walk downtown, they can walk to Centennial Park. There are clubs across the street. They can walk to those. So at restaurants, the Whole Foods is going to be in walking distance. The Publix is in walking distance. Any number of restaurants are all in walking distance now. And so you see that people will, practically don't use, they don't rent cars as much anymore because our parking is $30 a night. So even if someone were to live there, they're paying $30 a day to park. And so that's, on the weekend you can rent a car for $15, so your parking costs more than you. And so that's, again, those are the areas that support, we feel, the reduction, such a large reduction in parking. But I think the last thing is keep in mind that our second building will actually have a surplus of additional parking spaces, and we're not asking for a reduction in that building, even though that building we're also using for short-term rental.
And can both buildings use those parking spaces? So, okay.
But the other building isn't built yet, so
it's not built yet, and so even if we didn't build that building, we still own that parking lot.
Yeah, sure.
Right. And then once we do start building, the letters that you have from our neighbors, the Hewletts who've owned, and Kennards who've owned that land for almost 100 years, they've agreed that we can use their parking spaces, their lots for parking. The Patels, who are actually business partners of ours in this project, they own about an acre of land as well, and they've agreed that we can use their parking space, their lots for parking as well. And they have significant amounts of parking.
Okay. You'll have 2 minutes, 11 seconds for rebuttal. Let's hear from the opposition. Please come forward. Those that wish to speak in opposition, you have 10 minutes combined. So, Mr. Dean, shepherd your people and tell them how they're going to.
I'm not sure I can, but I'll try.
Speak. I'm assuming, Mr. Dean, you'll get us started.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is George Dean. I'm an attorney here in Nashville. Let me begin by saying something the board may not recognize. The required parking here is 53 spaces. There is a deduction given in the zoning ordinance of up to 25% for transit areas, public access to pedestrian, those kinds of things. This project has already taken advantage of that 25% to reduce it from 53 to 40. By the way, originally the computations were 37, but I ran the numbers, talked to John, and the right number is 40. So when you talk about the code has already decreased the amount of parking that's required from what would normally be required, 53, down to 40 by operation of the code itself. In all of what I just heard from Mr. Willett, they didn't talk really about what a variance is required. What he talked about was a legislative change. All those factors are good if you're talking to the councilman and asking to go to the Metropolitan Council and change the parking for everybody, everybody who is in this kind of a situation. That's all well and good. For a variance, it's a totally different set of criteria, as you acknowledged in the last hearing. The most important one is that there's some unusual physical feature of the property. There's no unusual physical feature of the property. This is just a plain piece of property in downtown Nashville, basically, that suffers from there's no topographic problem. It's not
Mr. Dean, as you know, we've had these parking cases before.
Sure.
We are looking at a parking code that is basically from 1960s when we had Holiday Inns where everyone bought a car with them in a big surface parking lot. As you know, that's not the case anymore. So we kind of have a different way of looking at parking as far as...
The courts won't look at it that way, though, and ultimately that's where this may wind up.
Mr. Dean, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just before I forget, the reduction from 53 to 40, do you know, because the original code was enacted way back. Was that, is that
1998.
any more?
The original code was 1998, by the way.
The reduction, the provision they took advantage of to reduce it from 53 to 40, do you know when that was enacted? Or
1998.
1998, okay. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No.
If I don't ask, I
Continue.
Anyway, I'll turn it over to Ms. Shiani, but the main point here is that the requirements for a variance are different. You've got to show an unusual physical feature of the property. You've got to show that there's no self-created hardship. And I might add one other thing, and I might ask John, because I know the board has looked at this many times in the past. I've represented people in front of the board over on 5 Points in East Nashville. If there is property across the street, that qualifies. He can use that for this parking problem. That's fine. That complies with the code. But he's got to connect it up legally by means of a lease. If he does that, we don't have any concern. Then he's fine. We don't oppose the construction of the building. We just don't think additional parking below the 25% that's already given in the code is appropriate. But if he's got 25, 30 spaces across the street that will satisfy the provisions, you add those to the 14 he already has, he complies, and we don't have a problem.
That's what I understood him to say, Mr. Dean. That's why I asked about the numbers specifically. As to the two buildings, I understand there's a total needed of 120 spots.
Right.
And a total planned of 119. So what, do you want something more?
The code requires a lease agreement in writing between the property owners, and it would seem to me that that would be pretty easy to do. It sounds like he controls both properties. And at that point, once the neighbors feel secure that he's got all the parking that's required under the code, then the variance isn't even necessary.
Are you saying you think that the 120 planned spaces may somehow fall through?
No, all I'm saying is that when I was here a year or so ago on another project, we had an agreement. We had a contract. As I understand the code, it's required, and John, jump in any time. Am I mistaken about this? I'm trying to remember the project I was involved in, where we went out and found another piece of property. I think it's within 500 feet or so. There's a limit on how far you can go. Found another piece of property that qualified under the code, entered into a lease agreement with the owner of that property, and that counted towards our parking requirements. And Mr. Millett could do the same thing here, and it sounds like he's got access to the property to do it, and that would eliminate the necessity of a variance and the neighborhood opposition.
So your concern is there needs to be some kind of written firm agreement for the 120?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I understand.
Well, this variance is for the one building, so so if there's, if he doesn't need a variance and there's actual parking that's provided, then there's no reason for us to be here. So I think that clearly there's two projects, and so the one project is what he's asking the variance for, which is what the neighbors are opposed to, and I know that you all receive letters from the neighbors as well. I know that Lee has mentioned many times about the Graduate Hotel.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Oh, sorry. I'm Linda Shapani, 1500 Church Street. The Graduate Hotel actually got a variance for 57% of its required parking. So it wasn't nearly as much as what he's asking for. And in addition, it's a hotel. It's not a short-term rental. Our friends down the street, McMillan, their short-term rental, you all received a letter from them, and their experience has been completely different, and that's only 2 blocks down the street. And they are requiring 1.5 to 2 parking spaces per unit, and they're finding that they need that when their units are full. So it depends, of course, if people are coming to town, but they have parking spaces that's for overflow too. So they have 20 parking spaces plus 5 overflow, because they say they have to have parking spaces for their cleaning crew, their maintenance, and none of that has been addressed in these conversations. In our prior meeting, Mr. Millette was referring to the dentist office, that she needed 7 parking spaces. There's retail in this building on the first floor. Those parking spaces haven't been addressed either, as far as I know. So we feel like that there's really some daily needs for retail that will be consistent, as well as people who are coming to town. We find that a lot of people, and what the other rental, short-term rental down the street, is that people drive into town and then take shared rides downtown. Our neighborhood, even though it may become walkable, I'm certainly not going to walk to Publix down. We're on 15th, and Publix is down where the HCA building is, and we'd have to traverse 2 entrances and exits to the interstate. So I don't feel like that our walkability is quite there yet.
And my name is Matthew Shapani, 1500 Church Street. And Mr. Millette mentioned Mr. Patel's 1-acre lot. Well, I found out this morning that that has now gone away and has been rented to Deja Vu for parking. So that lot is gone. And there is no street parking on McMillan, period, from Church Street all the way to Charlotte. There's no parking signs on both sides of the road. We're very limited when it comes to street parking. And a lot of that is currently taken up by Deja Vu and the Fit Factory, because neither of them have any parking whatsoever. So, and then across the street, we only have 4 parking meters that are only good from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. And there is no street parking on Church Street on our side of the street. And it hasn't been mentioned either that the ingress-egress from this property is through the alley, which we own the property immediately adjacent to where this entrance would be. So we would be fighting parking every day from these people parking on our property. And it would also probably prevent us, at least, well, definitely during construction, from accessing our property, and for the trash trucks to get to our dumpsters, because that is in the alley as well.
Is there anybody else that wants to speak in opposition? Please come forward, state your name, address, and anyone else, please come forward now and take a seat.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Press the button, please.
I'll try to be.
Press the button.
Oh, thank you.
Good.
I'll try to be expeditious. My name is Ann Braun. I'm the owner of ESS Incorporated, located at 203 McMillan Street. I also own a parking lot at 206 McMillan Street. I'm requesting that you please reject this application for the variance for a number of reasons. Linda mentioned the issue of the parking spaces for short-term rental guests. I'd like to expand a little upon that. I think Mr. Millette is really underestimating the real need for what guests will need. I mean, after all, they don't all fly to Nashville. A lot of them drive here, then they have to park, then they have to take shared ride services. With a 1-bedroom vacation rental unit, you have the potential for up to 4 adult guests, because you could have 2 in the bedroom, you can have 2 in a sleeper sofa in the living room. With a 2-bedroom unit, you have the potential for up to 6 adult guests. So for every adult guest, you have the potential for a car that has to come here and be parked somewhere. I'd like to also reiterate the bit about very, very limited on-street parking in the neighborhood. I frequently work into the evenings, and I see all available street parking spots fill up very, very quickly, and then people start trespassing on my lot and other property owners' lots. Street parking is already inadequate in this area, so there would be very little availability for relief should parking not be available for the guests of that building. Also, it's my understanding that there was the initial reduction in the parking requirement due to the availability of public transportation. This is a picture I took this morning of the bus stop sign that is outside of this location. Mr. Millette and I discovered this together. This is no longer an active bus stop. It has been inactive for years. The closest bus stop is at 17th and Charlotte, which is a significant walk away. There are no bus stops conveniently located to this spot within a block or two. They don't exist. So that's another issue. I have copies of a letter that I wrote. I wasn't able to get it to you soon enough
We'll
because
take it. We'll read it.
my
Yep.
husband being in the hospital,
Okay.
but here it is.
Okay, quickly wrap up.
Yeah, okay. Well, just generally, this project is ill-advised, and I frankly don't understand why we even have to waste our time doing this. It's a dramatic parking reduction, and it will cause considerable pain to the neighboring businesses.
Very good. Any questions for the opposition? Mr. Dean, do you have one last statement?
Again, just to say that I think that taking advantage of the code provisions, he could do this without a variance, but he just doesn't qualify for a variance under the terms of the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hear from the applicant again, rebuttal. Mr. Millett, come back. You'll have a little over 2 minutes to respond.
Okay, again, and I appreciate the opposition. I think we all have a right for opposition. I think that, it's been stated, even the current code is 30 years old. There was no ride share. The term really wasn't even a term back when this last code was enacted. When you think about street parking, I sent you all pictures from the fall, and I sent in January, those same streets that they said that there's no parking on, and you see all the parking that's still available at 2 different times. I took a picture, and I believe in what people say, but I believe more importantly what I see. I sent you all pictures of McMillan Court, which is the short-term rental that they referenced, from last fall and again from this fall. And you can see, and even yesterday when we were on the call with the councilman, there were 2 cars parked in those parking lots yesterday. They mentioned that there's Deja Vu and Fit Factory. I don't think that, we're incumbent or required to yield those parking spaces to any particular entity because those are public parking spaces. And if in the event our guests need those parking spaces and they're there first, then they'll have an option to get those parking spaces. If they're not there and they need parking, then we'll have they have to seek other parking spaces, just as those guests would, and just as any of us have to do when we're downtown or in other places. The bus stop is no longer active, and as Ann mentioned, the reason when we recalculate our numbers, that when we got to 40, as the attorney mentioned, we couldn't go below 40 because we had already used up all of our the percentages that we were allowed to be reduced anyway. And so that the fact that the bus stop was no longer there is actually what could be one of those factors that we weren't able to use anyway. And so in short, I would say Lyft, Uber Eats, DoorDash, Postmates, rideshare, co-parking, co-working, Publix downtown, urban markets, those were all, none of that was here 30 years ago. And today it's here, and it's changing the way we do business and the way we work and live, and it's reducing the amount of parking that people require. And so in our instance, we don't want to have a lot of extra parking spaces just sitting around.
Very good. Any questions for the applicant?
So on the second project, you are building more than the required number of parking.
Yes.
By how many, 20 or 30?
It's going to be about 20, about 25.
And why are you doing that?
Simply put, it costs less to build them the way it is as opposed to redesigning the building. And so it just didn't make any sense to take those out, and we have to go back and redesign the whole building. And not just, when I say cost, I don't mean just in dollar, I mean time-wise and going back through permits and all, get permit drawings on it. It just didn't make sense to do it.
And I think what Mr. Dean is saying is there's some way legally you could set up a binding agreement where they could be assured that these 25 extra spaces could be used to meet the required number of spaces in this first project. But why aren't you willing to do that?
I can't say that we're not willing to do it. What I would say is that, we would like to set these up separately as separate entities. You have separate owners in the actual units, and then the same ownership in the parking spaces and the retail spaces. We are these, those, just as any parking garage or what have you, people that need parking will be able to park there. It's paid parking, so they're not restricted from parking there. They will be able to park there when they check in, just as you do with the hotel. I stayed at the Noel a couple weeks ago, and I could park across the street, or I could park there, and they, valet park. Or I could park across the street and pay. And so they still, our guests still will have that option to park in both locations. But when we, but in the last part of it is when we do our financing. It's a much cleaner financing to do the building independent the way we're doing it. We do have term sheets, and they do understand that we're looking for, we've asked for a reduction in parking, as do the people that have purchased units from us understand that we've asked for the reduction, and that they understand, because a number of these, this is what they do as a business. In their everyday use, they found that we don't necessarily need as many parking spaces as normal.
Okay, but there are two different project owners, and I think what Mr. Dean's concern is, which is legitimate, is you're saying now there's all these extra parking places in Project 2, but nobody can be assured that that's going to continue into the future. The owner of the second project may not allow the people in the first project to park there. And what they're saying is that if you're going to have extra parking places, then what you can do now is assure them that throughout the future that those extra parking places in Project 2 can be used on Project 1. And I understand their concern.
Right.
I believe what you're saying, but we also know that buildings change ownership and things change, and I think their concern is that might be the state of things now, but it might not be the state of things in 2 or 3 years.
Right. Right. And I think that, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I think that's valid. When I say there's separate ownership, they're obviously two separate parcels. The ownership group that I lead will continue to own all the parking in both buildings and all the retail space in both buildings. The units themselves are owned by obviously different owners. It's incumbent upon me as a business person and a developer, and I've been in this neighborhood since 1999 and have always done what's best for the community. Even when people were breaking windows out, as soon as you pull up, we were there to support, to help change that. And then as a business person with customers, we look at the owners of these units as customers. It's incumbent upon us to make sure that they're in the best position they can be to be successful.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay.
Thank you very much.
We're going to close the public hearing discussion.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
This one's hard.
So as we had the last meeting, they had 11 spaces. They've come back with 24. They have met with their Metro Council person, Freddie O'Connell. He supports their plan, but there's still significant opposition from the immediate neighbors.
I understood does the Metro Councilman support the plan specifically?
He supports a reduction, I guess. That's a better...
Not necessarily from 40 to 40.
It's kind of like, I didn't make a suggestion about how many either. I just said more. Yes. So, yes, Councilman O'Connor's, and let's get him on the record again. He says, basically... I'm personally comfortable with a variance that allows for a parking reduction. So take that, whatever that means. So less than required.
I guess I was impressed that Mr. Millett said that he and his company would continue to own the basic properties.
The parking on both sides.
And the parking. And we're just one short. If he needed
40 and he asked for 14, he's got a 26 reduction, and then he's building 25 more into Project 2, so he's really only short 1, if that's the way you look at it.
Right, he really doesn't need a variance.
I don't look at it that way because I think they're separate projects, and I think that Mr. Dean's point, which was a good point, is if that's a for sure thing, why isn't there a firm agreement about that now? And I believe Mr. Willett is telling us that the way things are, and I believe his intentions, but I'm not convinced that real estate being what it is in Nashville, everywhere really, I'm just not convinced that can't change sometime in the future. And I do believe that the zoning code is antiquated in terms of parking, and I think, but to go from down from 100% to 30 to 35% of the required spaces makes me uncomfortable. It would be nice if we had, some kind of unbiased, comprehensive current study about
independent parking study.
Independent. I think what's coming to us from both sides in these situations are people who are they're not being dishonest, but they are biased. And it puts us as this board, I think, in a position where we really don't have the information that I would like us to have. And I think that if they were asking to go from 40 places
So do you think more information would be helpful to you to make your decision?
I think it would, but I'm not sure that it's out there. And I don't.
Because I was asking that in the sense that you know where this is going. Should we defer it and get some more information?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't know how the applicant feels about that. I would doubt that there's going to be a more comprehensive information from an unbiased source.
Well, I mean,
by the time we have this again.
Local other short-term rentals in the area. I mean, there's numbers out there. Someone's got them, right? What do you think?
What I think is, this is the second time we've heard this, and we have a room full of citizens that all have a dispute. I think we have to look at it as if it's one variance on this one project. And Mr. Dean makes a good point that he's already statutorily received the benefit of a 25% reduction from 53 down to 40. He has only planned, how many spots, 14?
14.
That's what I thought.
So do you think more information would help you?
Well, I think not necessarily. I tend to agree. I'm not sure that
or maybe
information
a joint parking agreement. I mean,
I do think a joint parking agreement would be helpful. And I would say, from my perspective, if there were a joint parking agreement that substantially met the need, even if it weren't for 40 places, then I might be
somewhere between 14 and 40.
On the much closer end to 40, for me, that'd be my thought. I would be more comfortable granting a variance.
Okay.
And part of what I'm relying on is we do have some information from a short-term rental operation in this area that is saying with 15 units rented, we need 26 places.
And I think we need more information too, so I'd be willing to kind of make this. So when can you get us information, Mr. Millett?
Again, I can. Premier Parking is the one that did the...
Yeah, but I think what they want is also short-term rentals too, and just things that are in your area that are comparable, meaning, 3/4 of a mile away.
So right now, the only place that we have this a short-term rental specifically is
McMillan.
Is the McMillan.
Okay.
18. There are other places that have apartment buildings.
But how long when can you be back in front of us?
I would say I would give it 30 days, but what I would also...
Oh, if you're going to come back up here. Metro Nashville Network people will be mad at me.
Yes, I have to. People will see me. Let me get my makeup together. But thank you. But I would submit that I'm more amenable to if you all as a commission have a number that's north of our 14.
Yeah, but I don't think we do. I think that's the issue that basically we need more information. So so 30 days.
Yeah, 30 days, because I was going to say, I would submit that we could, even now, increase that, we could increase it, and whether we do a lease or what have you.
But we need signed documents and all that, so.
We could do it.
And another solution would be to put in place an agreement with, I'm going to call it the second project, where you have these extra parking places.
That you control.
Right. You control because you can meet code right now with the extra places in Project 2.
Right.
And then you're there. You don't need a variance.
Yeah,
Right.
so a number that's closer to 40 for her, but,
Yeah, so I was
Okay, so 30
we would do 30 space, we would
Okay, so
go to 30
what's the
spaces.
30-day meeting, Ms. Lamb?
That would be April 4th.
Okay, April 4th, we'll move it, make a motion to defer to April 4th. Motion is made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none.
I think the applicant's saying he's agreeable to 33 spaces. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that change anyone's mind today?
I think that if he is going to change it to 33, I think the opposition should have a chance to
Okay. So
to address
30
that,
days.
so-
We'll do 30 days. Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes. We'll see you in 30 days. And we're going to take a break, get our Jeff Sessions back here, and I'm going to be Jeff Sessions on the next case because I have a conflict, and I will be out of here. Thanks.
Whether or not we defer it one more time or deny the appeal. Does anyone have a thought?
I'll move that we deny.
There's a motion to deny the appeal. Is there a second? There's a second. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Next case.
Next case is 2019-054 involving property at 209 22nd Avenue North, requesting a special exception from the build-to zone and step-back requirements, as well as a variance from parking requirements in order to build a mixed-use development. Before you now is the zoning map showing you the zoning of the property is MUGA.
And is that applicant here?
Is the appellant here on this case? You can go ahead and come forward. Aerial photos showing you the surrounding areas. Before you now is the proposed site plan for this location. And finally, the photograph showing you the current conditions of the property. Is there anyone here in opposition to this case? All right, so each side will have 10 minutes. Mr. Harper, I would point out, the opposition has requested, I'm sorry, Taylor, I do that every time.
That's
Mr.
okay.
Taylor, I would
Well,
point
you got
out.
Harper, Taylor, and Ewing, or all the Davids.
The opposition has requested an additional 10 minutes, which would give them 20 minutes total. So that's one thing the board needs to take up first, is if y'all want to give each side an additional 10 minutes, or if you want to let each side have their 10 minutes and then make the determination. Regardless, each side will have the same amount of time. I would remind the opposition, as well as the appellant, that it is the cumulative time to make your presentation or to state your opposition.
My thought would be we hear the case first and then make a decision about more time.
Yeah, I don't know if you just heard, what we have normally done on some of these cases is hear the case, hear from the opposition. If the time becomes thin, we take it up then to allow them more time. If we allow the opposition more time, then we tack it on to the rebuttal time for the appellant. And I'm comfortable with that. And just to give comfort to the folks in the hearing, we have always been, I think, reasonably generous about allowing more time when it's necessary, but also know that a lot of information has already been presented too. So unless there's opposition to that from the board, I think this will just proceed that way, just to continue with our rules as they are. And if folks need more time, we'll take it up at the point when more time is needed.
I'll say, though, I did not hear the case the first time, so I'll need to fully hear the case.
Yeah, this is a full rehearing of the case. Okay, if the applicant could state your name and tell us a little bit about why you are here.
Hi, I'm Meredith Bucher with Smith G Studio. I'm an architect. I'd like to introduce the team. I have Brian Crawford with Premier Parking here, Scott Morton with Smith G Studio, and Jay Patel. And my address is 209 10th Avenue South. As a part of our special exception, we were required to hold a neighborhood meeting, which we held last Friday, March 1st, at Watkins Community Center. We presented our plans, and members of the community and neighborhood asked questions. We also, since our last BZA hearing, our team reached out to neighbors via face-to-face meetings, phone calls, and emails to discuss the project and any concerns with the neighbors. If we could go to the first slide, please. Sorry,
Did you have a presentation, a slideshow?
We did. We had a slideshow presentation, sorry.
I have not received that. Do you have it with you?
We do.
Was you? Okay, I do have that.
Okay.
We printed it up and passed it out to the board members.
Okay.
So they've got it in front of them. I'm sorry.
Do the neighbors
I'm
at
sorry.
the
I wasn't
meeting-
aware that that was something you wanted me to put up on the screen.
Okay. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry. That was just misunderstanding on my part.
Okay. Well, the first slide, we have a rendering of kind of our building. And I was just going to say, we're excited to present our 22nd and State Hotel project to be a part of this vibrant Midtown neighborhood. The proposed hotel will be a 7-story mixed-use building containing 168 keys, guest rooms, 11,000 square foot of retail and restaurant space, hotel services and amenities, and as well as parking. The building will activate and wrap the corner with a colonnade of retail and restaurant spaces. And there will be an improved streetscape with street trees, sidewalks, and lighting. The facade at the corner actually pulls back and creates an inviting dining space. You can kind of see that on the plan here, since we don't have the rendering up there, at the corner of 22nd and State. We are excited to be designing this project in such a great neighborhood of Nashville. Moving on to the second slide, we're requesting 2 special exceptions. Number 1 is to reduce the hotel parking requirement to reflect the current parking demand, and reduce the upper floor step back for floors 6 and 7 of the building.
You also have, are you requesting a build-to zone setback as well? Or variance from the build-to zone?
No, sir, that was a mistake on the previous caption. We just have these 2 requests.
And the planning department staff has come back with a recommendation to approve the step back. They don't have any, they don't have any opinion on the variance request for parking because they don't provide that. They only provide special exception recommendations, but they did recommend approval for the step back.
Okay, thank you.
How did at the meeting, how did the neighbors respond to the step back? Are they okay with that? Because last time I thought that the only opposition was really to the parking.
That's correct.
Is that where we still are?
We have not heard opposition to the step back.
Okay, just to the parking?
Just to the parking, yes, sir. So if we move on to slide 3, I'm going to go right to the parking. And you guys have a map and exhibit of the available parking around the site. The blue stars that you see represent the Premier managed parking lots. And then there's one red star, which is a non-Premier managed structured parking deck. Star 1 is our current site, the 22nd and State lot, which currently has 50 spaces available. What we are proposing is 90 spaces. Right now, according to Premier's data, since this is one of their lots, there's 0 monthly parkers, and then the average occupancy of that lot is less than 5%. The lot number 2 is the Cafe Coco lot on 210 Louise Avenue. That has 42 spaces available with 7 monthly parkers. I believe they only have one contract, but it's for 7 monthly parkers. And then the average occupancy for that lot is less than 10%. Number 3 is the plastics lot on 204.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind. So when you say average transient occupancy, so you're saying it's parked less than 10% a day?
So the transient occupancy is people that are using it for, in and out, not a monthly parker, so they're going to use it for a few hours. In this area of town, we have the 4 lots, and all the lots have very, low occupancy numbers due to the amount of free parking that's in the area and street parking that's in the area. If you look at, even most of the overhead views of these lots, most of them are empty almost all the time.
If you could please state your name and address
Sorry,
for the record.
Brian Crawford, 2641 Premier Parking.
So if most of these lots are empty most of the time, why is there not an agreement with these lot owners to rent their parking spaces so you don't have to be here?
Well, we actually do have an agreement between Premier Parking and the owner of this property to provide parking that would be necessary using these lots that Premier manages around here.
Part of the variance request is based on the demand too. So similar to what you kind of heard earlier, where the demand, what the code requires and what the current demand is based on the hotel usage and trends and market. And I think on the next slide, it kind of talks about the market trends. And I can go a little bit more into detail on how that kind of gets there. I've been in hospitality parking for the last 16 years in Nashville. Historically, the trends used to be around 40 to 45% throughout the city as far as drive-in percentage goes. Drive-in is one of our main metrics, which is basically the amount of vehicles that show up per occupied room. So not total rooms, but occupied rooms. In the last probably 5 to 6 years, those numbers have decreased drastically, mostly due to, one, the advent of Uber and Lyft has been a big part of it. But with the growth of Nashville, the addition of rooms, we've become much more of a global market as opposed to a regional market where we used to be. And so when we, the Music City Center and those kind of things attract much wider scope of business to the hotels, and it's dropped drive-in significant from, like I said, what used to be in the 40 to 45 range to most of the trends now are in the mid-20s. I was in this room on a similar project 8 months ago, and even back then it was in the high 20s. It's continued to decrease down to the low 20s.
So,
go ahead. So that I'm clear, the requirement is 234 spaces, and you want to go to 70? Because I thought I heard something different, but that's what's on the application. So.
Yeah, that's correct. Since the last meeting, we have revised the ground floor plan based on commentary with neighbors and to help provide a better product in regards to the balance of uses and to try to achieve more parking for the site. And so our new request is different, and it's documented. We're about to go through the chart within your packet. We were able to achieve more parking, and we have a different requirement calculated based on the new program.
So what is the new requirement?
All right. So the new requirement is 148 spaces. That is with the urban zoning overlay parking reductions. And we are providing 90 spaces with our new plan on the site. So we are asking for a 39% reduction, and we are providing 61% of the site to be parked per the code.
That's why I was confused, because the application says parking required 234, a reduction to 70. You're saying you're going to have 90?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're going to have 90. We agree on that, and the requirement is 234.
No, sir. Sorry. Just to be clear, since that's our previous request when we deferred at the last meeting.
The 70 spaces was a previous
Correct,
request.
plus the required number. So our required number has changed based on our program, as well as the amount we've provided.
Okay, tell me the required number again.
It's 148 is the zoning required as calculated per that chart in your packet.
Okay.
And we're currently providing 90, which is a 20-space increase from where we were previously.
Okay.
So do we know?
Mr. Morton, could you please state your name and address for the record?
I'm so sorry. Scott Morton, Smith G Studio, 1005 North 14th Street.
Do we know why this application that I have still says reduction of parking, 234 required?
That was the original application that they submitted, and they have not come in to file a new application. They're just making their new request today in person.
All right.
So
I follow you now. Sorry for the confusion.
So I guess that one of the main reasons that the reduction appears to happen is that you split up the retail space or the public space from one restaurant into three retail spots in one, and then a 3,000 square foot restaurant. So I take it if we do approve this variance, there would be no opposition to having it restricted to this operation of no more than one 3,000 square foot restaurant and no more than 3 retail spaces, each of this size, so that this doesn't become a 12,000 square foot restaurant? See what I'm saying? I mean, if your reduction in parking is because of how you're proposing to split up the space, then I'm assuming that you should be comfortable with a restriction or a condition that is actually how you use that space. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, I could speak to that. The reduction in spaces is also taken into consideration. Previously, we had lumped commercial because we're so early in the process just as into one category. We understand that made it difficult to just, it was being lumped as restaurant. We were never intending to be a 10,000 square foot restaurant.
And that's fine. I'm just saying, from what I can see from the numbers for what you presented last time to this time, that at least 25 of the spaces, maybe I think 35, it goes from 61 spaces required to maybe 25 required because one of the retail requires 0 because of its size.
Correct.
And so 35 spaces of the reduction is because of the way you split up the retail. And I just want to make sure that you don't mind a condition being, no, you asked for this reduction based on what you said you're going to do, so that's what you should do.
That's right. I don't think we're upset with a condition, but we would like to, if that changes through design development, be able to make a request to this board if we provide adequate parking.
Sure.
Yes.
I mean, I think you can always come back if things change.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. So back to the map slide that we were on with the Premier managed parking spaces. They manage 168 spaces around the area, but that's including the proposed 90 spaces on our site with that number. And like I said, we have a parking agreement between the owner and Premier Parking saying that they can provide additional spaces for this project.
Well, I mean, I guess that, to me, the question is, if you have available to you within the permitted, space around the area, an additional 58 spaces, because according to your calculations, codes requires you to only have 148, and you have a contract to me, and I'm asking our legal counsel and zoning administrators, why do you have to be here?
That's a really great question. I think that the fundamental difference between having a parking agreement, it's more of a safety net for this project. Our request is regards to reducing the required parking based on the current market demand. We could set up a parking agreement, but if that agreement per the zoning code is met, then it is in perpetuity. And so it's not something we need for this project. We don't need the additional parking to meet our need. So that's the difference in this case, is that we're trying to accomplish a reduction in the parking requirement. We're willing and able to meet the demand off-site if it's required in extreme circumstances as a safety net.
And why, I guess I'm going back to your question, why does that not meet code if you're providing the additional parking spaces off-site?
It does meet code. It's just something based on the language that's written in the code. It's required in perpetuity, and it's not something that I think this property owner wants to have a requirement of a parking agreement in perpetuity for parking.
How long is it for, though? I understand the issue now, which is what the zoning administrator is saying is if you're going to rely on that, it has to be permanent, forever off-site parking. How long are these agreements for? 12 months, 6 months?
Typically.
Generally, our agreements are on a 30-day notice. They're signed for 3 to 5 years, but they all have 30 to 60-day clauses in them.
Great. Is it possible to have a longer agreement?
The difficulty with that, especially with these lots, most of them are surface, is the amount of development that happens in the city, and we lose a lot of our surface lots to development, and so it hurts our ability to sign a long-term agreement.
And a question for our experts, if you're required to, when this project gets its permit, you're required to have 148 spaces, and some are contracted off-site, and the code changes later to where they're only required to have 100 spaces. Would they continue to be required because of the code in place when they did the project to have 148?
Mr. Vice Chairman, we're so accustomed to seeing the law change in a different direction, creating more stringent guidelines for many people, that we're accustomed to analyzing that question from the traditional legally nonconforming use or grandfathered analysis under state and local law. I haven't examined that before, and I'm careful not to go right off the cuff with my answer because I'd want to make sure I got it right. At first thought, though, the more relaxed standard that we could perhaps somewhat reasonably anticipate in the future with regard to parking count requirements may benefit the project. And to join what Mr. Morton was outlining, if the required parking count is 150, then it's 150, whether that's off-site or otherwise. The ordinance that governs off-site parking agreements, and for that matter, the ordinance that governs shared parking agreements, 1720, 080, and 100 respectively, speaks to a minimum 3-year requirement. With an automatic right of renewal, that's typically written in. Premier does a lot of these contracts, and it's typically written in just into the boilerplate. The idea being, you got to have those parking spaces, whether in this agreement, another agreement, or whatever else. And the day that somehow somebody's not on the ball and doesn't renew a contract, or a parking lot is dug up and turned into a building and you lose your parking, you no longer have the parking. You no longer meet all of the requirements for the building permit, for the use and occupancy permit. Theoretically, upon recognition of that problem, you've invited a stop work order and some closed doors on your nice fancy hotel all at once. Yeah. Hence the importance of the 3-year agreement minimum, automatic rights of renewal, et cetera.
Well, and I ask because we're starting to see a lot more of these parking variances, and we keep hearing that the laws are antiquated, and what we just heard from the applicant was that, well, I don't want to be bound in perpetuity by a requirement that may change, and so I think it may be important to us as a board to find that out, because in situation, I mean, at some point, because if this is something where down the road they become, say, less antiquated and a lower requirement, and they were able to have that reduced, then again, the problem becomes a lot more solvable by the appellants, and less, required for us to have to take action. So,
is it in perpetuity or is it 3 years? Because I thought I heard you say
what in perpetuity?
For you to consider off-site parking, what I understand the applicant say is they have to assure you that it's in perpetuity off-site parking. I heard you say 3 years.
The minimum parking term of a parking agreement is 3 years for the initial term, with an automatic right of renewal. The requirement to provide X number of spaces for any land use under the zoning code is presumably in perpetuity, barring a change in law that reduces that count. Now, to the question about a change in law that created a less stringent restriction or guideline for parking requirements, presumably the law could be written to expressly contemplate, because many of these will represent reductions, people will now be allowed to have, instead of a requirement of 10, you may now have a requirement of 8. Or on the larger scale, instead of 148, now you're only required to have 120 perhaps, and that may open the doors to more development for people with land previously dedicated to asphalt or parking structures. Again, the law could be written that way. Entirely speculative on my part to say that, but I hope it's responsive to the question you originally asked.
Right. But what we're seeing is we're being asked by not just this appellant, but several to, address as a potential hardship an antiquated law and changing behavior. And, I have a tough time with that because it's seemingly more commonplace, and
sure.
And I think that may be one way to help us address it.
Well, I think the one thing that you're getting to from the board's unique perspective here is that no, you don't have a land-based hardship in many of these scenarios, and I won't necessarily pin that to this particular case. I'll let them make their case as they see fit. But there is, of course, under the state law, the other exceptional circumstances, which I believe Board Member Mr. Harper has historically referred to famously as the Herbert Doctrine. It's language out of state law, of course, speaks for itself. If, however, the fact that we have an ordinance that is considered by many, if not most, to be somewhat outdated, is something that the board makes the determination to be essentially an other exceptional circumstance as contemplated in that intentionally broad language under the state statute, then that might be a path forward in some of these cases. But that's up to the board to determine whether or not they think it rises to that level. And as with all BZA cases, that's determined on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Can I ask Mr. Michael a question, just while we've got him talking quickly? Could you address the 25% reduction, both this case and the last case Mr. Dean pointed out? What is contemplated in those? Those are statutory requirements that already have been taken into account? And to what extent do we require the applicant to say something different than what has already been taken into account?
So to the extent I understand your two questions, Ms. Chappell, number one, our zoning code specifically contemplates a 10% reduction for access to a mass transit line, a 10% reduction in the event that it meets the appropriate pedestrian walkway standards. There are some street parking options available. If you have enough frontage to provide street parking, then you get partial reductions for that. Under no circumstances shall the total number of spaces otherwise required by the zoning code under 17.20 be reduced by more than 25%. Although there are a number of little items in the section of law to which I've referred, which is 17.20.040, it looks like. There's a table that outlines some of the criteria for the adjustments contemplated and the amount of parking adjustment associated therewith. You don't get to add them up infinitely just because maybe you hit 4 or 5 different things. It's a maximum of 25%. So the way we try to set this up at the zoning division at the codes department, so that when you receive it at the board, you're seeing an already reduced number. There's no obligation to outline that number by the appellant. It's nothing, there's no hide the ball element to come in and say, I'm only required to hit 148. They're not going to then come back and say, okay, where's my 25% reduction if I meet all those eligibility criteria. Instead, that number is reduced on the front end when the zoning examiner takes the application and sets up the BZA appeal. In the case that you heard earlier today, you may recall Mr. Dean correctly pointed out that the original calculation provided by our staff was inaccurate and failed to account for some of the numbers that were in play. Once appropriately calculated by our staff, they got to the correct number so that the board knew exactly what was required after the reductions and what percentage that was, which seemed to be part of the board's consideration, both in that case and to some extent in this case as well.
But I guess once that takes place, when they come before us for a variance, and as we've said, these are not really land-based variances, we have authority, I suppose, to grant exactly what they're asking, but I was just curious about, is there any requirement that they show, basically that 25% just didn't do enough for us? I mean, that's what they're trying to do here.
I don't think there is that, my phrase, not yours, additional burden on them to show that. They do have the burden of demonstrating the hardship associated with the land or having the board find as much, but I don't think there's an added layer of responsibility for the applicant there.
Okay, sorry, continue.
No problem. All right, the next page shows the shared parking demand study. This shows the average drive up based on both peak and non-peak demand of the area hotels, which means at an average hotel occupancy of 90%, 27% of those people, this is for the Kimpton, the first example here, 27% of those people actually drive their cars and would need parking. And this is an average of both weekdays where there may be only 11% in lower demand, and then weekends where there's a peak demand of 45%.
So, I mean, tell me exactly what drive-up percentage means here again. I think you just did, but tell me one more time.
So you have available rooms, which is the total keys, then you have occupancy, which is the actual occupied rooms.
Right.
Of the occupied rooms, how many people choose to bring a car and park that car on site is drive-up percentage.
So you're saying if it, I'm sorry, Russ.
You can go ahead. No, go ahead.
So you're saying if it's 90% occupied, then you're going to need, then 23% of the rooms are going to need parking spot.
On average.
So why did, in your last presentation, you said when a hotel is 60% occupied, you need 42% of the parking spots. And both of these things say shared parking demand study that you guys submitted.
I think there were some different hotels listed of the percentages. We're listing, of course, the Kimpton, the 21C, the Hutton, the Indigo, and the Thompson Nashville. And this is just an example of their drive-up percentage. I think we were showing different.
The Kimpton was in the last, and this is the slide you all presented last time. The Kimpton was there, and it had a drive-up of 41%. The Thompson had a drive-up of 30%. 21C had a drive-up of 20%. And you had the Fairfield Inn listed. Fairfield Inn and Suites in the Gulch was listed on the last report, but not this report, and it had a 44%. And you guys said y'all were going to be at 42%, which justified having 70 parking spots. And so I guess part of the conversation last time was, and again, we're just starting to see these, but it always seems really convenient that the study and the percentage always equals what you got on the floor. And, and this isn't just you guys, but it just seems to me like the numbers have changed. And I think I'd heard my colleague say, where's the objective independent study that helps us know what this really is? Does that?
Absolutely. I understand your question. I can speak to that. Last time we were here, we didn't have our parking consultant with Premier available with us. There was some confusion on my part as the appellant on some of those percentages, specifically as you referenced the 60% drive up. Apparently that was a typo from another presentation. I was not
60% occupancy was what the last thing said.
That's right. There was a lot of confusion about that I was not equipped to clarify at the time. We deferred and obviously wanted to bring our parking consultant with us today to make sure that that's clearly understood by the board. As far as the numbers go, these numbers are a snapshot in time. We were asked by, I believe, the board and definitely some of the commentary from the opponents to bring some relevant examples of nearby hotels. And so we asked Premier to give us more specifics, specifically 2 hotels that are within a few blocks of this site, including the Hutton and the Indigo, for example, are added. I'm sorry, the Kimpton, and we removed a few others. And so the new information on here is reflective of the latest information provided to us from Premier Parking for those percentages for those respective hotels.
Well, and like I said, we have slides and we don't have the data that backs it up. And my question was, the Kimpton is the same. The Kimpton is on both reports with different percentages. The Thompson's on both reports with different percentages, and you guys are on both reports with different percentages. So that's where I'm, understood.
Certainly, I would. So the previous information I actually think came from reviewing the graduate presentation that happened several months ago. This information obviously continues to change. These numbers I put together within the last several weeks based on the trends from 2018 and where we are today. In regards to your question on how the numbers kind of seem to match what we're looking for, the shared parking study that I did with Bob Chapman on here is actually requires 77 spaces on peak, and we're looking to build 90.
And also, we're saying that the demand for 22nd Estate is 23%, but we're actually providing 61%. So we're also trying to show that we're exceeding the demand of what we're able to provide on our site.
Yeah, look, I'm not being accusatory or anything like that. I'm just saying, last time y'all were here, and every single person that comes here pretty much does the same thing. This is not unique to you all, but last time you wanted to provide, however, 70 parking spaces, and that's how many could fit on that floor y'all presented, and you have a new floor plan for your parking that you got 90 on because you moved the entrance up the hill. I want to ask you about that in a second. But basically, you kind of redesigned the parking deck. You still have one floor parking deck, and you can get 90 spaces in there. So that's what I'm saying. It's always been, I got one floor parking, let's redesign it and get some more spaces out of it. I applaud you for that. But I hope you see kind of like, and the numbers work. Okay, well, they did last time too for less. So it's just, And again, it's all in my personal frustration of me as a board member being asked to solve a city problem that's relatively new to us, right? Sure. And I don't have that framework that Ross has been talking about to do it. So that, just venting a little bit, but not at you.
No,
because
understood.
It's not your fault.
And
you didn't create it. You're asking us to do something. I get it. But
and if I may,
that's where we are.
I don't want to speak for Premier, but our understanding is that in this situation, the numbers that are reflected on the demand are based on the two factors related to not only the example projects that are in the area for hotels, but also on recommendations from the Urban Land Institute for ratios for these types of services and uses. So those are the numbers that are reflected in the chart that's in the back of your packet, which shows the more detailed analysis of the numbers for the traffic study, which we're glad to answer any questions on.
Mr. Crawford, I'm looking at your parking study. So let me take the Thompson Hotel, for example. You have a 20% drive-in ratio, and I understand that is occupants who show up with a vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
So how do you get those numbers from the Thompson Hotel and all these other hotels? How do they come up with that? Are they asking people who register to identify whether they have a vehicle or not? Because what I want to make sure of, these are impressive numbers if you're trying to sell a case that most people are not showing up here with a car. But I also want to make sure that we understand how these particular hotels are coming up with these
Certainly,
numbers.
and it's not necessarily the hotels, it's up to the parking professionals. So most hotels, especially in urban markets, hire a third-party company because it's literally what I think about every day when I wake up is vehicles and parking at hotels. So we use proprietary, technology and software that helps us track vehicles, and we're in the business of making money, and part of that's collecting revenue on those vehicles. So we track, hotel information as far as how many rooms are occupied each night, but we also have our own reporting of how many vehicles we capture, all of the revenue that we capture, the average rate per vehicle, several different data points, but drive-up ratio and valet capture ratio are two of the primary things that we track. It's how we underwrite new business. And unfortunately, in this market, it's drastically changed from where we used to be write business at 40 and 45% now to 20% of some of our hotels. So it's changed our business significantly in the last 5 years as far as how we underwrite deals because the revenue's decreased for several different reasons. But that's kind of where we get those numbers from. We're kind of the keepers of that data, which is why we help consult on projects like this because we're kind of the owners of that data.
Okay, so the data about all these hotels you list in your letter, that came from your company?
That's correct. Daniel, actually, all these hotels specifically I operate.
Okay, you have the contract to operate those, the parking for those hotels. Okay.
All of them, but currently one of them that I used to operate for 4 years.
And so when somebody pulls up with a car, they're a hotel guest because they've checked in or?
Correct. We ask first off, there's two different type of tickets we use, so a transient ticket and an overnight ticket. Then the overnight ticket gets billed typically to the room, and so we have a full revenue control process that helps us keep track of all of that, but we track our actual vehicles to actual occupancy that we can, because honestly, it's how we staff, it's how we build revenue, it's how we do a lot of different things.
Okay.
And that information just so happens to be helpful to others, which is why we get hired.
Okay, well, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just found that data. It's on the, if you haven't seen it, it's the last 2 pages of this big report. So I just found it was 11. The report was 11 by 17, and this was kind of on the back, and it didn't, when I was flipping through, it didn't pop up. So I do see the detail that you have. One question I do have for you, and it may be for the architects and the engineers. I drove by the site today just to see it because I remember the neighbors who were opposed to the project, or at least the neighbors who were going to spoke last time. They used that alley for their parking, and I know you all have that alley as fairly prominent. But the alley has a much different grade than the site. Is that why you moved the entrance to the parking to the high point? Because it looked like there was maybe a 12, 13-foot grade change from the street to where you're going to enter that parking lot now, or at least I counted 17 steps, from the alley to the pavement, there, so.
You are correct, yes. So basically, it would just have like a retaining wall at the first level, at the rear, and we're actually able to use that alley, just keep it as existing, sort of ramp up and go into the parking where we're showing on this revised plan. And so then it provides more parking because we're not using our site for that ramp. Before we had kind of a speed ramp with this one, and it was taking up a lot of space in the back of house there.
And then I didn't see loading and trash on the new plan. Where does it go?
So if you look on the ground floor plan, that's actually something that we revised because of concerns from the neighbors that the trash and service and everything would be accessed off of State Street. The next slide after the demand study should be that ground floor plan. And so we're coming in off of State Street for the service. So then the only kind of little access area onto our site from the alley at the higher point would be for that parking. So hopefully that would be less of a disturbance on the alley.
And that came as a result of the conversations you had with neighbors and your attempt to get more spaces in the building?
Correct. Okay. That came from both. And we were pretty excited to be able to kind of regain that square footage and, really, and we're giving also another 4 feet as part of the alley dedication. So we're actually widening the alley a little bit as part of this project, which should help kind of that narrow alley that's currently there.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the appellant at this time? All right, thank you very much. You'll have 3 minutes and 44 seconds for rebuttal unless the opposition is given more time, in which case you will have more time.
Thank you.
Okay, if we can hear from the opposition and remind you that the time frame you have is a collective time frame.
We do have some audience members in support as well. When is that?
If you'd like to have them, if you have any audience members that want to speak, they need to speak now. They can't speak in rebuttal, but if you'd like for us to say, if you are in support of this, if you would raise your hand, then that'll give us a sense of who all is here. Okay. Did you care to speak?
Yes, please.
Okay, then that's part of that three.
Time, right?
That's part of their 3 minutes and 44 seconds. That's right, that they have left.
Oh, okay. I'll try to be very quick then. Okay. Hey, my name is John Pennington at 4672 Heath Road, and my family has been involved in the medical community in that area where the hotel is proposed for many years, and we just want to support. We think it'd be an added value to the medical community there. There's a need for out-of-town, more and more, because they're seeing this area, out-of-town patients and their families, especially as to support people to them, and this hotel helps that. The location is perfect, especially for those families using St. Thomas Midtown. They won't have to walk. They can just walk to the hospital back and forth. No cars needed. And also, too, in talking to the owners, they are going to generously offered us to give us available rooms for those families that have financial hardships who cannot afford to stay in this area, which is very generous of them to do, the owners of this hotel. And like I'm cutting this kind of short, Hospitality House is who we'll be working with nearby, and they have asked me to please give their support for this project also. As regards parking, I wanted to just add that the patients will not need to park on site. They have parking. The hospital supplies parking for them and their families with no time limits on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, any questions? All right, thank you. Okay, we'll hear from...
We were not supplied what I guess you just got. Could we have a copy? We got what was off the website, but we don't have anything new. Thank you.
And I would like the record to reflect, I think I did this last time, I'm familiar with Mr. Spanos and Ms. Rogers, both as being attorneys. I don't believe that affects my ability to rule on this case.
Okay, yeah, introduce yourself and tell us
My name is Helen Rogers, and I have operated a law office and lived at 2205 State Street for 23 years. We didn't have a problem until about the last 5 or 6 years. The area has really developed. We are the area that has the Exit Inn, Jimmy Kelly's Restaurant, Cafe Coco, and the Ladies of Charity. And so parking is very tight. I am already paying for 7 spaces in the Cafe Coco parking lot that they're saying has 42 spaces. It really has 34. We asked for more spaces and were turned down from Premier Parking because they are full. It is not a vacant parking lot. It is full every day, and it's full every night. You can drive by anytime. When we drove out to come here today, there might have been 3 spaces. This lot, this development is on what was the biggest surface parking lot in the whole neighborhood. And so all of Elliston Place, small businesses used this lot. The lot that they're showing on Elliston Place only has about 12 spaces. And this is a unique area. This is not the Hutton Hotel. This is not a downtown Nashville hotel. This is in a medical hospital area, and I can tell you, you can drive the streets any time of day. There are out-of-county license plates. People come to our hospitals from Macon County and Cheatham County and everywhere around, and they're all lost and going the wrong way on the wrong way, one-way streets. So this percentage that the parking company that wants the business is giving you is not going to hold up. They don't come to the hospital from the airport and take a lift. They come to the hospital from small towns, and they're driving in, and this is going to be a problem. Now, here's the problem you all have as commissioners. And I was the chairperson of the Transportation Licensing Commission for 5 years here in Nashville. I understand where you are. If you guess wrong, you're destroying my neighborhood. And I'm telling you, there's not parking there now. If you look at their diagram that's up there on the wall, this one, they're trying to make a little old, 1906 is when my building was built. They're trying to make this little old alley go 2 ways, in and out. And they're proposing, 100, 200 cars a day go up and down the alley. So they're basically now turning our alley into a street, which it was never intended to be. For their access, they're going to take out some more parking spaces on the street. We already have a big building across the street that was developed that is full all the time and takes up all the street parking. The Catholic Ladies of Charity, when they had their sale, fill it up. At night, it's full with Jimmy Kelly's and the Exit Inn. And if you look at what they propose, we have 9 total parking spaces along our side of our building. They're taken out for that alley 5 of our parking places. So they're not counting the parking places they're taking out. They're not accounting for the unique fact that this is a medical office area and that these people are going to be driving to the hospitals, not flying in. I wouldn't be paying for my employees to park at Cafe Coco if there was adequate parking for any of this excess. And you don't know if tomorrow the parking lot that they're going to say they're relying on is going to be developed too. That's just what happened here. And so we really have a problem in this neighborhood. It's a great neighborhood. It's a really nice part of town. And this proposal, I believe, is too big of a building. And the only reason they don't want to have more parking is because it costs them more money. I mean, this is just pure economics. So it's economics of a developer versus destroying a neighborhood. Yes.
They've given us a parking study, and we heard Mr. Crawford talk about it, and they're the vendor for these other hotels, and they're coming up with an average of 23.4% of the people who are showing up and driving a car. Are you doubting the credibility of that?
Yes, because I don't know how many of people perhaps parked in a lot. They didn't want to spend $40 to park at the hotel overnight. So they park at some other lot, surface lot, and walk to the hotels. I mean, that certainly is possible downtown, and it certainly is possible in other areas. So yes, I question the numbers, and I actually question all of their numbers because the numbers they've given you on these parking lots aren't legit. I mean, they tell you there's more than 40 spaces in Cafe Coco. You can go out there and count them. We did. It's not that many parking spaces. Now, I don't know, where they're getting their numbers. But if Premier won't rent any more spaces to me for my employees, and I'm a monthly renter, I've rented for 5 years, what does that tell you? It doesn't tell me that it's full, it's empty and sitting there waiting for business. So, it's a nice idea, but it's not the reality of what can happen.
I'm sorry, what does a space cost per month?
I think we're paying about 60 a space. 60
$60 for a month?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what a space goes for a day?
I think it's maybe $8 or $10.
So in a week, they could get a monthly rate for each space they don't rent you?
Sure, yeah.
My name is Jack Freeman. I've owned the property at 311 22nd Avenue North for 24 years. I'm familiar with the neighborhood and growth during those years. I have no objection to the requested setback variance. I am for the project, and I think it would be good for the neighborhood. However, I'm against the approval of the proposed parking space reduction. The developer has proposed additional valet parking off-site on nearby surface lots. That in itself seems to acknowledge that the proposed on-site parking is inadequate. Also, if the reduction were approved on the basis of additional on-site parking and the hotel was sold in a few years, who would enforce the requirement on the new owner? As development in the neighborhood continues, those surface lots will be taken over a period of time for construction of other projects. If this body approves too few on-site spaces, that will create a bad precedent that could multiply itself with each new project. I believe that all approved projects should be required to be self-sufficient in terms of parking. I don't believe that the developer should be required to meet the zoning requirement because I acknowledge the changes in transportation norms since that code was adopted. The question is how many are enough? And my instincts tell me that the proposed number of spaces is not sufficient. And I would prefer to have a few spaces too many than a few spaces too short. I would ask that the board obtain an objective opinion on how many spaces are needed rather than relying on subjective reports.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, food.
Go ahead.
I'm Hasina Rabi with Ducklo Eye Care, 2114 Elliston Place. And we are a small office with 16 employees, and we have problem parking right now. We are using Ladies of Charity. We are renting from them. And when they have big functions, we are not able to use the lot, which means our employees have to park on the street, and we do not have a lot of street parking. Our employees have to walk 2 to 3 blocks to park their cars, and it's a big problem.
George?
Good afternoon. My name's George Spanos. I'm a partner at the law firm of Rogers, Cam & Shea at 2205 State Street. We have concerns with parking, there's no doubt. I'm not going to reiterate things you've already heard. I also have one concern from the initial application, and the way I read the initial application for the special exception request is to allow 7 stories to be built instead of 5. I haven't heard a lot of discussion on that today. I'm not aware of anything having been passed in that regard. By their own admission on these requests, they're trying to build in the Build 2 zone in the MUGA zoning area, which does have a 5-story limit. If that is part of what we're here for today, I believe it is, what they're asking you to do is to reduce parking for their numbers. They would need 197, reduced to 148 to 25%, reduced to 90 to fit their expected need, as they allege, which is another 40% reduction from the initial 25% reduction. At the same time, they're asking you for permission to build an extra, if you look at their chart, 66 rooms. It doesn't seem appropriate to say, let us build more above and beyond what this area is supposed to have, and at the same time, reduce the amount of parking spaces we're supposed to have by 58 spaces. It seems like they're speaking from both sides of the equation, and I don't believe that's right. As Ms. Rogers said, the 3 lots in question that they were discussing parking on, she talked about the numbers. One thing she failed to mention was the plastics lot at 204 23rd Avenue has a parking restriction there for the building that owns it. You cannot park there outside of during business hours. I expect anyone who goes to the hotel or frequents the retail establishments will need daytime parking, which this lot will not provide. Additionally, this is a unique property. The only unique characteristic about this property is the fact that it sits between Centennial Hospital and St. Thomas West. It is a very busy area, as you've heard. It is not one that is similar to other hotels. I asked at the public meeting if there's a study for hospitals in this situation and directly between or next to a hospital or multiple hospitals, and they said there is no such study. There is no such study because it's a unique property. If it was simple to do, you could look at that. We're looking at hotels as far away as the Gulch. People aren't staying in the Gulch for the purpose of visiting their family and friends in the hospitals in the hospital district. Other than these 3 lots, there is no other parking significant of any way that is open to the public. It's all private. The concern is Premier Parking does not own any of those lots, which is why there can't be a longer-term commitment on those lots. They have a contract to manage those lots. If the contract goes, which it can, as you heard, upon 30 days' notice, it's gone. Now, the last thing I want is for a hotel to be built with too few parking spaces. The next thing on the list that I don't want is a hotel to be allowed to build with this contingent that they use these lots that are not owned by the person they're contracting with, and then be shut down for not having those spaces on a condition anymore. We want something that's viable for the neighborhood. We want something that's going to help the neighborhood. A hotel can do that, but it needs sufficient parking. They can go underground. It's not cost efficient to them. But to save their funds, to save their money, they want to impact the neighborhood. And as you mentioned, the last thing I wanted to touch on was the parking numbers, how they keep changing. It's because there's a manipulation in the retail space. Now, you discussed it at some length already, but yeah, there's a concern because we don't want to keep coming back. We don't want things to change, and we don't want to have to fight about something, and when a project's been built, it's built one way, and then new tenants come in, they want to lease this and redistribute the parking. There's going to be an ongoing issue. And finally, if you look at
excuse me, one second. I think our time's up, and does the board have any objection to adding 3 minutes to this, to the opposition, and allowing the appellant to have another 3 minutes? Okay. I just want to make sure that you have a final statement that the appellant has the approval of.
Yes, sir. Thank you. On the alley, as Ms. Rogers said, it shows an arrow both directions, but it's really not wide enough, even with an expansion, to fit 2 cars going both ways. While it's not a one-way alley, and you can go both ways, you can only do it if there's no one coming the other direction, and there's going to be an issue there with that volume of vehicles. Now, we're happy for the extra parking. From having gone to 70 to 90, we understand they increased it, but again, it's still not enough for the area. Also, you will lose street parking for the entry for their deliveries, for trash, recycling. That's going to cut off a portion of the street and take off parking that's already there and is already very valuable. To sum it up, I believe we have an issue with parking that affects everything else. The setback on the top 2 floors, it increases the number of rooms, which increases the parking demand. Adding 2 floors, it increases the number of rooms, which increases the parking demand. But at the same time, while they're asking you to allow them to build more rooms, more space, they're saying, but at the same time, decrease our parking requirements by the same number. And the same number after the 25% discount, essentially the same number after the 25% discount we've already been given. I think that is not appropriate. At the public meeting, I can tell you, and Mr. Freeman was at that meeting, that we were told at the beginning of it, and I quote, the plan is to build a 7-story hotel, and we have a right to build a 7-story hotel. What we're asking for the board for is an exception for 1, the setback, and 2, the parking. They didn't discuss with the public at the public meeting that, according to their initial request, that they're also asking for 2 additional floors to get to 7. And on that note, I can rest my case.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to ask when the appellant comes back up if they'll explain the the 6th and 7th floor. I think I understand it, but you all will explain it a little better.
Are there any other questions for the opposition?
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, if you would address the question that was just asked about the 6th and 7th floor before you get into your formal rebuttal, and that won't count against your time since there was a question from the board.
Absolutely. So just to be clear and to clarify what we're asking for, the current zoning MUGA, it allows for 7 stories by right. So we're not asking for any additional height. The request, which we'll go through in your packet, we didn't get to it last time because of the parking discussion, but as was presented at the last BZA, in the MUGA zoning, there's a requirement for the 2 upper floors of a 7-story building to have a horizontal step back of 15 feet. There have been exceptions to this rule for various reasons, and we are requesting one. There was a case before you, the project across the street along State Street had come in for a similar request that was granted, and we're asking for the similar condition on that side. And also for architectural fenestration requirements, which I'll let Meredith kind of talk about. We're also asking for a portion of it on 22nd for the angled feature of our building facade.
Right, so on page number 9, we're actually showing the kind of upper floor plate, which shows that area that exceeds the allowable number of stories. And like Scott said, I mean, we're not, within the zoning rights, we can build the 6th and 7th stories, and we aren't providing any additional guest rooms there. We're just, to be efficient and stack all the way with our L-shape kind of tower of where the guest rooms are, we're just extending that all the way up. If it would, we're not providing any further guest rooms by encroaching into that space.
So could you talk to also about the alley? And
yes,
because I do think that your neighbors have a good point in terms of the imposition it will place on them, and especially even during construction. I'll look at this, what you see on the screen, and think, well, that alley's going to be closed for a while, and that would not make me happy if I was that neighbor, because I would not have access to any of my parking for my clients or my staff.
So actually, we're showing one of our updated pages that you have, the Metro GIS map of the surrounding context that shows the entire alley. And even if it was one way, it's not designated as a one way, that like was stated earlier, but we have Alley 903 that's adjacent to our site, and then that turns into Alley 889 that exits out onto Louise Avenue, and that is, city property deemed that 889 alley, so you can exit out Louise Avenue just one way and not have to go 2-way.
And if I may add to that, the alleyway, we've worked hard with our revised plan to try to relieve some of the daily demand and pressure from loading and service vehicles on the alleyway. The discussion about the entrance, there was a question about why does the entrance have to be on the alleyway? That's actually a requirement of the zoning. So the MUGA zoning requirement requires that your primary access to parking areas be located off an alleyway. And so that is where we have the alleyway access. In addition to that, it is 90 spaces. We don't anticipate, based on the demand model that was presented from Premier, that those will be fully utilized, that there will be vacancy normally, especially in non-peak demand. And then the flow of vehicles out of that garage is not going to be all at one time. And so it will be sporadically throughout the day at different times of checkout and check-in.
So to me, the thing that's kind of sticking in my head from this whole hearing at this point is Ms. Rogers' comment that if we guess wrong, we destroy the neighborhood. And I don't know if we would destroy the neighborhood if we guessed wrong, but I think it would, us guessing wrong would absolutely have a negative impact on the neighborhood. And tell me, I guess, make a case or help me understand why doing this would not. And, you know, I mean, that really is where I am. I mean, maybe it goes back to the objective study and lack of one. I mean, not that or the lack of consistent, you know, again, you gave us two different things on two different days that say two different things, and which make me think, make me feel like, well, yeah, this is just an educated guess.
Yes, thank you. You know, the numbers did change. I mean, we acknowledge that. It was based, those previous numbers submitted were based on the previous Graduates Hotel, which was, I think it was more than 9 months ago. And so I think it's a great example of how the numbers have changed constantly, even month by month. And so the numbers did change. Our numbers for 23%, as far as the average for the area, you know, we don't feel as the applicant that that's also a risk on our behalf, because if we guess wrong, then they don't make money. And so, and they're not able to park their tenants. And so we want to make sure that there's checks and balances in place to ensure of that. And so even if this, for example, you know, the 23% is the parking demand requirement. We are providing 61%, as mentioned. If we want, for the sake of numbers, just to be fair, if we want to take out the 25% bonus, you know, for the zoning bonus, because if that's considered double dipping, you know, we would still be at 45% of drive-up percentage, providing 45% of the parking requirement, even without that bonus. And so we're more than doubling what we're calculating as the demand at 22%. And in addition to that, we have the additional safety net of a parking agreement that would be in place to facilitate and cover any overages that may be required and meet the full parking requirement per the zoning offsite as well.
Let me ask this to see if I have the math right. So this is a 168-room hotel, correct? And if you're right about the 25% drive-up rate, if this hotel was full, all 168 rooms were booked, you'd only need 42 spaces, and you're providing 90. Is my math correct on that?
Correct.
Okay.
Well,
we also have the retail. Just to be clear, we can't
have the
discount
retail.
Yes, sir.
I get that part. There's 8,000 square feet of retail, 3,000 square feet of restaurant.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, you need that for the hotel, but then you'd have extra for that. But I guess, you know, the thing that we talked a little bit about last time too, that I'm still not, you know, and again, it may be, you know, we're trying to compare different hotels. We say, I mean, there's nothing just like it, because this is the only hotel that's going to be in that spot, right? But you try to guess, and it's going to be a hotel or near the hospital, and that, I think we talked, I'd asked last time about, you know, who you're marketing to, and it was a little bit of everything, which is fair enough. But, you know, we did hear the neighbor say that, you know, hey, you know, we need this for the medical, you know, the hospitals around and the other medical services. And it just seems like that folks in that situation may drive more than, you know, your average business traveler. You know, you don't fly into Nashville to get your appendix out, or go, you know, have your eye surgery. Somebody's driving you from Clarksville or wherever, and they're spending the night at this really nice hotel. And the hotel's beautiful. It looks great. It'll be a great addition. I agree with the neighbors too saying that, but it's the parking that is just really trying to get to.
And we agree. And again, if the model at the end of the day it has a high percentage of hospital, you know, visitation and tenants, then, you know, we feel comfortable with not only providing double what the demand on site, you know, is calling for, but we feel like we have adequate supply in the area to supplement that on the many adjacent lots that are managed by Premier, and have a contract in place to handle that. It kind of goes back to, and I don't know if it's the right saying, but the old saying, you don't design the church parking lot for Easter Sunday kind of mentality, is that, you know, overbuilding parking on this site it is very costly, but at the same time, we feel very comfortable with not only what's provided on site with 90 spaces, but the lack of supply that's within the community as well to supplement if there ends up being a higher percentage of hospital types of users, as you mentioned. I think that's a really good point.
What I would say in regards to the healthcare, people that are using the parking at the hotel, they're going to fall in that 23%. Every hotel's drive-in percentage is made up of a different type of guests that go there. The business traveler, which is one of the high, guest counts in Nashville, is driving less and less because of the cost of renting cars and parking and everything else. So every hotel is a different makeup of what that drive-in is, and this hotel, the makeup of that drive-in would probably be heavy in the healthcare side, whereas maybe it's not at the Hutton, it's more entertainment driven. And so it's every hotel's built differently, but those percentages are kind of the same across the market, and the trends all move together. There's not one hotel that is a big outlier at 75% drive-in that's in the core of Nashville. You'd have to get outside of the Nashville area where you would see higher drive-in numbers, because there's more cost efficiency on those types of hotels. So if you stay at, in Franklin or in Goodlettsville, more people drive to those hotels because the price point's lower and the parking's free. They also have larger surface parking lots, and those tend to have much higher drive-in percentages. But in the urban core, those numbers are the same, whether from the Marriott at the far end of West End all the way to downtown.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. One is, can you tell us again about how you determine the average transient occupancy? This slide here, because as you heard, the opposition had questions about you saying that some of those lots were full. So how do you go about determining that?
Sure. We use a program called Smarking, which is a data program that analyzes all of our parking, our uses, the amount of transactions per day, the average ticket price, all those different things. And when we started working on this project, our ops manager for Nashville pulled together all the Smarking data on these current lots, which include our up-to-date numbers and trends.
And with this potential, off-site agreements for off-site parking, if you were to have these agreements in place, do other facilities or property owners also have agreements for these exact same lots?
Not particularly. One thing you'll notice, if you're familiar with Premier, if you're from Nashville, there's downtown, there's a blue P sign on nearly every lot. We control over 80% of the CBD. In this area, those are the only 4 lots we have, and we've actually looked at other lots, but the demand for paid parking doesn't exist right now. And so in these current lots, they're not, very productive lots for us, as you saw in the data. As this area grows and changes, we'll probably look at that differently. But right now, we've got these lots through partnerships and relationships, and they do some business. Mostly it's night and weekend business, but there's so much opportunity for free parking, whether it be going against a sign or whatnot. There's just options for other parking in these areas.
Any other questions? Is there anything else that you all would like to add?
I just wanted to clarify one last thing. I think we covered it all with your questions, but there was a statement about removing of parking from adjacent properties. I just want to be clear, we're not removing any parking from any other properties, and nor are we ever intending to. We are, as part of this, we're adding parking to the district. We're taking out the current paid lot that's at less than 10% vacancy of 50 spaces, and we're providing 90 spaces for our use and to supplement some of the retail functions within the community. So I just want to make that clarification. And the last thing I wanted to say is that there was also a gentleman, owner of Jimmy Kelly's, Brian Kelly. He couldn't be here today. He wanted to make sure that we read off his support for the development and the variance proposed for it, and he left his cell phone if anyone wants to has any questions. Thank you.
And then who is your council member?
Yes, so this is Mr. Kendall, Councilman Kendall. All right. And we've reached out to him twice. We invited him to the community meeting, and there's,
I verbally spoke with Councilperson Kendall prior to his having personal health issues, but he was in support of the variance.
I'm sorry, could you please say your name and address for the record?
Sure, sorry, Jay Patel, 209 22nd Avenue.
That letter you read off, would you mind
Oh, sure.
not handing it over, but putting it in our...
Oh, yeah, we can. No.
One more thing, I just have, so on the day of the hearing, we went out, we have a video of the Premier parking lot of 22nd State, and shows that it's not occupied by any cars. And it's showing that exact site, and there's no cars parked on it currently. So I just also wanted to point that out as well.
The building site?
The building site, 22nd State. That's correct.
So that's the site that's not going to be available.
Well, it's not going to be available, but I'm just refuting the article that it's really not being used, just like was stated that it was less than 5% of supporting Brian's data here.
Okay. Anything else?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
No, the way it works is that the applicant gets to talk, then the opposition, then the applicant gets to rebut, and then we're done. So, and if you didn't speak on the front part, then you can't speak now. So appreciate it. All right, we're going to close the public hearing and discuss.
Well, we were pretty skeptical the first time they came up about their parking. They didn't really have a parking study. They were telling us kind of what Premier had told them, and they've come back with what I think is, objective evidence about parking in other similar hotels, and I don't have a hard time believing that people coming into a hotel that only 25% are driving into to Nashville. So, and they're providing 90 spaces. I understand they've got some retail too, but I think they're providing enough space. I don't think that, I understand the neighbor's concern. It's always scary and when there's change. It always is, and we've all experienced that in Nashville. But I also think that they're putting a lot of money into this project. They have a vested interest in not having a development where people don't have enough parking. They really are incentivized to have adequate parking. So those are my thoughts on it.
I was impressed when Mr. Harper asked about how much Ms. Rogers pays for her parking at Cafe Coco, and she said about $60 a month. And I think he made the point well that they could make more money than that on that lot, so that may be why they don't rent to her, not that they're full, but just that they can make more money. And so I think that is a viable option. They said it was, and I believe that.
I think that Mr. Morgan in particular did a good job last time and this time articulating, as you've said, Mr. Pepper, the investment that they're making and the incentive to well serve their population. But he's talking to me, it's more in hotel numbers. This is also retail area space. And while I do think we have better data this time than we did, but they are different hotels in different parts of town that don't necessarily have the other surrounding hospitals or retail establishments or small businesses that we know exist in that area. So it's all just guesswork. I mean, they have some data, and then everything if we take that data on face value, I feel like that's a very significant drop in the required parking. That could be problematic. What we know about the surface parking lots from the Premier parking representative is those can be gone at any minute, depending on what kind of offers happen. So those aren't necessarily going to always be available, even if they were needed. And I understand that there's been a good case made that maybe 90 spaces is enough. But if we don't think 90 is enough, how do we reach a consensus on what is? I mean, where do we start that analysis? Anybody?
No, that's my.
I think it's hard to separate analytical data from, anecdotal data. I think a lot of us are conditioned when we travel, especially if it's not to a core, we're used to parking in a fairly empty lot or a mostly empty lot, or even if it's 3/4 full, parking's never an issue at a hotel. And that might seem like a coincidence, but, as Mr. Pepper was saying, that, the hotel and the landlord have a vested interest in making parking working. It's not, it's not an expense they're trying to, this is me speaking, I mean, I'm not making the case for them, but it seems to me that they have a vested interest in making parking working. It's not trying to get out of something. And there is a lot of manipulation to the floor plan and the parking plate because as an architect, it is a moving target that you have to see what your footprint availability is. How many rooms can we get on here? And it's not how many rooms can we get. Okay, now what's left over for parking? It's algebra. You're taking a little from here and adding to there and seeing what you can get. And unlike rooms, parking works on floors. You can't put half of it here and half of it there. So it's not something that developers and the clients and the designers take lightly. I mean, it is I don't want anybody to think that generally speaking, it's an expense we're trying to get. It's not like, sprinklers might be a bad example, but if you don't want to have sprinklers, that's an expense that maybe you can find a better way to use more drywall or have a different building system if it makes more sense financially. Parking, you either have it or you don't, and you don't want to have a building or a development that doesn't work. And I don't think there's really any motivation for people to try to skimp on the parking. Generally speaking, I mean.
Well, there's always the assumption that parking is somewhere else. So I think that that's true, and this type, I agree. I'm just trying to figure out, truly what is the cost of an error, and, are we close to it or not close to it, and, I don't know. I'm struggling with it because I do think that we see a lot of presentations that are geared around that algebra, and it's.
We've seen a lot of presentations, but to date, I haven't seen anybody come forward with a parking data like they came forward with. And I've been pretty pessimistic and skeptical about a lot of these when people come up and say, well, we are told or we believe, so.
Well, and I think that you are very skeptical about things and in a good way, and I appreciate it. And I think that some of the concerns I had, I was going to lean to your thoughtful opinion on, and just because I think you do give it a pretty careful analysis. And I will say, I mean, I don't, Premier Parking is definitely in the business of parking. I think they're experts in that regard, and they would probably be very happy to have 20 more spaces in that building to make money off of if they thought that it would benefit them. So I know that they probably have a motivation to maximize the parking spaces that they are able to manage, and certainly didn't make the case that they need more, but that this was adequate based on what they've seen. So I do appreciate that. And did you have more?
I'm not the only person voting, so.
Well, and I guess the other piece of it is, would it, if there were 90 spaces in that building and, they were required to have, by negotiation, 20 or 30 or 58 more, which would pull them, if they had a true contract for 58 spaces, we all would have had an hour and a half back. Maybe longer. I don't know how long it took to hear the case, but I'm saying that is an option too, is to say, well, you're required by code to have 148. You want to put 90 in your building, but go talk to some of the hospitals and some of the other parking lots and find 68 more spots, get a 3-year contract on it that renews until the law changes and you're good to go. That would be the other option, or something in between. Maybe it's not 148. Maybe you say, you got to go find another 30 somewhere because we're more comfortable with 120. I know you're comfortable with 90. I think y'all are comfortable. You're comfortable with 90. You're comfortable with 90. You're not. I doubt you are, but I'm not going to speak for you.
I can tell you what my thinking is, because we're going to be dealing with a lot of things. Regulations that we are required to follow. And if we're going to try to look at this as a board consistently, keeping in mind that sometimes there are factors that exist in one place and not the other, to me, and I'm not an expert in parking or an architect or any of these things, but to me, a percentage reduction is appropriate, either in conjunction, that is, a percentage reduction to a number, and say you can meet that number however you want to. If you want to meet it with on-site parking and off-site, or just on-site, so my thinking is I'm willing to do a 10% reduction, but that's just me, and we may be far apart on that.
I think another option might be to pick a number. And let's say if your number is 130, 133, whatever that is, to offer that and say, you need to go find that to do your project, but 3 years from now, if you want to come back with real data and say, we've never used those other spots, then you can request a variance at that point down to the 90. Basically, if it turns out that, you indeed only needed 90 spots based on your usage, then you can remove that extra requirement. That might be, again, to me, it's that protection of guessing wrong that I'm trying to decide if that's important enough to require something like that, or to actually vote for their proposal. And I would be more comfortable, I think, with saying, 90 is fine for your building, but you really need to have X number more. I don't know that I'm 100% with that, but I'm thinking, 30 more, 120-ish, and if you secure that through a contract, and if your experience once this thing is up and built suggests that you really don't need that space, then come back and ask for a variance for those 30 spots that you don't have on site. Is that possible?
Well, I feel like, ironically, that the more we analyze down this line of thinking, that we're getting more into the arbitrary and capricious realm legally. And I'm not the lawyer on the group, so forgive me. But as it stands now, this is my analysis on that particular topic. As it stands now, we have a proposed number, proposed reduction based on a data set. And I feel like maybe this doesn't matter to the board, but I feel like if we get into I don't feel like that's a good number, maybe it should be a little higher, I'd be more comfortable with this number or that number, then I think we're starting to discount the data. Either we believe the data or we don't, or we accept the data or we don't. You don't really believe data, I suppose. So I just put that out there.
Well, and I think the data that was presented was good, but it was counter to what was presented by this same group of folks at the last hearing. That's where and that's just, where I'm saying, well, and conveniently, the last set of data said they needed to have 70 parking spots, and that's how many they had. And, and like I said, I think it was based on assumptions that were valid then or whatever, and I think they have better data. That's what I'm saying. I think that the way all that works is.
That concerned me too, but I think an adequate explanation was given for the change of the numbers. One is that and I believe it from what I see in this city, which is that number of people who are not driving is evolving pretty quickly. And also think that they made the point that, they just didn't really do their homework well last time, and I accept that. And they didn't talk with the people they needed to talk to and firm up their numbers, and so.
I accept that too, but to Mr. Harper's point, I'll just say I don't accept the data on face value. I think there is a lot of variables that are not taken into account. My reason in trying to assign a percentage is that way we can similarly deal with other people, because every person is going to come in and say, you guys accepted a study. It said this was the average occupancy rate and therefore also the drive-up rate. And I don't think we want to be in that position on with this particular data. That's just my take on it.
So I understand what you're saying. I think that I like that idea. It would make our work easier and more predictable. I guess my concern about it is I do think that projects can be different. And I think that when an applicant comes before us, and they've come twice now, and they give us, back to Mr. Harper's point, objective data, and the people that opposed it, I understand that in reality they're against someone who has a much more bigger financial interest, and it probably doesn't make sense, and they don't have the connections to go get a parking study. But there is an opportunity for people to present two sets of data, and I think that we just really had one here, and I was convinced that it seems valid. So.
Would someone like to make a motion, or?
I would be willing to move that we grant the variances, and I understand the Bill 2 zone is not really a part of this time, but I would like to move that we grant the variance for the setback requirements and the parking places that have been proposed.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second.
I've wanted to have a friendly amendment that it's a special exception, which is different than a variance for their. It's a special exception for the. Can you get that?
That's right. It's a special exception for the step back variance. I'm sorry, step back is special exception. Parking is variance.
For the benefit of everybody here, can you explain the difference between the special exception and the variance?
So basically different standards for the board to consider. With a variance, there's the hardship element and that list of 5 or 6 requirements, criteria that they have to meet. With a special exception, there's a separate list of requirements, and if they meet those, the board's discretion is limited. So basically, if they meet the requirements for the special exception, then it needs to be granted, I believe.
Can you say that again?
If they meet the requirements for a special exception. Basically, a special exception is something that if they meet certain criteria, they are entitled to do it. We cannot do it administratively. The board has to make the determination that they meet that criteria. If the board determines that they meet that criteria, then the special exception is granted. Whereas a variance, they have to prove a hardship, prove unique characteristics, prove that it doesn't negatively impact the neighborhood, et cetera.
So I need to reword that. So I reword my motion that we grant the special exception and that we grant the variance from parking requirements. Is that right?
Second.
Okay.
I'm not. Can I just say also, if that motion were to pass, would it include that they are held to the manner in which they presented the square footage breakdown? Because they had to change that in order to get these parking spaces.
In the restaurant.
I think our attorney needs to answer that.
I think it would be part of the motion.
I think it would be part of the motion.
Oh.
Would you be willing to
That's what I'm
have
saying.
that as a condition?
Oh, yes, yes. Yes, I'd be glad to have that.
So with the condition that the tenant space as shown on the drawing be allocated as they presented it with in this case, a 3,000 square foot restaurant and retail space that I think ultimately required 25 parking spaces, that they would not be allowed to have a 10,000 square foot restaurant that would have 61 parking spaces required, I think, which is what their original
So we're saying as presented.
as presented. Is that, okay, so we have a motion, we have a second, we have it amended.
Comment as well.
Discussion.
Yes, discussion. Is the off-site parking, it's required for them to do that, or is that does that need to be part of our motion, or no?
Presumably, off-site parking is a tool available to any project of this nature. In some instances, it's what keeps a case from coming to the board. 10 spaces are required. Somebody finds all 10 for off-site parking in a way that meets the code. So there's no special portion of the motion or consideration by the board that's necessary here. The bottom line is, do you meet the count required by law?
Okay, so the variance is for the 90 spaces, and this allows them to not have to meet go to off-site parking to meet the requirements.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. We have 3 opposed, 3-3. So
how about we divide these up? And I'll move that we grant the special exception for the 6th and 5th floor encroachment.
I'll second.
all right, there's a motion and a second for the step back. Any discussion on that? All in favor of that, raise your hand. Any opposed? 6-6, that passes. And the parking variance,
We can talk about it some more, we could defer it
well,
and let them fix it or come back with a different. Sorry, I feel like we're to the point where we could defer it and they could either make arrangements or come back with an amended proposal. I don't see us reaching a consensus. Okay, that might not be true. I feel like I'm okay with the numbers. He's okay, and you guys aren't. So I don't know that there's really much of a way to compromise at this point.
yeah, I mean, I think the one thing I would, if I had a stronger contract rather than a letter that said, hey, we'll provide whatever overflow you have, I don't really know what that means. And I think if there was a stronger contract that said, we'll provide up to some number of spaces, I agree with Cindy. I don't think that I would expect that to be 58, because if it was 58, they would be done. And but I think that if they had something that that to me was a little bit stronger about the overflow, I might be swayed. And I mean, that's really where I am. It is. What will you guarantee me to help me know if we guess wrong that that y'all are good? And that's really what I'm looking for. And I think that just to grant it straight out doesn't offer the neighborhood that safety net. And if they're asking us to, and again, I agree with, I think the data is strong, but to me, it's all about the safety net for the neighborhood as we look to adjust the parking requirements that we were not elected to do. So I think we have a right to do it. That's why, because it's on the docket, we have a right to decide it. I get that, but that's where I am on it. Is the safety net protection, and I'd like to see something a little more solid than what we got.
So, do we want to reopen the hearing to ask them how long they want to come back with it, or do we just want to give them a date?
As it stands now, we had a motion not passed, so.
There was a motion that didn't
Well, I
pass.
was going to make a motion to, I guess why I'm asking is I was going to make a motion to defer, but I didn't know if we wanted to ask for a date certain, or if we just wanted to defer it and let them come back when they're ready. Whatever the board.
I don't mind asking if that's the question.
Okay. Anybody opposed to reopening the public hearing to ask the appellant a question? Okay, yeah, if the appellant could come back and... All right, you've heard the discussion and heard at the beginning of the meeting, it takes 4 votes to have anything passed. You've got 3 in support and 3 that didn't support, and 2 have expressed and kind of where we are on it and what our hesitation is, which I think can be overcome, but it's still there. And so the question is, how long would you need to do some additional work with Premier and your other parking neighbors to come back with maybe, if not a contract, a more solid representation that, yes, there are parking spaces available, and yes, if there's, for this many overflow, we will guarantee that.
What's the agreement takes that right now?
Is that what you need?
I think in short, we're saying, how long do you need to come back with your next offer?
Yeah, we meet again in 2 weeks. You can we can defer that piece of it. And of course, the step back was passed today, but we can come back in 2 weeks, or we can come back in a month.
Sure. And just so we're clear, it seems like the board is generally comfortable with the reduction in parking so long as a proper safety net is in place.
I think that's what you heard. I mean, you had 3 people that were comfortable with your proposal as is, which is a nice testament to your proposal. You need another vote, and the others, at least for me, and I don't know how you felt about the proposal, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but at least for 2 other folks have said that, again, if you had a contract for 158, we would not be here, you'd be done, you wouldn't need to come to us, but somewhere in between, and I, to say, hey, I can guarantee you that they'll do at least 30 spots or 20 spots or whatever, would go a long way for me being comfortable with,
sure,
with saying, okay, yeah, you really have provided that safety net in case we guess wrong.
I think that 2 weeks would be adequate for us to come back with a proposal for a parking agreement to manage a certain number of off-site spaces that are required for the zoning.
And since all 6 of us are here and all 6 of us heard the case, we can just address that parking variance, and I don't think we have to have the whole rehearing. We certainly will have the opportunity for the opposition to speak on that issue, but since we have all heard the hearing, hopefully it will not be as long a hearing, and as a deferral, we'll move you to the front of the agenda, as close to the front as we can. So I do have, is there a motion to defer to the next meeting?
Excuse me, Chairman, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I had just one other thought for consideration, perhaps, just because I understand that, every decision this body makes is going to have a precedent, and you have to create metrics to understand it. And objective information is all we can provide, with we have to hire traffic consultants and experts as part of our team. And so I understand that the healthy level of suspect and criticism of that regard. And so, but as such, I think, you're absolutely right that the burden of proof and or as far as being able to success this project, the success for this project, parking is very critical, and so we don't take that lightly, and we want to make sure that there are safety nets in place, and so and that's why we're so reluctant to commit to a parking agreement just for the full amount, because it would be a significant investment for something that's not required.
Well, I think at least implicitly, we're all in agreement with that.
Yeah, right.
Because obviously, if you thought you needed an agreement for the whole thing, we wouldn't have to have this conversation. But I think you can sort of see the lay of the land. I mean, you need 4 of us, and, it's somewhere between where you are and that number. And compared to the previous case, we felt like they were further. As I was mentioning earlier, I think it would be a bit arbitrary for us just to say, nope, 75%, there it is.
Right.
That's arbitrary, and what we're saying is, you're a long way on the data. You haven't gotten us all there, and the only concession we're really asking for is, as the expert, as the business, the developer, tell us what makes sense to you. Make us one more offer.
Well, we really appreciate your thoroughness and your time and consideration on this matter. And what I was going to say is that the revisiting the number, if we came back with a proposal, I really liked the notion of somehow, I don't know procedurally if this exists for you or the BZA or staff, to revisit those off-site requirements, like with a 3-year term, for example. Like if we were able to negotiate a parking agreement, is there a way to revisit that with this board?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what
the board's allowed, it's kind of a separate question. The board's allowed to place conditions on their approval, such as we are also going to require an X number of years, additional number of spaces, subject to review at a later date. You'll have to come back at X. You can totally do that. We don't see it a lot, but it's been done in the past.
And that would, again, the goal is to provide the right number of parking spots. And for me, it was, what is the protection if we guess wrong, but yet I don't want to penalize the project forever because of that fear now. So I think that absolutely would be fair.
Great. Thank you very much.
What terms would you feel comfortable with the parking agreement?
I mean, I think that the 3-year minimum is what
the parking agreement's outlined by law.
Yeah, that we don't have to. That's, yeah.
So close the public hearing.
And we have a motion. Yeah, we'll close the public hearing, and
so I'll move that we defer this for till the next meeting, 2 weeks. And
got a motion. Have a second. All in favor? Aye. That is deferred, and we will see you in 2 weeks. Thank you. And we need one more quick break, and then we will get to the rest of the cases. Normally don't have cases that last this long or that are this complicated for us, but both of those parking variances are fairly new to us, and we want to get it right because we will hear more, and so I appreciate your patience. So let's get to the next case, which I think is number 84.
That's right, 2019-084, involving property at 2919 Sidco Drive. The zoning map here shows you the zoning here is IR. This is a request for a variance from setback and size requirements to install a ground sign as well as 3 facade signs. So you see the zoning here is IR, aerial photography showing you the surrounding area. This is the site plan, the building where the proposed signs will go. And then finally, the photograph showing you the current conditions of the property. Is there anyone here in opposition to this case? Seeing none, the appellant will have 5 minutes to make your presentation to the board. Please state your name and address.
My name is Perry Houseman, 2919 Sidco, and I represent Myers Flooring.
Great, and now you can make your presentation. Thank you.
And I'm going to be painfully short and sweet here, and easy. Myers Flooring and Nashville Carpet Center, 2 friendly competitors, been in town for many, many years. The last few years, Myers bought Nashville Carpet Center, many reasons. Interestingly, before that transaction happened, both companies were hoping to get into the Sidco design district. After the merger, no buildings of appropriate nature, size, function were available, we rented a space on a side street, in fact, across the street from this building. Shortly after signing that lease, this building, rumors were that it would come on the market and be available for sale. Long story short, we got it. As part of that design district and what is happening in the Sidco area, people are rehabbing that industrial area. It is becoming more of what I call a shelter area, having to do with things under the roof, under the home, marble for countertops, draperies, carpet, flooring, all kinds of things. A very, very hot little pocket for our local interior design community. And because most of the people that are rehabbing these buildings understand the history and the gravitas of the region and liking it, wanting to maintain it, we're dressing up old buildings, and it takes a whole lot of money to keep that old building looking like an old building. Through lots of thought process and creativity, trying to maintain that already established language, we attempted to take a very ugly, very plain building, dress it up, make it welcoming, inviting, something that that community would be proud of, the area would be proud of, and basically took a long, wide building and tried to break it up by adding a vertical feature. That feature actually is a walkout double-door vestibule air brake, and the height is simply there just to kind of break things up a little bit. My hardship is this. We didn't think about signage. You know, how are people going to find us until things were already in the process, and learned that a street sign is not an option on our side of the street. It doesn't, well, you can see a little bit on the side of the photo there. We're under a power line. We only own about 12 inches, I think it is, of that grass. We do own the parking lot. So for us to have a ground sign, we would ask for a variance. That's one of these variances we're asking for. We also did not design this structure, some people have called it the tower, for signage. However, it's obviously the best place to put a sign. What you see in the photograph is a temporary plastic banner. I do have a rendering, and I just have a photograph here. I'd be glad to share this if I can pass it around. I don't know what else to do. Of what we're proposing, which is similar. We are not planning or will do some kind of backlit plastic bubble sign or spinning things. This will be a very understated, basically cut out letters against our wall, and then lit by Sidco farmhouse lanterns, little hooked over lamps. We feel like our proposal for what we'd like to do on signage is very tasteful, very understated, and very appropriate for our community. I understand that the signage is about 3 or 4 feet, what we would like to do, 3 or 4 feet higher on the wall than codes allow. I'm requesting a variance on that. I'm extremely sensitive to gaudy and gauche and what shouldn't be, and I predict that this is something that will make you guys proud, make our community proud. We would like to go forward with that. Because of, that's a second variance, because of the first variance, basically meaning I'd have to put a ground sign, a short ground sign, in our parking lot, taking up a parking spot, and just frankly relatively awkward.
Sorry, you're proposing not to have a monument sign?
Well, that was one of the things we were asking for, and frankly, coming before this
Wait, I'm
group,
sorry. Do you want a monument sign or no?
I would prefer to sacrifice my monument sign and let us put
the
proposed sign, on that building. We have to have some kind of a,
right.
I call it signage, I think it's called indicators.
And is the sign, can somebody help me with just what the variances are for the three, he had mentioned it being placed higher than he's allowed, but I thought that the square footage of the sign may have been an issue.
So my understanding of the request, the law says that if the clearance of the sign, if it's higher than 2.5 feet, if it's between 2.5 feet and 10 feet, it has to have a 15-foot setback. So my understanding is that the sign is higher, it falls within that 2.5 to 10 feet.
Oh, no, he said he's done the monument sign.
Okay, so you're just talking about the
three,
signs?
yeah, the three facade signs.
So a facade sign cannot be greater than 15% of the size of that facade. The facade.
Oh, and
So
because
if they want to put a sign on a facade, the sign cannot be bigger than 15% of the size of the facade.
And because that's normally thought of as a bigger, maybe, face, because this is just a smaller bump out, maybe that's why that hit too. I mean, the sign doesn't look.
Well, I mean, the law, it's 1732 130F1 says each facade of a principal building shall be restricted to a maximum building signage of 15% of the area of the facade. So that's just the way
And
the
do we
building
know
is built.
what his proposal is?
He would, I believe I just know that it's more than 15%.
I could probably help out a lot with this. My name's Mike.
Perfect. State your name and address.
My name is Michael Price. I'm with Design Team Sign Company. I'm working with Perry on this project. According to what the code states is you can have 15%, which is the height and width of the building. Unfortunately, they consider that a tower. Your signage can't go above the roof line for any point. They say that you can't add a tower just for the sole purpose of a signage. And that's not what he did. What he's wanting to do is go above that roof line because the tower goes above the actual roof line of the original building. So he's wanting a variance to go about 2 foot above the actual roof line of the brick of the tower. And I guess his main hardship is he doesn't have any room on his facade to put a sign because he's got those design elements with those lights up there. So he's got nowhere to put a sign.
I didn't understand the issue was how high up he's going with the sign. I understood it was the size of the sign to the facade on which it will be mounted. Am I right about that?
That was my understanding of the application, that they had come in and what they proposed.
There's a lot of different regulations with the signage. Generally, it's a 15% rule of your building. But the problem is that's mounted on a tower. They don't consider that tower, the height of the tower, it goes above the original roof line. So that's where the variance comes into play. Only 50% of your letters can actually go above the roof line.
Okay, I follow you. So you're saying that they're not considering as square footage the part of that facade that goes above the original roof line of the building?
That's correct. He's allowed 15% of his facade. He's only asking for about 5%. That building's about 300 foot wide.
Okay. You said that, is that a vinyl banner you have up there now?
Yeah, what you see in that photograph is a vinyl.
Is that going to be the size of the sign?
No, it would be slightly longer. However,
the dimension lines are on those drawings that you guys were given. The front sign is 95 inches tall by 145 inches wide.
If I may, what you see there is one whole flat piece of something. What we would like to do are just basically cut out letters and a cutout square that frames all that, so it's not a solid mass.
And then on your ground sign, you're going to have essentially, it's going to go on this picture where the grass is essentially, but you only own about 12 inches of that
I've got
grass.
a depiction of the ground sign, which I turned that in with a sign application.
Okay, I think we've got that right here, too. You see, yeah.
We've got it.
The problem with the ground sign is it has to meet a 10-foot setback if it's below 30 inches. If it's above 30 inches, you have to have a 15-foot setback. His problem is he only has 12 inches of grass there. So if he had a 0 setback, he would need to build an island in his parking lot just for the sign to fit. If he had to go by normal setback requirements, the sign would be in the middle of the parking lot. Nobody could drive by.
I understand. I assume none of your neighboring business folks over there have any issue with this, do they?
They've all been, no. In
It's
fact,
all-
they're
in-
kind of proud of us. We've gotten a lot of compliments on helping out the neighborhood, so.
Any other questions for the applicant? Do you have anything else that you'd like to add? All right, if not, we'll close the public hearing and discuss. I know that there was a case several years ago with the Greyhound bus station that had requested to put their sign on that, what was then defined as a tower, and I think we ended up describing it as an architectural element of some sort. I don't know who came up with that, one of the architects or something, but basically saying it just seemed a reasonable part of the building and not just there strictly for signage. And I do think that when you talk about a facade, you're talking about, in this case, the front of that tower, not the front of the whole building, and it's certainly not more than 15% of the whole space. So I think that's a point to be made. I don't really have an issue with it. Now, they did say, I think I'm not 100% certain they want us to vote on this ground sign or not. Do you? And I'll open the public hearing to ask you.
Sounding wheelie-dealy.
Would you like to have you would like to have all of it?
I would like to have the option on the ground sign.
Okay,
If I had
that's
to
all I need.
choose, I want the facade.
Okay.
I think there's a hardship with the ground sign, too, because there's asphalt existing there, which is a topographical feature that's there. So I would be variances, I would make, that's a motion, yeah. That's a motion to approve all the variances. Grant all the variances.
Got a motion to approve the variances. Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion or comments?
I would tie it to these drawings.
Is that Alma that,
As submitted.
I'm sorry, Ross, you made the motion that it be, the motion is subject to the drawings that were presented.
Correct.
That's what we
Yes,
approved.
that's correct. Yes.
Is that acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay. Motion has been made, seconded, amended. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? That passes 5-1, 5-0. 5-9. Good luck. Thank you. And thank you for all the work you're doing to improve that area. It's come along a long way in the last several years. It looks great.
Bring somebody shopping with you.
All right. Next case.
Next case, 2019-086, involving property at 1500 Charlotte Avenue, requesting variances from landscape and parking requirements in order to construct a mixed-use hotel. Zoning map here shows you the zoning of the property is MUIA. Aerial photography giving you a sense of the surrounding area. Before you now is the proposed site plan for this location, and finally the photography showing you the current conditions of the property. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 86? Seeing no opposition, the appellant will have 5 minutes to make your desired presentation. Please state your name and address before making your presentation.
Okay, I am Bert Morton. I'm a civil engineer with Civil and Environmental Consultants. I live at 844 Battery Lane in Nashville. These are my co-workers. They're also engineers, Kevin Blackburn and Drew Stokes. I've been working on this project for a couple of years. It's a hotel at 1500 Charlotte Avenue. We are asking, at that time, 2 years ago, we asked for a landscape variance, which we were granted. Due to site constraints and other issues, it's taken a while to get the design finished. We're coming back on two issues. The first one is the landscape buffer. We'd like to, I don't know if you call it renew it or re-up it, but we've talked with Stephen Kivett about it, and he's on board with us so far. But we'd like to get that approved if possible. The second item is another parking reduction. We have, and unless you want us to talk about the landscape buffer some more, I'd rather talk about the parking, because everybody else in America wants to talk about parking. But the data that we've discussed, that we've found, really matches the same stuff that we've seen before. We're asking for a 37% reduction in parking. The required parking is for the hotel and mixed use areas, 175 spaces. We are asking for 110 spaces, so a 37% reduction.
And how many rooms are going to be in the hotel?
There are 191 rooms. There's also a restaurant, and a walk-up restaurant at Subway. It's also on site. The development, our reasons for this are. Number one is the development is located it's in the urban zoning overlay, and it's about 700 feet away from the downtown code. So the use of this site is going to be primarily for business use and for travel use. That's not much of a surprise for you guys, but the data that we found has showed that over 50% of the travelers that come into town are coming from over 8 hours away, and 80% of the travelers are coming for business or entertainment use. For those, and then with the other data that was mentioned before, we got some conflicting data. Our data came from the Nashville Convention Center. Since 2014, the hotel occupancy rate has stayed steady. From we've had a shortage of rooms. We've had the same. We've been building hotels for the last 5 years, and we have a pretty steady state of 75%. And in 2014, it was listed as 73%, and now it's at 75%, with 17% increase in people coming into town. So we're building rooms. We're providing a constant cycle of rooms. We're not, in concert with that trend, we've also, in 2014, 55% of the people coming to Nashville were using a rental car. In 2017, it was down to 29%. And then what Meredith mentioned in a couple of cases ago was her data said 27%. So the trend, and we know that we've talked about this a lot. You've heard this more than you probably want to hear, but that trend is going down. And in our case, currently there's not any other uses. We don't have people walking up and trying to use this vacant lot. The current use is the Haddock's Pharmacy, which is being demolished, and the Metro PCS, and then the Subway, which is now out of business for now. And currently the site's vacant, and we're hoping to build pretty soon, as soon as we can.
Is this? I remember the project from a couple of years ago, and I remember it had a lot of kind of strange engineering issues with easements, and you had a lot of stuff going through that impacted almost where every single column could go.
Yeah.
But you didn't ask for a parking variance, so it seems like, is this hotel bigger than what you had originally planned?
Well, no. It has had some rooms, as a matter of fact, but and for what it's worth, we're not asking for economics as part of our hardship. But for what it's worth, because of that, what you're talking about in the columns and the 3 sewers beneath the property, each floor of parking costs $1 million. So it's $1 million for, if we don't need all this parking spaces, to have a vacant floor. I mean, our data is saying we don't need a floor of parking spaces. If you guys say we need a floor of parking spaces, we will build a floor of parking spaces. It costs $1 million to do it, and we've also talked with planning. We talked to zoning. We've talked with Metro Public Works about the use of stacked parking. In a valet area, we can get increased density by stacking the parking and by using valet and double parking, only letting professionals drive. And that's okay. That can be done. But I don't think it's needed. And the data that we're seeing is not showing a need for that. And it looks like the trend is continuing that direction. The other, and I've got more data. I don't.
Do you have any kind of parking study?
Yeah, well, the parking study we've gotten has come from public resources and what we've poached off of our friends that came before us today. But that is the same type of data we've seen. It's been, for the most part, 40% parking has been kind of a trend reduction. For example, Chandler, Arizona, which is a suburb of Phoenix, has they're doing, I guess Metro is eventually going to do and update their ordinance. I mean, the ordinances are made to be changed, obviously, and it'll eventually happen, but the Chandler, Arizona adopted changes that allow for up to a 40% reduction where ride sharing is used. Our hotel it's going to have a drop-off lane for ride sharing. It's going to have a courtesy van in case somebody comes in from out of town and wants to, I guess presumably it's to pick up people from airport or restaurants or what, but that's reserved, that's on our plan, shown on our site plan. So that is an item which is going to be part of this hotel. So, the 40% reduction, when I spoke with zoning about this appeal initially, I said, what are you seeing? What's been kind of a common ask? I said, well, 40% is kind of where these guys have been asking, and that's what I've been seeing here today. But in our case, we're not. This isn't a bar area. This isn't an area where people are going to come up and park in the hotel to go to the bar because there's not a bar nearby. There's not a lot of restaurants nearby. We're providing restaurants. That's going to be great, and we're going to keep the Subway restaurant, which is there, and that's going to be nice too. But this isn't a heavy entertainment district at this time, and we're providing the amount of parking that we're providing currently the amount of parking that we need, and in the future we're going to provide all the parking that we need. And I don't think this is, at least I certainly hope this doesn't affect the neighborhood in a negative way. I only see positives. Mr. Coffin, wrote a letter saying this, saying such. This is going to be a positive for the development, and it's going to happen no matter what. But I'd rather not have the use of space that's
so
not
you're saying that this, one of the things that was my concern on the last one was what happens if you're wrong, and in that particular case, it was a much denser area. It was a much more densely built area, and what I heard you say was that you would have the ability to stack cars in your valet. I mean, you would have an ability to reconfigure parts of your parking to accommodate more cars in a valet type situation if you needed to.
If needed, yeah, for sure.
So you could switch and add capacity to what you have.
If we have to.
And do you have any idea what that extra capacity could be? Would it be an extra 30 cars or 40 if you stack?
That's a fair question. No, we'd have to design. It'd probably be limited to the floors where we have the space allotted for it. If you remember, the bottom floor has to have a 21-foot clearance to allow for access to the sewer. So I'd say the bottom floor would be a good place to put it, likely. We'd want to think ahead. If this is if you guys want us to make that provision, I'll tell the architect. We'll make sure that we put an extra 10 feet of clearance on one of the floors to provide for it. But it doesn't seem like it's needed. We're gonna, from the data that we've seen and what we've heard, and for the use that we have it.
Do you know how many spots you have on that? I do remember that ground floor had to be really tall because of the sewer line and getting trucks in that might have to dig up your.
Yeah, currently there's only 4 spots in on the bottom floor.
Okay.
It's 4 spots, but the trash dumpster is there. The courtesy van is there as well too.
Okay.
We can move some things around in order to make it happen.
No, and again, we're trying to figure out how each one's different. And this one, like I said, you are, just outside, really closer to that district than the Graduate was, but that was kind of the logic, for that one is that practically downtown now, that downtown, the reality of downtown is spread. And
we're not going to get additional density in the future from the, the property to the north. I mean, that's a housing development which is going to be there. There's a park across the street from 16th Avenue, and that's going to be there. Next door neighbor is a Waffle House, which will be under construction, I think, soon. We have an access easement with the Waffle House. It's a perpetual cross easement that we can use their parking if we had to, and they could use ours if they had to. But I don't know if that's needed, then we can cross that bridge. But
any other questions for the applicant? I don't think there was opposition. Do you all have anything else to add?
Not at this time.
Then we will close the public hearing and discuss.
I spend a lot of time in Jack Cawthon's place right there across the street, so I've looked at this site many times. And I was very impressed that Jack is in favor of it. So that I hope you read his letter. He made it very clear how he felt. We have not heard from Freddie O'Connell, but I'm assuming no news is good news from him.
We have a generic letter from him for the other project, which is we generally supporting parking reductions, and I think that would generally apply to this too. But I mean, less concern in part because there's no opposition, and it's just a whole different area, and it's similar to what the previous applicant had proposed, but the other had pretty substantive evidence that that the neighborhood would be impacted, and therefore I was thinking there needed to be a more definitive safety net. But it sounds like that there is contingency planning here, and there is option for expansion and or access to other spots, and it is just a less dense area. So I'm not as concerned about that issue that I was on the other because of the specifics to this property. But I'm not sure what your thoughts are.
That there's no opposition is really important to me, and it is a much less dense area. I wish we had, and I would feel more comfortable if we had some kind of parking study, and that's really the previous applicants, the first time they came up, and it was a different case. It is a different area. There was a lot of opposition, but we basically told them, you need to go back and come back with, more objective evidence. And we've talked today about how each project is different, and I think we all recognize that the requirements need to be reduced because of what's happening with rideshare. So I can't say I want to hear the board. I can't say I'm opposed to the variance. I would be more comfortable if we had a parking study for this particular project. But again, I think there is no opposition, and I think it's readily apparent it's a less dense area. So those are my thoughts on it.
Well, it's close to the DTC. He said he was within 700 feet
Yes,
away. The DTC downtown code does not require any parking, believe it or not.
Well, yeah, and that's what kind of the thought was with the Graduate. I think maybe been 1,500. It was a little further down. I remember they argued that it was closed, but yeah, 700. Basically, if it was on the other side of the interstate, they would be required to have no parking, and so that I think was part of what their argument was. But
I also support the traffic study, parking study, to be consistent with what others have provided.
Yeah, I think that I think that's important. I think that if you're going to come, we are living in uncertainty about what is the number. and I think they could get a parking study that would support what they want to do.
Well, my coworker, Kevin Blackburn, is a registered engineer in traffic and does traffic studies. So we worked in concert here on this. It's not, I mean, we're not, it's not a parking study by a parking company. We're consulting engineers. I can't say that we look as on this particular case, because it's our project, we don't look impartial, I guess. But
So with that opposition, I'm going to open the public hearing if that's okay, and then you can ask. So the question is, tell us, do you have any parking data that you can share, or a study that you've prepared?
Yeah, well, the study is not official study, probably in the way that what Republic Parking or whoever else has provided.
Is that something that you could prepare?
It sure is. Yeah, we can do that, and we've got. But the other data that we have gotten has been public source data. We have textbook data as well. We can certainly come across it if needed.
I mean, you've sat through 3 of these now, so you know that's become
But I would like
fairly
to ask
important.
one question. I'm sorry to cut you off
you're
there,
fine.
because my short-term thinking here is not so great. But I guess my one question is when we've heard the same things. This is not impartial data. This is not impartial data. Eventually, all data is impartial. I mean, it's got partiality. All data does, because it's provided by somebody. If we have data, if we turn in this traffic study, it's going to look, and it turns out favorable. You're going to, a guy might be likely to say, hey, well, you skewed the numbers to get rid of exactly one level of parking. If that's the way, I'm not accusing that, but it's always going to look that way. Do we need to get a third party to do it? If so, we can get a third party to do the study. That's not a problem. But I want to know that on the front end before we have to provide it, because it'll take longer to get a third party to do a parking study than for us to do it.
I would be more comfortable with a third party.
Sure. Okay.
Which is. Would you be willing to defer to do that?
If necessary, sure, we do that. It'll. I don't know how long it'll take. For us, we could have a study done in 2 weeks. If we get a third party, it may be a month or two out. And
So you could. Well, we can defer it. We can defer it for either 2 weeks or a month. And if you want to defer it for 2 weeks and you need more time,
right?
Is that how we normally do that?
We can do that, or if they wanted to defer it 2 weeks, that would be March 21st, or if they want to err on the side of more time, they could defer it 2 meetings to April 4th, and then if at that point they determine they need more time, just notify us, a week or so in advance, and we can.
And that's fine, but
or you can put it to a vote. I mean, you may have. I think you may have the votes.
I don't want to throw caution to the wind like that, because I don't think that's not my style operation. But the guys are. What we're here for first and foremost is a landscape variance. If we get the landscape variance, then we can get our building permit. Our contractors are procured and ready to go.
Well, and I don't remember I remember that the board did grant the landscape variance when you came 2 years ago, and I totally understand that the way that project evolved, that it just took a lot longer than you thought, and you weren't able to get your permit in 2 years. I think we can vote on that, and if you have anything else, I don't know what the conditions were, but whatever the conditions were, do you remember what the conditions were?
Not exactly, but I do know that they're meeting tree density, perimeter, interior. I'm very happy with the variance.
Yeah, and I thought that it was, to work with you on if there was anything to do on the park side, if there was, anything they could do that they would, but I think it was basically.
There's already some substantial wall there, and I think they're going to add some fencing to that as well. So
I think that's what it was. So it basically was working with you, and if you were satisfied with it, then I think the board was satisfied at least 2 years ago. Does anyone have any other specific questions about the landscape variance that they would want to ask before we would vote on that? And then defer for 2 meetings or 1 meeting?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to hear I'd like for Kevin Blackburn to speak. He's our traffic engineer.
So I'm Kevin Blackburn. I'm at 3025 Cecil Lewis in Franklin. Like Bert said, I'm a traffic engineer, and I prepared all of the numbers that are in the report. And I did 2 days of research, looking everywhere I could find to find the impact of ride sharing as such a new thing. It's kind of hard to find an example that meets the same criteria of the project that we have here. So looking to do a traffic or a parking, I did the traffic study as well. To do the parking study, it's going to be difficult to find a comparable use in such close proximity to downtown with enough recent data that we can look at, because this obviously hasn't been built. If we had another hotel, right across the street, we could do a pretty simple study where we look at occupancy rates and things like that. But I mean, it all depends on where the hotel is and what's around it. So in this case, it seems to be much more business related and less with other uses. So, the trend is showing much more business traveling. So I think the tricky part, even with a third party, is finding how do you collect data on something that doesn't yet exist, and then showing that in a way that shows one way or the other what the demand would be.
It's very easy for Premier Parking and Republic Parking and Lanier Parking Atlanta to give parking data because that's their business. Our business is not, so we have to rely on published sources. The published sources we've gotten so far have been on the internet. It's free, free stuff. There's just not any, textbook data that says, for a urban hotel, an urban overlay with a certain amount of rooms, how many people use taxis, how many people use bus, and the other items that Charlotte Avenue has been on the target of any kind of major thoroughfare transportation plan, with trains, buses, whatever, for years.
Right.
If that ever happens, we'll be right in the thing. The point I was getting at before is that we're getting our clients really wants to start construction when they can.
Okay. So let me, I will once again close the public hearing, and let's talk about the landscape buffer. And does anyone have a motion to approve the landscape buffer as negotiated with the urban forester?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Any discussion on the landscape buffer? All in favor of the variance for the landscape buffer, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The landscape buffer passes. The parking,
I can make a motion that we defer it, or they can put it to a vote.
I think we've had two. We've had two folks that said you wanted a parking study. So I think that the answer is to defer. So
okay, I would move to defer at one meeting the variance on the parking requirements.
Okay, and a variance, a motion's been made to defer this to the next meeting. If the applicant needs more time, they can defer further until they have their parking study. Is there a second to that motion? There's a motion, there's a second. Any discussion? All in favor of that motion, raise your hand. Any opposed? That passes 5-0. So you could come back next time if you're ready. If not, then just let Emily know, and then we'll put you on the agenda when you have your parking study.
Hey, thanks for your help.
Absolutely. Thank y'all. Next case.
Next case is 2019-089, involving property at 4136 Creek Trail Drive, requesting a variance from front setback requirements to construct a single-family home. Before you is a zoning map showing you the zoning is RS20, aerial photography giving you a sense of the surrounding area, proposed site plan, and photograph showing you the current conditions of the property as well as up and down the street. Is there opposition to this case? Anyone here in opposition to this case? Okay, so the appellant will have 10 minutes to make your desired presentation. Please state your name and address before making your presentation. I would remind the opposition you've got 10 cumulative minutes, so that's 10 minutes for everyone combined to make their opposition or state their opposition.
My name is Randy Yard. I live at 3456 Chandler Cove Way in Antioch. I purchased this lot last year. I hired a civil engineer I came down here, they told me I had to turn in a plot plan to get a permit. I hired a civil engineer who drew my plans for me. He explained to me when he got the plans done that because of the slope on the lot that I was in a critical lot and that it would be a special review here when I came to turn it in for permitting. Got through permitting, I went out and I started clearing the lot, at which point I met some of my neighbors, and after I got the lot cleared, and they told me my front setback would be an average of the 4 closest houses that were on the same side of the street, which created a setback of like 80 feet, which put me in the steepest part of my lot. As it was cleared, and I talked to one of the neighbors, he said that they had that problem and that they came and applied for a variance to move the front setback up. So I came and applied for a variance, and that's why I'm here now.
And is this going to be your home?
Yes.
So what is your hardship here?
The slope of the lot, if I go to the setback that is required by the average, I have 16 feet of slope from the front to the back of my house. It creates a situation where the garage ceiling ends up being 19 feet tall. I have a driveway that is too steep. The subdivision requires you to have a side entrance garage unless the conditions of the lot don't allow for it. My driveway is too steep. My civil engineer says that I'm only allowed to have a 15% slope on my driveway. So I cannot meet the side entrance garage requirements that are in the restrictive covenants of the property.
So you can't push the building, the home back because you can't meet code if you do that. Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking to move it forward so that I can get into a lesser slope, and even at the lesser slope, by moving the house forward, I can't make the side entrance garage work. I believe that's why everyone here is opposing this, because they feel I bought this lot.
Is the issue the side entrance garage? Could you still build a home and push it back and not have the side entrance garage?
If I come forward, I can have a front entrance garage, and that's the way the house was designed.
Okay, but I guess what I'm asking is, can you not change the design of your house to set it to meet the setback requirement?
When I have a single level ranch style home, and when the guy drew the house to do that, to get the garage anywhere close to working, had to drop the level of the garage 6 feet below the house. 10-foot walls had created an 18-foot ceiling inside of my garage, and then my driveway was still too steep to meet the 15% slope maximum that's allowed on a driveway.
Okay, I understand that, but if you started from scratch,
yes, and
could you come up with a
different house?
Right. Is there a house plan that would work
I've been drawing this house plan for like 8 years. When I bought this lot, I bought it under the pretense that there was no HOA or no restrictive covenants, and I've had to hire an attorney and go after the title insurance because it was not revealed to me in the purchase that there was these restrictions.
The setback?
The setbacks, my civil engineer drew the original setback, and he only had it like at 60 feet. And in coming in and asking for the variance, the building department explained to me that they had not used the proper averages.
Who had not?
My civil engineer.
Okay, but this is not an issue of the homeowners This is a code issue.
This
right?
is
The setback is a code requirement. That's not part of your restriction.
No,
So-
when I came in and explained it to zoning and building, they said that topographical reasons were the main reasons. They allowed variances to move setbacks forward, and that the extreme slope of my lot, that they recommended that I apply for the variance. That
So, and
variance puts
the slope is 16 feet.
I've got a house that's 50 feet wide, and I'm sloping from the back to the front 16 feet. If I move the house up to 32-foot setbacks, a 32-foot setback, I only have a 5.5-foot slope through the house.
Okay. So you could build on this lot, but you'd have to move a lot more dirt, and you'd have to come up with a new house plan.
I'm already moving a lot more dirt, and I now have to, even to do this, I have to put in a retaining wall with the new design.
With the
that
design,
civil
you're seeking
engineer
a
has
variance.
looked at.
Okay.
Yes.
With the design you're seeking a variance for, you have
Yes.
to put in a retaining wall.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, let's hear from the opposition. Again, you have 10 minutes total. And anybody, I know there were a lot of hands that were raised. Anybody that wants to speak?
Yeah, I'd just like to let everybody know, I'll start here. My name is John Baker. I live at 4171 Creek Trail Drive. If you're looking from outside where they wants to build the house, I'd be the closest person in the subdivision looking at that house. Like I said, I'm John Baker, and my neighbors had asked me for time's sake just have me come up and present what we wanted to do, but if they'd like to show their hands, it's a vast majority of the neighborhood, it's 74% to be exact, but 3/4 of the neighbors are in opposition to this setback variance. First, let me just say that it's been said many times before what the particular ordinance is, or not the ordinance, but the code is to have a setback variance allowed. And our contention is that the variance is not needed because he can excavate his lot to achieve the minimum setback. There is no physical characteristics, and it's not unique from other lots in the house, I mean, in the neighborhood. If you look at the packet that was provided, there's pictures of many of the houses in our neighborhood that also, myself included, had to excavate to get to the setback further back than 60 feet. The variance that he has, I think originally that it's supposed to be based on the average of the lots around him is 68.5%. I mean, 68.5 feet. The variance is only really sought to effectuate a cost savings and not grading or further excavating the lot. And like he said himself, it's really because it's this house he wants to build, not because no other house can be built there. It's just this particular one that would not fit the way he'd like to. And the variance request would diminish the aesthetics and flow of the neighborhood, possibly impacting the values of the existing homes. And we believe that the board would have difficulty effectively evaluating Mr. Yard's request for variance when he's in violation of the restrictive covenants of the neighborhood, of which we had said the side entrance garage, as well as he has submitted a plan for 1,800 square foot house when the covenant requires 2,400 square foot. So it's not, in our opinion, a valid request because what he submitted there is invalid based on our covenants. Of course, we'd also said the 2,400 and the facing garage. You have gone through, we have several exhibits that are in the packet that was provided, of which we have an engineer, a civil engineer, that has provided an exhibit for us saying that if you look at Exhibit 1, if you have it handy, construction engineers stating that it is not observations made in a limited visual analysis and looking at the Metro Planning Department online map, topic, no warranties expressed or implied. Sorry here. Oh, I'm sorry. All the parcels have existing residential structures. And if you look at the chart of what the setbacks are and the slopes for the surrounding houses, you have 31, 19, 21, 20, 26, and the square footage for those houses, as well as the setback, giving us the 68.5 foot setback. Exhibit 6 is a letter from a contractor that the only reason that for a setback variance would be to affect, it'd be cheaper to not do it. It would cost money to do further excavation. We would understand that. But if you look at the listing here, based on the professional contractor's observations, that excavation was required throughout the neighborhood on Creek Trail, which is the street that this is on, and the other 2 streets that belong to our subdivision. That, along with the belief that it really is not a valid permit request because it does not meet the requirements of the subdivision. Oh, okay, yes. As noted to me, the house that was shown in the previous slide actually that's not in our subdivision. So the subdivision was broken up. There's one part of one of the street that's not technically in the subdivision, so that house there is not actually in the subdivision, should not be considered. And the original setback, he said 60 foot, it really is, was what was on his engineering plan.
So on this, which house is it that one that's just right across the street?
I'm sorry.
The subdivision, which?
If you're looking at right where the dot is, directly across from that.
To the right.
To the right, yes, ma'am. Right here it is the house you're talking about. My house would be the one to the left, looking towards that lot.
There's one that's really close to the street. Is that your house or is that somebody else's house?
That's the one that's outside of the subdivision.
Okay. And where does the subdivision start?
I could defer to somebody here who knows exactly where it begins. I built there 14 years ago, but he's been here longer.
Okay. If you would, yeah, please state your name and.
My name is William Coleman. I reside at 209 Aparna Court.
Okay.
I was probably the second house in the subdivision that was built many years ago, about 20-something years ago. The subdivision actually starts back at Brick Church Pike.
Okay.
But because of that particular house in question, it was not part of the subdivision because it was owned by some older gentlemen that lived there, and it was purchased prior to the actual purchase of that subdivision. When I first moved there, I was the second house in that subdivision, which it was all vacant land. So in regards to that, that house was sold to that individual by the owners of the old subdivision, separately from that subdivision.
So that house across the street that's closer to the street was built before the covenants that you're talking about?
It was built during the covenant, but it was not part of the covenant because it was not part of that particular subdivision.
So are the other houses in the subdivision? Is it just this one house?
Yes.
There's that one house, and then is it Mr. Day's house?
There's some older houses which were I call them maybe I'm not going to say turn of the century, but they were there prior to me getting there. It was all farmland at first, and there were some older houses there prior to me moving. There was a couple, just maybe one or two.
So I'm just trying to figure out does the subdivision continue in both directions?
No, it's a private subdivision. Once you come in off of Brick Church Pike.
Right, but does it continue up to the north?
It continues up Creek Trail to a dead end.
Help us out.
There you go.
All right. I'm Lorenzo Wright. I live at 101 McGanna Drive. I moved there and started building 14 years ago as well. What he's really saying is the subdivision is everything except that land. So it does go both ways. So everything except those 2 houses, the one he showed the picture of, that is not part of the covenant. So there's 2 houses there that was owned prior to the covenant, restrictive covenant was put in place. And so everything else is under the restrictive covenant. Along with John Baker also had mentioned that when he came with his plan, I'm the general contractor, by the way, that is part of the packet, exhibit number 6. When we built our house, changed our plans. That's our third plan that we built because it would not fit the covenant and would not meet the standard for the garage. And as he's talking about the slope of his driveway, we have the same issue. But if he was to excavate a little more and change his plan, he could meet the requirements easy and the setback variance would not be necessary. All of us had to do that. And some with a more extreme degree than he had to do. He has to in this particular case. So it is really to preserve a ranch-style house that does not meet the square footage, heated square footage requirement, nor does it meet the garage entrance requirement.
And it also speaks to the non-unique nature. There's nothing unique about this lot, and as it's mentioned in the code, if all are unique, then none are. So.
Any other questions for opposition? All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you
very much. Appreciate it. The applicant will have 7 minutes and 8 seconds for rebuttal.
If you look at the house that's 2 lots over from where my red dot is, that house applied for a variance and moved their house to within 35 feet for a setback. It was the gentleman and the lady that live in that house that recommended to me to apply for the variance because that's how they were allowed to move their house forward. When I found out that they got into my mailbox and pulled my permit to find out who I was, and they contacted me to let me know about these restrictive covenances, at which point I met with 3 people that claimed they were the Architectural Review Committee. I met with them. I redrew my house to the 2,400 square feet. They were concerned that I didn't have brick. They approved that I was using stone. And they said, you know, we really want you to do this side entrance garage. I went and met who the person was that was the head of the Architectural Review Committee. He was the guy that was the developer of the subdivision. And when he got out of sold the last lot, he said he disbanded the Architectural Review Committee. He said that, and they showed me the covenances, and it said that if any new Architectural Review Committee had been formed, it would have to be approved by 75% of the residents and registered in the county to be valid.
Mr. Vice Chairman, if I may intercede here just to save Mr. Yard his limited time, the board does not have anything in the world to do with homeowner association agreements, covenants, restrictions, or anything else. They are private party contracts to which the metropolitan government is not a party. They are often litigated in court when people have disagreements about that, but no facet of the homeowner's agreement, covenants, or restrictions is before the Board of Zoning Appeals. Solely the question of the street setback as contemplated under the contextual street setback requirements of the zoning code. Both parties have had limited time today, and I just wanted to make sure the board had their eye on the ball with that, and also in this last bit of time that the appellant has. I'd hate to see him spend 5 minutes and 37 seconds talking about something that absolutely is not before the board.
Well, thank you, and you were about 10 seconds ahead of me, just to make sure that that's clear to you and to the other people in the audience, and that any, and it may come up in some of our short-term rental cases, but any restrictive covenants, that is a whole separate entity. We have nothing to do with that, and we don't take that into consideration, and that is not to say that that's an endorsement of it being valid or not valid. That's just not our realm. We have no authority on that. And you know, with some leniency, so just because I think people want to tell their story and what happened, but we are here to really discuss the hardship, how your lot's different from other lots, the opposition to this, and there was quite a lot of folks. I mean, I can been on this board 7 years, and it's extraordinarily rare that this many people will come out and sit, especially for 4 hours, It shows a lot of passion that your neighbors have about it, and they've testified that your lot's really no different than theirs. So how do you respond to that testimony?
The critical lot designation was not around when they built their houses. You can see that most of the houses have cleared out all of the trees off the entire lots, and they create erosion control problems, and that's what brought up this critical lot designation. I was allowed to only clear off a very small part of my lot, and then once I came in and discussed with planning and zonings, they said the absolute main reason that they gave this variance to move forward was because of topographical reasons, and that I had very extreme slope into my lot that was making it impossible to build the house.
I think what your neighbors are saying is that your lot, that there are lots that they built on that are even steeper. Do you disagree with that?
There are some lots that are built and they have driveways that are so steep that they can't drive up their driveways, and they have to park when the roads are bad and there's ice. They have to park down in the road because they can't make it up their own driveways. And when it's iced up, they would slide down them and go across the road and create a danger. And like I said, the reason I applied for the variance is because Oscar and Tammy Miller told me that they had the same issue with their house, and they applied for the variance to move their house forward. And that's why I applied also upon their recommendation. And like I say, they're the house you can see there that's 2 from me that's closest to the road. What's that?
They're on your side of the road?
Yes.
Okay.
They told me that this average of my setback were the 4 houses closest to me on my side of the road, and when you get past that picture going that way, there's a guy who's put his house clear on top of the hill that he's like 150 foot back, and that's what creates the large average. Oscar and Tammy are, I think, 35 feet back, and the house next to them was like 50. But you can see even the 1, 2 to the left of Oscar and Tammy has also been moved up closer. So that would be my final argument, is I'm not asking for any variance that hasn't been granted to other people in the subdivision.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. We will close the public hearing and discuss this.
Well, I actually differ from Russ on this. I think this is textbook hardship, and just because no one else sought relief from the same hardship doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And given the fact that the average is thrown off by a house that's way set back, we hear that a lot. You know, there'll be a historic home where new development has been built on the street, and because of the historic home that's an old farmhouse, for instance, you know, it throws the data off.
I mean, do we know which 4 houses were?
Well, he's testified that it was the.
It's on that plot line.
Yeah, I mean, the public hearing's been closed. The question was to.
It's usually 2 to the left and 2 to the right, so we don't have the ones that were considered on the map, all of them that were considered, because they were above the aerial photo.
I mean, that's where I land on this. Contextually, I don't think it is out of whack, and
I tend to agree with you, Mr. Architect.
Now, the opposition did say to get to the 6, they're implying with this chart 1 that the 4 houses are the 4. They're saying it's 4140, 4144, 4150, 4154, which are 83, 37, 111, and 42. So and the 111 would be the 3rd house down. So, and that's how they get to the 68 and a half. And that, I haven't done that math, but it seems, I'll assume the math is correct, and if the math is correct, then it was those 4 houses that you see, assuming that the house number we're talking about is 4136 and the 4 homes that are listed on this chart are 40, 44, 50, and 54.
And I will say, it's usually, it's 2 to the left and 2 to the right if those exist. You know, if there aren't houses that are close enough to be considered within the contextual setback analysis, then we would do the 4. So it may, not having been the zoning examiner who took the application, it may have been that those are the 4 that were considered. But whichever the 4 were, it was the 4 closest that, and you take the average of those 4.
So, you know, I know looks can be deceiving on this, but it does look like that there is a 37 and a 42, but there's also 100 and, you know, I mean, that's why you take the average. So, you know, I think that if there weren't opposition, then, you know, I think there's a case for a hardship, but I also think that the fact that the neighbors, you know, en masse have a real issue with the setback.
Also, according to this, though, this same chart, it's a slope of 31% for this property, and none of them are anywhere near 30. I mean, 31% is, you can't navigate that. And
where are you finding that 31%? Can you show me?
Chart 1 and behind tab 1.
The second page on Exhibit 1. But there's also a letter in here from a letter from a general contractor that says the structure should be easily accomplished without extensive cost. In compliance with code. And we have recognized topographical features as hardships, but it seems to me like in those cases it's been something is not possible to do because of the topographical issue. And here it is going to be more expensive, and I think that varies according to, I mean, we have a letter in here from a general contractor that apparently says it's not going to be that much more expensive. And it is going to be more expensive, and it's unfortunate. I think that the applicant was maybe given some bad advice or got off on the wrong foot with this, but that's really unfortunate, but it shouldn't be part of our decision making. So I think, and it can be done, and maybe it's more expensive, but I think that means there's not a hardship.
I would still respectfully disagree. I mean, again, the same chart, the average slope is 22.6%. The appellant site is 50% steeper than anyone else's. I mean, that's a lot. I mean, this lot is an outlier. You know, if you just go by slope, it's an outlier. I don't know. I think it fits the hardship personally.
I'm troubled because it seems that all the opposition is basing their opposition so much on what the restrictive covenants say. And we heard our attorney say we cannot take that into account.
Well, and some of that may have been I can't speak for them, but I think that there seemed to be an effort to work out a solution that never got worked out, and that may be part of it too. I don't know, but you know, I think topography is certainly a valid hardship, but I tend to agree with Ross that, you know, if you've exhausted all options, then I get a little more weight, and I don't know that those options have been exhausted. I think it is possible, and you might have a 19-foot garage, but you know, I think that was the argument. It was like, well, I can do it, but I'd have a 19-foot garage. Well, that says it's possible, and I think that, I don't know, I have trouble with it, so. But if someone would like to make a motion to see where it goes, that's fine, or we can talk about it some more, that would be fine too.
I'm very torn about it because I can hear good arguments in what everyone has said, so I'm still thinking about it myself.
Any more thoughts or emotion?
I guess to counter your point, David, I think we would be granting this without a second thought if it weren't for the opposition. And again, the numbers are so out of whack on this site that it doesn't seem responsible. And the fact that we get variance all the time to let people do things that could be done differently. And financial gain is not the standard says it cannot be the primary motivation for the variance or the hardship. I think it would be irresponsible. I mean, 31%, I can't fathom it. I definitely see it as a hardship.
Well, the 31% is an average slope. I don't know how to tell the difference here. I can only eyeball it. Well, I see this, and I'm looking at it's placed at a 60-foot setback, and I can't tell the difference, only eyeballing it, between if you're set back 60 feet or if you bring it to the 30 feet or 30 or so feet. He's asking for how much do you reduce your slope? I don't know that we have that information. So I'd like to know what that is, instead of me just eyeballing it. Because it appears to be somewhat of the same slope. Maybe it's a little bit less slope if you come 30 feet forward. Do we have that information? Does anyone remember receiving that or hearing that?
I mean, it looks like that what he's drawn the front of his house is at 592, and it goes back to 614. So it goes, not quite 614, 612. So that's a 20-foot slope. And then if you go back, the house is 57, that's 57 feet. I guess if you pulled it back another 30 feet, I mean, does it go from 620 to 638 and it's 18 feet? I mean, it seems like it's a fairly constant.
The slope seems somewhat constant to me, so if you pull it forward a little bit, I'm looking at this one where it's already back 60 feet. Yeah. So how much less of a sloped area are you building on? That's, to me, the difference here, because the whole property is sloped.
What I can see, it appears to be kind of a constant slope.
Right. That's, in a way, my point is that.
It's a constant slope, is there hardship?
Yes.
So, I mean, if the slope is constant, then you're having the same issue up front than in the back, and so.
Well, not necessarily, not if you're trying to get an accessible driveway to a certain slope, because if you're behind at the beginning and it's a constant slope, you may never be able to actually catch up with your grading, and you have to balance the site or haul off or build. I mean, it's a very complicated issue. It's not a matter of, yeah, it should work, it could work. Of course it should, and of course it could. It's only money. I mean, that's the point. I mean, but I could tell you, looking at something that's got an average slope of 31%, when all of the neighboring properties average 60% of that, 65% of that, that's an outlier. That stands out. It's a different lot. It's different topography. And that's by the charts in this affidavit. I'm not sure who prepared it, or this brief, I'm sorry. But that's That's on record. So I deal with this with clients all the time, you know, it's like,
You look at exhibit number 6. Six is because what I understand that to say is that the complying with code will not, can be accomplished without extensive cost. That's what I understand this letter to say.
Excuse me, is it possible to open up a quick clarification?
No, this is public hearings closed, only if the board reopens the public hearing.
Okay.
If they may choose to, but only.
Okay, thanks.
well, this is saying the garage modification.
Not the entire house.
Yeah. Because again, what they're citing in the setbacks are the precedents of the other properties that don't have this slope. That's the same point I'm making. They're saying, all these other people were able to do it, and all these other people have 60% of the slope that this guy has. That's, in my mind, what makes this an outlier.
Mr. Vice Chairman, an important piece of information is that our contextual street setback requirement has only existed this decade, maybe 2013, 2014, that law came into place. Before that, street setbacks would have been determined solely by the chart for RS-20 zoning, which this property is, that would have just been 40 feet. More than likely, the majority of the properties in this subdivision, if they are also zoned RS-40, had a 40-foot setback requirement, meaning you could get no closer than that, of course, and thus you see a lot of the 40 and a half or 41 or 42 type setbacks. So as you talk about unique elements of the property, whether in support of or in opposition to this request, it is noteworthy that those properties that developed before this decade, say, we've heard testimony of some that were 12, 14, 16 years ago. They just had a 40-foot setback, not a contextual street setback requirement under 1712-030C3 as the current project does.
Which in this case may have, benefited the applicant because it would have lowered the average.
By any chance, do we know what if we didn't have to apply the contextual street setback, what the street setback would be? 40?
And that's a subtle and valid point that, along with the other unique conditions that this particular homeowner has to deal with, the other homeowners did not have that burden to overcome. They didn't have to set at any particular place except 40 feet. Some chose to, but because they could. In other words, they had the ability to design what worked for them the way they wanted it.
This setback is still at 32 feet, right?
Yeah.
So it's still 8 feet. It's still 8 feet.
It would have been an 8-foot setback, which.
Or they would have just built 8 feet back.
Right.
So I know that we just got this information. A lot of this information is relatively new. People have had a chance to take a look. But given that and the time, is there thoughts on a motion one way or the other?
I would be inclined to grant the variance.
I would too, but since there's only 5 of us.
So are you making a motion to?
Yes, I move that we grant the variance.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
There's a motion to grant the variance, and there's a second to the motion. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the variance, raise your hand or say aye. All those opposed?
No.
Okay, so that motion does not pass. And at this point, I think it's probably in the applicant's best interest to leave that motion because it was a motion to grant, and then if in the next 30 days, is it 30 or 60 days?
30 days.
Within the next 30 days, if any of the people who voted against it change their mind, or if the chair comes and decides to review the file and vote.
And Ms. Chapel.
And I'm sorry, you're right, that's right. And Ms. Chapel, if they vote, then there would be an opportunity for it to receive 4 votes. If it does, it will pass. And if it doesn't receive 4 votes in 30 days, it will be denied by rule of law.
That's right. And one thing I would point out that it would be up to the board's discretion whether or not to reopen the public hearing. Because a public hearing has occurred and a vote has taken place, it will remain open. The other 2 board members can watch the video, read the transcript, and then we can take another vote at the next meeting without opening the public hearing unless the board determines that you want to reopen the public hearing.
Okay. I hope that's clear to everybody. But at this point, the variance did not receive the votes to pass, and therefore we will move to our first short-term rental case.
Mr. Vice Chairman, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, please.
First short-term rental case is case 2018-036 involving property at 1009 Battlefield Drive. This is an item A appeal challenging the denial of a permit for operating prior to obtaining a permit. Excuse me, Mr. Osborne will make the presentation on behalf of staff.
If everybody could please leave quietly.
If everyone could please quiet down as you leave. Thank you.
Carry the conversation out into the hall, please, and let us continue.
The case that I'm going to plan on leaving early.
All right. Mr. Osborne.
All right. So this property operated from June of 2017 to August of 2018 with about 63 rentals. We sent a notice on March 4th, 2018 through Host Compliance. I issued a warrant on this property on August 17th, 2018 for continued violation and posted a stop work order. The advertisement was moved around August 19th. I'm asking that this be deferred until the court case is resolved.
I'm sorry, you what?
I'm asking that this be deferred until the court case is resolved. I did have email correspondence with Mr. Carney back in May and gave him the steps to obtain a permit. However, he kept operating after that email.
Okay, we have a request from staff to defer this until after the court case is resolved, and let me hear from the applicant's counsel on that.
And Mr. Taylor, just so I'm clear, again, Grover Collins, Collins Legal, 414 Union Street, Suite 1110, Nashville, Tennessee, 37219. And Mr. Taylor, just so I'm clear as to understanding the question, you want me to only address the motion for deferral? Is that correct?
Yeah, if you would just address that, and then we can talk about whether or not we want to defer the case.
Thanks. As it relates to the deferral, this case does have an environmental court case that's running. I wouldn't say that it has any bearing on what the BZA decision is. I have a substantial defense, and we believe that we will be able. It is the argument in the environmental court case, not to get too much into it though, that there's a facial and procedural default and or failure in the effective pleading of those warrants, or that warrant, excuse me, it's a singular warrant. And because of that, this there has been substantial motions to this point. There was an order that came down, I believe, yesterday. Mr. Poole may correct me on that as I was attending other matters. But that is going to be set for a hearing in roughly April or May of this year. And it's now been 7 months since this occurred or since the person stopped operating. So it could be very well after the 12-month period before this is actually heard or the case is actually concluded. And if I'm successful on the merits, in which I believe that I will be, the timing of the applicant to be able to get the permit will have come and gone, and I'd like to go ahead and put that placeholder in. So in that respect, I would respectfully request that the deferral motion be denied.
There's not a motion.
It's not a motion, there's just a request, but it hasn't translated into that. But I guess, okay, thank you.
And I would say this, traditionally it has been my understanding, wrong or incorrect, correct or incorrect, sorry, I'm a little tired today, that what happens in environmental court, while do take understanding of, doesn't necessarily correlate to what happens here. If I'm incorrect on that, I would like to know, but I don't think that the sole reason for deferral should be there's a case ongoing in environmental court.
My thought on that would be, I would think environmental court is adjudicating something totally separate from what we're doing. I mean, that's...
Can I ask our Secretary to...
Environmental court, the issue that will be before the environmental court is if he operated without a permit. If the court determines that he did operate without a permit, the court is required to give a 3-year injunction. So the bearing that has on this board is that this board can determine whether or not he's eligible to apply. If he then came in to apply, there would be a 3-year injunction on the property. So it does have bearing on the board in terms of, like I said, it has bearing on the applicant, but it doesn't necessarily have bearing on this board's decision. I believe Mr. Osborne just made the request for the deferral because he did abate Mr. Carney. Mr. Carney continued to operate, therefore he took out the warrant. At that point, and correct me if I'm wrong, but after that is when he came in to appeal to the BZA.
And I do think that aren't there cases where, the environmental court kind of looks to us too on some of these cases?
That does happen sometimes if in zoning cases or Title 17 cases, sometimes the court will say, I want to the extent they're trying to come into compliance and the board can give them the variance, for example, to come into compliance, then the judge often or has in the past deferred to the BZA. The issue, I think, being, without speaking for the judge, my understanding has always been so that the person could come into compliance. So the issue here would be they're coming to ask if they can reapply or if y'all would reduce the waiting period. I don't know if Mr. Osborne or Mr. Poole may be able to speak to this more knowledgeably than I can. I don't know if the judge has ever deferred a short-term rental for the purposes of the BZA. Mr. Osborne would know that better than I would.
None of the judges that have been before have deferred or looked to y'all for guidance on these.
It will go to court regardless of what we do today?
Correct.
And just further, so the position that we've taken is that they're two completely separate actions. This board is determining when the appellate has the ability or when he's eligible to apply. And I think that's the point that Emily has made. At the point that he's eligible may not mean that he can obtain a permit. For example, if there was a 3-year injunction placed onto the property, he might be eligible pursuant to whatever time frame you guys lay out, but that doesn't mean that he's able to obtain one.
And then do we know when that court date is set?
I don't. I want to say it's maybe May, but it could also be August.
Okay.
And that was, didn't mean to interrupt, but it was either May or August. In the shuffle, I didn't get exactly And that was the point. It could be far off, and those dates are subject to change at any time. So.
Okay, I will, on this, since this is a relatively new request, a relatively rare request, I'm going to ask the board to consider the request by staff, and do we want to hear this case now, knowing that staff is going to continue with the court case that may happen in May or may happen in August, and defer this case until after that's heard, or do we want to hear it now?
I'm not sure there's any, I'm not sure there's any benefit to the appellant to hearing it now, even, because my understanding, if it's still being adjudicated, the permit wouldn't be issued, correct?
That's correct. There would be a flag on the property, so y'all could determine that he's eligible, but again, he would come in to apply, and then if there's still a flag on the property, presumably the application would be denied until the lawsuit is resolved.
I guess so. If the lawsuit's resolved in his favor, though, that's your point, right? Then you're coming back. You want to take care of this now. You believe you'll prevail in the lawsuit, and therefore, whatever happens in environmental court doesn't really matter. That's your point, Mr. Rover.
That's correct, but also there becomes another problem too. So if someone has been alleged with a civil warrant and has yet to be found guilty of that warrant, which, as we've learned, can also be analyzed under the code as a misdemeanor, until that has been proven a guilt, the fact that they are unable to obtain a permit could create in and of itself another issue if they're not able to obtain the permit because of a flag status that hasn't been adjudicated.
Well, and I can't tell you how this is going to come out, but it's exceptionally rare that we ever find that the appellant wasn't in error. And in fact, what we are being asked to determine is if the administrator erred. And what we often find is he did not err, therefore the appellant was wrong, but at some point in the future, you can go ahead and apply. So we're never, I can't say never, but it's not like we're absolving the appellant of anything. But if you want to, I don't know, if you guys want to hear it, 6, I'm tired.
There's a request by staff. We have, I think, information. If you think we don't, is that a motion to defer this?
I think his motion would be to hear it.
I don't care. I'm not making a motion.
Ron, do you have a thought?
I think they're two separate proceedings. I think they've got an appeal filed here, and they're entitled to have it heard. And if that's what they want to do, I think,
Okay.
I think the point you're making is very valid too, which is really rare that we find the administrator erred. So.
Okay. I don't hear enough support for a deferral, so we will hear the rest of the case. So proceed.
Thank you. And for the purposes of the record, my name is Grover Collins of Collins Legal, 414 Union Street, Suite 1110, Nashville, Tennessee 37219. This is not an unordinary case. I don't need to belabor the point. I didn't provide the entire packet as we normally do because this is simply someone who operated outside and then in August 19th took down those listings, canceled all listings, and is now asking for this board to grant them leniency in the time frame in which they're able to apply for that permit. There are neighbors that are in support, and there are no opposition to this, as I am aware, other than obviously the Metro government's actions that they've taken. That's it in a nutshell, and we're just asking for that decrease of the 12-month time.
Did the applicant get the letter in March?
Yes.
And so why did they not? Why did they wait until August?
The main reason that's been communicated to me is that The applicant has a very successful business that is not short-term rental. This wasn't the top of mind, top of list, and for whatever reason, that resulted in them not taking care of business until that August 19th.
So it was rented 63 times without a permit. Is that correct?
I can't speak to that.
But after, but this is not only just after the permit, but, you're saying that the applicant received the letter, knew they got the letter saying, basically, you don't have a permit, don't rent, and kept renting till they got the letter, the stop work order, and that's when they stopped and said, okay, I guess this is serious, I need to appeal.
I'm saying that they got the letter and made that and took it down on August 19th, and yes, made that appeal thereafter.
So, and the notice was sent March 4th of 18. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, the year is run. No? Did he have a permit on? Oh, so when are we saying the clock starts on that year? From when he came in and applied?
We would assume that it would start after the last stay. Last stay, to my knowledge, was in August. You'll see in the file, I attached my whole file there, the emails I had with Mr. Carney in May instructing him to stop and how to go about the process of appealing to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Okay.
You also see the advertisements that show more reviews after that date.
Yes, I guess this is, we just haven't seen a whole lot of cases where somebody's been told multiple times to not do something. We've had folks that were busy and traveled and said they never got the letter. Some may have, some may not have gotten the letter. But this guy said, they got the letter, they got the emails, they responded to the emails in May and still waited till August to stop renting. And why?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
So, do you have a motion?
Is there anything to add?
No.
Okay, then we will close the public hearing. Discussion?
So I'm just talking to our staff. Yes. Hang on. Okay. I'm just trying to get my head around the clock on this and when the year would start. And
on 10/5
is when he filed this.
He applied to the BZA on October 5th. Mr. Collins may be able to speak to this. I assume he came in to apply for his permit on October the 5th, was denied, and therefore applied to the BZA. Okay. But again, Mr. Collins may have the facts. I don't see an application for a short-term rental permit, but assuming that he came in to apply, was denied, and then filed his appeal, that would have been October 5th.
Okay.
From October 5th. Do you have a thought or a motion?
Well, my thought is that I really don't see any evidence or behavior to offer relief. So,
I don't either.
So I'll move that we find that the zoning administrator did not err.
Second.
And that the clock starts on the application date for the appeal?
We can say that, yeah, sure. Is that okay with you?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
So the motion is that the zoning administrator did not err, that the applicant did rent without a permit knowingly, and that would be eligible to apply for a permit on October 5th, 2019. That's the motion that you made.
Second.
And it was seconded. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion passes.
And just for purposes of the record, are we stating that the 12-month clock begins on the date of the application, not of the date of the notice, correct?
The date of the application to appeal.
Thank you.
The next case is case 2019-021. What's the property address? The property address is 509 Des Moines Drive. Item A, appeal challenging the denial of a short-term rental for operating prior to obtaining the permit. My apologies, the original docket that I obtained did not have this case on it, so I don't have the aerial photography for you. But Mr. Osborne is here to present the presentation for staff. 012 was deferred. This is 021. So I'm on 012. Ignore that. Ignore that. You're on 021. That's what I was just saying. I don't have a presentation. I don't have an aerial photo for it because I missed that it was on the docket, and that's my mistake.
So this property operated from October 2018 to November 2018. There were approximately 21 rentals. We sent a notice on November 13th, 2018, and it was removed around November 22nd of 2018.
Okay. And no complaints and?
Not that I'm aware of.
No issues. Okay. Is there anybody in opposition to this case? Okay, we do have opposition, so you will have 10 minutes to make your case. And please state your name and address and tell us what happened.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to present our case here. My name is Melvin Macias, and this is my wife, Beatrice Martinez. We moved to Nashville to the property at 509 Des Moines Drive, Hermitage, Tennessee, 37076 on August of last year from Las Vegas, where I was a musician. My wife worked in the casino industry, and we had Airbnb in our home to supplement our income. On April of last year, our son passed away. And at this time, we had a serious urge to make a change in our lives, and this is when we decided to move to Nashville. To help us with our income, we listed one of the rooms in our home with Airbnb, just like we had in Las Vegas. Let me add to this that we only accept 2 people per room, only max 2 people. On the account summary...
And you only rent the one room in your home? Is that...
Only 1 room in my home, yes.
And are you there when you rent the home?
Yes. And we only accept 2 guests per rental. Maximum. On the account summary on Airbnb, it appeared that they were paying occupancy taxes and fees to the city, and everything was running smooth. After a month, we received a letter from the city stating that we were operating a short-term rental property without a permit. We had no idea that we needed a permit because in Nevada it was not required. As soon as we received the letter, we unlisted the room, and we contacted all future guests and canceled their reservations. Furthermore, we instantly paid the hotel occupancy taxes, which I have the proof here, that we didn't know we owed to the city because in Nevada, it was not required. The people we had as guests were very polite and courteous about following the rules and respecting our neighborhood. We emphasize on our listing that noise should be kept to a very minimum. All of our guests know this prior to booking with us. None of our surrounding neighbors can say that during this month that we were operating, they heard any noise or disturbance coming from our property. We have a letter of the neighbor right in front of us, that lives right in front of us, and he supports us. I think he sent a letter to the board.
We have that in our
Yes, and also another neighbor, next door neighbor that also supports us. Okay, the other neighbor on the other side of our home, I think she passed away, so we don't have any Okay, so, we understand that some neighbors are here today. We know that this is something new for them. I'm grateful they're here because it shows that they care about the neighborhood and want the best for the community. We're also glad they're here because we get a chance to meet them and get to know them a little bit better. We never intended to do anything illegal. This is why we're here today asking you for a pardon and help. We would love to have Airbnb back in our home. It truly helped us with our income. Thank you.
And what was the last day that you rented your home? Do you know? I know it says that you took down the ad on the 22nd.
The last date, it was on the 15th, right? Yeah, because that person, that particular guest was there from the 15th to the 21st.
Okay.
So
as soon as you got the letter, you canceled.
As soon as we got the letter, our next, nobody else. Okay. We had no other guests.
Okay.
After that.
Great. Any questions or comments? Okay, we will hear from the opposition, and then you'll have 6 minutes and 34 seconds when they are done to offer any rebuttal to what they have to say.
All right, thank you. Well, I don't know. I have my son's death certificate here, just so you guys know that I'm speaking the truth.
We're really sorry for your loss, but we certainly believe you and have no reason to doubt your reason for coming to Nashville. Glad you're in the city, and sorry it was those circumstances. But we will hear from the opposition now, and you will have 10 collective minutes to state your case.
Good evening. I'm Melissa Blankenship. I own the home at 516 Des Moines Drive. I've owned the home approximately almost 5 years. Some of the main reasons that we purchased our home on Des Moines was because it was an older, well-established neighborhood with long-term residents. We felt that was a good, safe place to be. Out of all due respect to the Martinezes, I, too, express my condolences for their loss of their family member. I will have to say, and I will say it as respectfully as possible, ignorance of the law is not an excuse for it. This is Tennessee. You can't expect the laws to be the same here as they were in Nevada. If you had any intention, if anyone has any intention of having a rental home, short-term rental, they should have checked those things out prior to doing that rather than just assuming that it was. When the Martinezes first bought the home, the first thing they immediately did was cut a separate entrance into one side of the home, and the story in the neighborhood was that either they or someone in their family was going to give piano lessons, and that was the reason for cutting the side entrance. Nothing was ever mentioned about being an Airbnb or anything like that. Many of the neighbors here have lived there many years. We consider it to be a safe, quiet place, and we would just prefer, I've talked to the real estate agents, when you start bringing in these type of rental properties, it does devalue your property and brings down the property values in that area. Also, we have children in the area, and we, as neighbors, we kind of keep an eye on each other, and we know, who's home, who's not, that kind of thing, who's there, who's not supposed to be there. And I think it would affect the safety of our residents in the neighborhood for having people who are coming and going.
Question, did you know they were renting their house until you got the letter?
I did not know. No. But there was things that we noticed as far as different vehicles being there and different things going on that were out of the normal. Like my neighbor here knows our vehicles. He knows who should be there and who shouldn't, and vice versa. So things were noticed, that it was not regular activities of a long-term permanent, resident.
But you didn't experience noise or other issues, or
No, but there is a lovely nude statue in front of the home that's I'm not exactly a fan of. But no noise.
That has nothing to do with our board.
I know. I'm sorry. Start that. We would just prefer to keep it as not having a short-term rental like that. I think once you do grant that, it opens the door for so many other people to do that, and I think it would just be very damaging to our neighborhood and to our neighbors that live there and that have lived there for a long time.
Well, let me, and I know you all have been here for a long time, and I appreciate it, and I know you're passionate about your neighborhood, and I appreciate that too. Just a really quick summary of why we are here and what's going on. Each of you, I presume, and there are some restrictions, but I will make an assumption that at least most of you could have a short-term rental in your home right now, according to the laws of this city. You would just have to get a permit before you do it. And you're eligible to do that, and your neighbors can't keep you from doing that if you follow the rules. And what we're here today to determine is, if this couple did break the rules, when are they eligible to get a permit? Because the law allows them to do it, and we have had these cases for a good long while now, with many times neighbors coming saying, please don't allow it into our neighborhood, and that's not what we're here to decide today. We have no right or ability to decide that. That was the city council that gave each of you the right to have, most likely, each of you the right. Again, there's some restrictions on the type of home you have, but if your home is like their home, most likely you have the right to have a short-term rental in your home. And we're having to determine the severity of the offense here. And so it really has nothing much to do with whether or not we like short-term rentals or you like short-term rentals. It really is about this specific home and how they behaved in renting their home without a permit, what the situation and the circumstances were. So, I mean, I'm happy to hear from each of you and tell us what you think, but just I want you to make sure that you understand this isn't about our judgment on whether or not short-term rentals are acceptable or not.
I believe they
My name's Emery Kincaid. I live right across the street, and unfortunately, that's the neighbor we lost. And her niece is head of the estate and is trying to sell the house. And she's concerned, and that's the reason I was here, because on the end of the house is the bedrooms. It's right by their entrance to their house. And she's concerned about how much that's going to affect her resale of her house. So,
also, I don't believe where the entrance was cut and changes were made to the structure, I don't believe there was a permit applied for anything to make those changes either. That I'm aware of.
We never saw a permit or any indication that they were going to change the outside. They cut a hole in the brick wall and built steps out to the ditch.
Yeah, ma'am, could you tell me your name and your address for the record, please?
Frances Buckner, and I live at 528 Des Moines.
All right. And I just, again, for your information, any type of code violation or that type of thing is a whole separate entity too. That's not, that's not our purview, right? I think there's a number that you can call for that type of thing.
So we got 4 letters.
There was 30. We brought 31 or 32 petitions in here signed by neighbors.
Is that here? I'm sorry. I had 4 categories of letters. I'm sorry. My mistake. Well, thank you for coming, first of all, and waiting with us. Not everybody enjoys hanging out with us all day. So we appreciate that, and we appreciate you keeping it civil. So sometimes, after a while, these get a little testy.
Sure. I would also like to add, I realize it's not y'all's place to, determine, say, well, the neighbors don't want it there. We get that. We understand that. But again, I think that's why most of us have purchased homes there and we live there, because there were no rental properties there. My mortgage does not allow me to rent my home. So whether or not I have the right to apply for a short-term rental permit, my mortgage does not allow me to do that. But one of the main reasons that we bought there was because it was not a short-term rental. It was not a rental type area. We didn't want that. And we would just prefer that it stay the way that it is. and I think a majority of the people around in the area do. Is there anything else?
Any other questions, or is there anything else that you all would like to add?
No, I'm Doris Baskin, and I live at 542 Des Moines Drive. And I've been there 51 years, and I want to keep it residential if we can.
All right, well, if no other questions, we appreciate you coming out and waiting a long, long time to speak, and appreciate you being here, and we'll turn it back over to the appellant to offer their closing, and then keep moving.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'm sorry, Okay. The appellant needs to come back, but if the way our rules work, in order to be part of the rebuttal, you have to have been part of the previous testimony, but we will put it on record that you are for. Did you send a letter?
Next door.
Okay. Okay. Objection, then you're allowed to come up, and if you all would come up too, because this is part of your rebuttal time.
Melanie Carter, 505 Des Moines Drive. I'm putting myself in opposition of my neighbors by being for this new couple to our neighborhood. I do want to say that the house that they're living in was rental property when they bought it. The house to my right of me was rental property. I know my neighbors don't want to live in a neighborhood that has rental property, but I just want to state for the record that the two houses, when we moved in on both sides of us, their house and the house to my left, were rented, and the house across the street was being rented. It was a long-term rental, not a short-term rental, a leased rental. But the whole time that they've been here, my mother lives with me, she's 90 years old. We have not heard any noise. They've kept the yard clean, manicured. My nephew goes out to look at the naked woman on the front statue and come in and have lots of excitement. We might not like that part of this, but they are wonderful people, and I checked on the laws that this is legal to do, and if the only thing that's before us now is the time permit that they get to start back, I will say as their next door neighbor, I have no objection.
All right, thank you. Do you all have anything to add?
I just wanted to say that respect to our neighbors and to our neighborhood is first in our mind. And I know this is something new for them, and I understand their concern, but we will conduct this short rental with the most respect that we can, And I want to add to that, the couple that are across the street that supports us, they have two babies, two small kids, and they support us.
And also, always before we accept any guest to our home, we check all the background to see if they have good reviews. They are very good people. We never accept people we don't know who is.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Anything to add? We will close the public hearing. This, to me, I certainly respect the neighbors' concerns, but they are concerns that we have heard many times before and really are just outside our purview, because what we've always looked at is the behavior that the applicant has once that they know that they have done something wrong. And I think that for the short amount of time that it was rented, the explanation goes in line with just about every case like this we've heard in terms of coming into town new and not knowing.
And they took all the appropriate steps.
Took all the appropriate steps, stopped immediately. And so I think that being consistent with how we've addressed cases like this many, many times, this is about as stellar as it gets. And so I'll move that the zoning administrator did not err and that the applicant is eligible to reapply for a permit on Monday.
I will second that.
Is there any comments? Motion's been made, seconded. Any comments? Then all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Any opposed? You're eligible to reapply for a permit on Monday. You don't have a permit yet, so don't rent your home, list it, or anything until you get the permit in hand, but you are able to reapply by going to the codes office starting Monday. All right, next case.
Next case is 2019-031 involving property at 8153 Poplar Creek, challenging the...
I have to recuse myself.
Is this one you're recusing yours? Okay. Challenging the cancellation of a permit due to a change in ownership. For a bit of background, William Walden and Pamela Walden were the owners of the property who obtained this permit back in 2015. In 2016, the property was deeded to the William G. Walden Revocable Trust and Pamela Nell Revocable Trust, or Pamela Nell Walden, I believe, Revocable Trust. When it came to the attention of codes that this change of ownership had occurred, we notified the owner that the permit was no longer valid according to state and local law, and they are now appealing that. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 2019-031? Seeing no opposition, Mr. Holland is here on behalf of the appellant. You'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Mr. Holland, I hope you're going to explain what revocable trust means for us non-lawyers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jamie Holland, 1006 Fatherland Street, Suite 102B, Nashville 37206, on behalf of William and Pamela Walden. What I'd like to do with your approval is make a quick run through a timeline and then let the Waldens describe kind of the history on this property and the size of it and its current zoning, if I may. A short-term rental permit was issued as set forth there to William and Pamela Walden on December 1, 2015. On January 15, 2016, for no consideration, it was conveyed into a revocable trust. After that, the short-term rental permit was renewed November 29, 2016. This next point may seem extraneous, but I want to put it in there for the purpose of including a copy of this contract in the record. But a host compliance contract with the Metropolitan Government was entered into, and I can't give you the exact date. I'm just going to tell you on the contract it says the start date is April 27, 2017, but from looking at it, I can't tell if it was entered or signed by all the parties prior to that date or became effective on that date. And then number 5, after the host compliance agreement, about 7 months later, the short-term rental permit was renewed on February 8, 2017. And then on November 28, 2018, the letter from Ms. Lamb canceling the permit. And now, if I could, and we'll come back to this, I would like Mr. Walden to explain the history of the property, the ownership, and the size and scale of the property.
The property we now own is approximately 18 acres. It was purchased by my parents in 1972. The original address was 8151. My mother was the final owner of the property. She passed away in 2012 and left. She did not leave it. For estate purposes, she left the property in a revocable trust. She left the property to us. We picked up the phone call, advised the lawyer, and the appropriate paperwork was made transferring the property into our names. We sold the house that we were living in, decided to move and build, which took approximately 3 years. When our house, which is 8159, it sits approximately 90 feet from this 8153 property. After the 3 years, we felt that we were sort of stable and we were where we were going to be. So because we had been through the process of the revocable trust, we chose for our estate planning purposes to use the same instrument. Now, basically what the revocable trust does, I am the sole member of the revocable trust. I am the trustee of the revocable trust. My wife, Pam, the same is with her. So the state attorney explained that we are our revocable trust and that we could do anything we wanted to. The only thing that has changed was the warranty deed was registered so that when we do pass away, our heirs can pick up the phone and call the attorney, and ownership at that time will transfer to a new owner. We have, for the last, I think, 3 years, and I don't know that this is pertinent to what you asked me to talk about.
Probably not, because we got 50 seconds.
Well, go ahead.
You want me to take it, or you want me to keep going?
Take it.
Well, I'll ask a question, so
Thank you.
maybe help you a little. Just
Thank you.
you know, and our real estate expert has left, you know, or had to recuse himself, the one that really helped us understand the legal, the change of ownership, change of entity. But, you know, a sole member, tell me how the sole member is revocable trust is the same as individual ownership. I mean, clearly Codes doesn't think so. You know, they think that was a change in ownership. Why is it not?
So if you look on page 2 of the paper, Mr. Chairman, that I submitted to you, I'm going to shift off of that notion, if you will, and that is Carpenter v. State, which I have a copy of, and if you're not a lawyer, you certainly wouldn't want to read them. But it says this: and public agencies are not subject to equitable estoppel to the same extent as private parties. In exceptional circumstances are required to invoke the doctrine against the state and its government subdivisions. And it quotes, this is a Tennessee Supreme Court case from 1992. And it quotes another case, Bledsoe County v. McReynolds. In the cases where, so typically you can't get equitable estoppel. In the cases where estoppel has been applied against a public body, there was affirmative action that clearly induced the private party, in this case the Waldens, to act to his or her detriment as distinguished from silence, non-action, or acquiescence. So back to the timeline, since the conveyance into the revocable trust, their permit has been renewed twice. Once prior to the Metropolitan Government's agreement with host compliance, and once 7 months after the Metropolitan's agreement.
To be clear, though, it was the permit was in the name of Mr. Walden, or who was the permit that's been renewed? Whose name was that in?
I would like staff to answer if possible, but I think the answer is William and Pam Walden.
The permit that was originally obtained in 2015 was in William and Pamela Walden's name. It was then renewed in error because in 2016, the property was transferred to the William Walden Revocable Trust and the Pamela Nell Walden Revocable Trust. So we renewed it in the name of William and Pamela Walden.
Right, so it's never been issued in the name of the trust.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that. Okay.
And so two renewals since, and then, so my argument is, you know, applying these facts with that case guidance is that, you know, there was no consideration given in the conveyance. The Waldens have relied on that affirmative act. That affirmative act was not one renewal, but 2 renewals. And that's enough to meet the state Supreme Court standard for equitable estoppel. They've paid their taxes, and so it's my position that the government should be stopped to deny the reissuance, reinstatement, whatever you want to call it, of the permit. And additionally, as an aside, Mr. Chairman, there's, letters of support. As far as I know, there's no opposition. All taxes have been paid. There's a letter of support from the district council member. And, last but not least, to the extent, the protection of residential property, that while it's technically residential, it is AR2A, and it's part of a very large tract of land that I think probably missed consideration of what was going on when 608 was adopted, because the impetus for the equitable estoppel argument is this. In 2015, when the enabling ordinance was adopted, there was no, at the time, owner-occupied, non-owner-occupied, commercial, residential. Now the property is non-owner occupied, and so that's kind of the equitable estoppel. I'd bootstrap that up with the latches. Hey, there was no cancellation until non-owner occupied became commercial status, and that's why we're here.
I think you should explain to Mr. Harper the difference in a revocable and a non-revocable trust, and that the fact that there were not other owners added, like they didn't add their son or their daughter or their niece. It remained in the name of those two. So explain the difference in those two. He did ask you to tell what that is.
If you would give me one moment.
Don't forget to turn your microphone back on.
That's why I turned it off while I was saying that. A revocable trust is a trust whereby provisions can be altered or canceled dependent on the grantor. During the life of the trust, income earned is distributed to the grantor, and only after death does property transfer to the beneficiary. Only after death is property transferred to the beneficiaries. This type of agreement provides flexibility and income to the grantor. He or she is able to adjust the provisions of the trust and earn income, all the while knowing that the estate will be transferred upon death.
So would it be fair to say that it is, and forgive me if this is too plain, that it's an estate planning tool and not a commercial enterprise protection tool?
That's correct.
So it's because we have seen cases where, and I think this was one of the intents, I don't know what the intent of the law was, where John Doe owns a property and he's renting it. Oh, you know what? I should make it a limited liability for practical business reasons that I also don't understand, but I know smart people do that. But you're not saying this. I'm asking this. But this is not the same as putting something at a distance to protect people. It's more about planning. Financial planning, not so much business protection.
Right, and the property doesn't actually transfer until to the beneficiaries until death.
Could you, and I guess in that vein, the difference between a single-member LLC and a single-member revocable trust is what? I mean, I know that LLC may or may not have. We've addressed the issue of a single-member LLC to some extent. Although I don't think we've ever fully addressed it. I know a two-member LLC always, is very different and has maybe some more legal protections, but I think the single-member LLC also has legal protections as a business entity that David was talking about that the revocable trust doesn't. Is that
right? I don't think there's any property tax liability changes. It's simply to avoid the probate of the estate, because if you don't have some mechanism like this, and a lot of times you have to file a petition in probate, everybody gets notice, creditors get notice, and despite what it says in the will, you have to petition the court to sell the property, and the court has to put its stamp on it. You got to check with the Tennessee Department of Revenue to find out, are there any inheritance taxes that have to be paid? You have to get a 10-care waiver. And land gets tied up for 6 to 12 months. As an aside, one of my first cases was an estate case, and the guy died in 2007, and I haven't closed that estate yet. We're trying, but we can't do it.
Has this particular situation happened before?
When it was transferred to a trust? Yes. And that has seen
Have we heard the case?
I'm sorry?
Have we heard a case?
I believe you have. Multiple, whether it's transferred to an LLC or a trust, y'all have heard cases transferred to a trust, and they were determined to be a transfer of ownership.
Do you know, were they single-member trusts that?
I don't recall.
I don't think we've heard one where it was a revocable trust, where it was from, and I could be wrong, but I don't remember one where it wasn't adding another person. That's why I said that about it.
I believe you have.
I just didn't remember, but I was swayed by the fact that there wasn't a child or a niece or someone added, and that it's been a while since I practiced law, but my practice was concentrated in probate law, so I definitely know what the difference is in those trusts. And I know that it is, as the council has told us, it does often eliminate the time that it takes to probate an estate.
So am I hearing in the undertone of this that were it not for, if the name change weren't an issue, is this zone to be, are they eligible for a permit otherwise?
I think the answer.
Because we've run into that too, and this is an AR.
It's non-owner occupied. They live, I think originally the testimony was, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Wall. Originally, this is an 18-acre tract. It's zoned AR2A, so they own all the other adjacent parcels to it, but to get the AR2A zoning, they had to subdivide them into 2 acres, and it's like, it's multiple pieces of virtually their same property.
So does this entity own all of those properties? But the Airbnb permit is the permit for the property in which you live, the parcel in which you live?
I think the answer to that is no.
Okay.
It would be.
I'm not saying it's not clear. I'm just trying to get it straight in my head. I'm not questioning the authenticity.
Yeah.
No, the home we live in is 90 feet from the residence that we're talking about.
Right. There's nobody, in the tract or in the tracts around it they don't own. He doesn't have neighbors that aren't him, don't own the property other than him.
Any other questions? Is there anything else you all would like to add?
Just at the end of the meeting, if we could just add this compliance with host contract with host compliance into the record.
Okay, with that, we'll close the public hearing.
Okay, I'm going to try to speak. I read the letter from the councilman, and I've missed some of these transfer of ownership cases and a couple of 2 BZA meetings I was out, but I've been looking for someone to tell us what the legislative intent was for these change in ownership cases. And one thing he says, this is Councilman Rosenberg, says, "It was not my intent to prohibit a short-term rental owner from enjoying the benefits of the law of Tennessee that keep real estate out of probate." And also says, "The Walden should not be a victim to a regulatory technicality." So in my view, I'm finally seeing that council was not intending for people to be, to lose their short-term rental permit for this reason. So I would support reinstating it or letting them reapply again, whatever it is.
I think
Well, the only thing I was going to say is, I think it's great that this particular council member has gone on record, and that's his opinion. There have been other council persons who have said that they constitute any change of ownership regardless of what the purpose was. So yes, that was this council member's intent, but I wouldn't go so far as to say that one member represent the entire Metro Council.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification. And as I've said, I haven't been here for some of the meetings to hear that.
Well, and you know, they're all a little different, and you know, the thing I'm trying to struggling with is the single member bit, and yet I think, you know, in some respects that, I mean, I think clearly the argument can be made that there was a change in ownership, and yet the single member, you know, trust, which doesn't offer kind of accounting legal protections, I mean, to me, it feels different than the LLC is, I really want to, basically, I'm starting a business. And this is it is different in a way that I can't quite define in terms of the path to allow it, but yet, to me, I recognize it as.
Right, and there's 4 of us, so it's going to be difficult. And correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but I see this as one of those cases to where, by the letter of the law, they have done certainly what they believe is correct, and probably by the letter of the law, they are correct. But like a lot of things, I think their hands are tied. They have to come to us and say, this is how it is. And this is how we have to have a policy in place. And the only thing they have to build their policy on is the letter of the law. So I think, I mean, to me, this feels, and I might be alone in this, but this to me feels a little bit like when people get married. Technically, there's ownership change because a party is added to the ownership, and it's been the policy, I believe, to work with them, and people get married. This is, I feel like this is the first time I've heard a case like this. It may not be the first time we've heard the case, but and I thought I had all my questions out, but were it not for the name change, this is the staff, and this was a non-owner occupied permit, correct?
This, I believe it was a non-owner occupied permit, yes.
Which, if they came into the door today,
they would not be eligible for based on the zoning, as well as the fact that it's not an entity, a natural person.
Oh, okay, forget that. Forget the natural person part. If someone had this permit and the law changed, could they continue to renew the permit?
Absent the change in ownership, state and local law both say that change in ownership.
I get that. Okay. And so not being a legal scholar, that's the problem I have. So I feel like we have to decide if the administrator is wrong in interpreting the law, which I don't think they are, but it also doesn't seem fair.
Is it possible to find that based on the unique history of this property as a family compound that was subdivided in a certain, I mean, in a extremely unique way. I mean, the family's owned the land for, well, I can't do any math, it's too late, but, 35, 45 years. Could we find that while there was a change of ownership of this particular property, the uniqueness of the compound, I will say, and proximity to their home would make them eligible for an owner-occupied permit for that property? That it is essentially, it has always behaved and is essentially behaving as two homes on one property?
Well,
I mean, I'm asking
okay.
the folks that...
I will give you my opinion in response because it's all that I have. The law says no, my opinion says no. But to the same end that you're kind of exploring the way to get there, you could probably land on an interpretation with which staff has consistently not agreed, but nevertheless, the board is its own independent decision-making body. The board could land on an interpretation of law that says that the zoning administrator erred in determining that the conversion of the ownership structure of the property from individual natural persons to the trust, revocable or otherwise, somehow does not rise to the level of being a change in ownership. And if so, that determination by the board would give rise to saying, and based on that, the zoning administrator erred, and therefore, the presently canceled permit could be restored to its active or issued status. But there's not a clean path forward to an owner-occupied permit
No,
for a
I mean,
house
I guess
that they do not live in.
I know we work really hard to try our best to be consistent, and I know we work really hard to, but this is probably of all of the change in ownerships cases that we've heard, this is the one that is probably seems most unfair and least offensive. I mean, and it does feel like that if we could find a path that would not set any kind of precedent and allow us to look at
that was going to be my question to John Michael. I mean, I think I was thinking the path that it was the same that you said, that we would, in essence, have to say the administrator erred, and therefore they can renew it, and because in effect we would be saying that it does not arise to the level, we would be assuming the intent of the law, I guess, that says this is not what they meant. And then it would be up to Metro, I guess, to appeal that. Or would that then change how you address these in the future? Or would we get each case that if this happens again, would it come right back to us if we decided that way? That was a pretty direct question.
Crystal. Mr. Harper, I think the accurate response to your question is that if the board made and passed a motion of the nature that we've discussed here that added a sufficient degree of clarity, that this was a delicate, unique, unicorn, rainbow snowflake that has never been seen by God or man ever before, then the zoning administrator and its staff would be able to continue applying the law as written vis-a-vis change in ownership, as we did in this case. However, the board's finding, if delineated as sufficiently unique and different based upon ownership structure of the surrounding properties, familial history, and the fact that this was merely into an eponymous revocable trust in the change of ownership that took place multiple years ago, perhaps that would be an instance where the zoning administrator and his staff would never have to make any change to its consistent application of the law as written both at state and or local, and I should also note at state level, with an eye toward ownership changes. If in fact that was the motion, I think that would probably be the path that the zoning division would be inclined to follow.
Thank you for using the word eponymous, and this is the first time I think I've ever heard that used outside of...
Is that a motion?
And I would so move that if that is acceptable. The unique situation of this case and the ownership history that the zoning administrator did in fact err in this situation, and that the the appellant is eligible, or the permit is to be reinstated.
And that history relates specifically to the longevity of the family ownership, the contiguous family ownership of the surrounding properties, and the other specifics to the case that we feel are extraordinarily unique to this case and not in any way precedent setting for other trusts. Is that?
Yeah, that's exactly what.
And I second your motion.
I'm not 100% sure that's what Mr. Holland was going for, but that's where we landed.
And is that?
It's a motion.
Oh, dear. Methinks you disagree.
No, I'm not disagreeing. I think the board is free to, like John Michael said, the board is certainly free to
We're
make
free to
their
mess up as much as we want. Yeah, okay, all right.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any more discussion on the motion? Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 4-0.
Next case is 2019-070 involving property at 2227 Ravenwood Drive. Item A, appeal challenging the zoning administrator's denial of a short-term rental permit for operating without a permit. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 2019-070? Seeing none, the appellant will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Please state your name and address.
My name is Ryan Horn. My address is 2227 Ravenwood Drive. And in a nutshell, I own my home, and I've been putting it on Airbnb for a while without a permit.
Mr. Horn, excuse me one second.
Yeah.
We need to hear from Mr. Osborne first. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
He'll tell us what's going on, and then you can take over. Sorry about that.
So January 2016 is when this started operating. Stopped operating around October of 2018. About 126 rentals. We sent a notice October 5th of 2018, and it was removed around November 6th. No complaints.
Okay. All right, so you rented your home for a good little while without a permit. Then what happened?
I got the letter, and I was actually out of town for a month and a half because I'm a musician. I travel all the time, and I didn't get the letter till a month and a half later. And when I got the letter, I did what I was supposed to do with the letter. So, yeah, that was it in a nutshell.
So you stopped renting your home?
Mm-hmm.
Did you cancel rentals?
I did.
All of the rentals that you had?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so, or you did?
Yeah, I did. I think so. I would have to go back to my Airbnb site. So.
And then have you paid all your back taxes? And
I have not.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll have to do that before you get a permit.
Yeah, I figured I would.
Why did you not know there was a requirement for a permit?
I never really researched it. I'm from Atlanta. They don't require a permit there, and I just never researched it and just started doing it. So, and it just was good for when I was out of town for my income. So, and all the neighbors agreed, and they all enjoyed it. So that's why.
Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, right.
Any other questions or anything else to add?
No.
Okay. We will close the public hearing. Thoughts?
Do I leave here?
No, you can say where you are. Any thoughts?
Well, he did what we want them to do. So.
And he has sat here for 6 hours.
Oh, God.
That feels like
whatever we give him, it's going to have
That's making me nervous, by the way.
6 hours. Usually we get friendlier as the day goes on. Probably lucky. I'll move that the zoning administrator did not err and that the applicant is eligible to apply for permit Monday morning.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any other comments?
I was going to say 3 months from the date of filing, so I probably won't. Vote with you guys.
All right. Well, let's see.
That was December 28th, by the way. So I think it would be March 20th.
All right. So you say Monday. you say a little bit 3 weeks later?
Let's say March 15th. I'll amend my.
I'll second it.
All right, there's a motion, there's a second for being eligible to apply March 15th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
There's 5 of us now, so I could
All right, it passes. You are eligible to apply for a permit on March 15th. You do not have a permit now. Don't rent, don't put a listing up, don't do anything until you get a permit in your hand. But on the 15th of March, you're eligible to go to codes and apply for a permit.
Can I ask one question? Does it have to be on the 15th?
No, anytime thereafter. It can be any time after, right.
And what about the tax? Well, I'll just.
You can work with, ask Mr. Osborne, he can tell you exactly what you need to do.
Okay, thanks, y'all.
Last case.
2019-091 involving property at 1010B Caldwell Avenue. This is a little bit different. It's an item A appeal challenging our denial of a non-owner occupied permit based on the zoning. Zoning of this property is R8. R8 does not allow non-owner occupied permits. Only allows owner-occupied permits. Therefore, we denied the permit, and they have appealed that denial.
Okay, if you would state your name and why you're here.
Hello there, good evening. Jake Tanner, a homeowner and resident at 1010B Caldwell Avenue. Here to request a reinstatement of, I heard non-owner occupied, but it's owner occupied permit. I live there. I have lived there since my first day in Nashville, since moving to Nashville from Los Angeles. I think I'm going to be painfully short in my introduction.
So when did you move here?
I moved here in August of 2017. And
so why did you apply for a non-owner occupied permit? I mean, it sounds like you were denied a permit, right?
I have here my copy of my original rental permit, which says, and this is from September 15th, 2017, and this says proof of residence has been verified. That is owner occupied.
Are you seeking an owner occupied?
I am seeking an owner occupied permit. Yeah.
That was my mistake. I was going off the docket, which apparently was incorrect. So it sounds like they've applied for an owner-occupied permit. I would point out that this is an HPR. So I'm not sure. I guess the law. When was the permit originally obtained?
The permit was obtained on September 15th, 2017.
And did it expire?
So it expired due to a warrant for environmental court that I was not living in the home, which was incorrect. I was. So I was ineligible to process my renewal due to that case, which was dismissed.
So if I may, that court case was for a owner-occupied permit where the owners weren't living there. At that time, Jake was not on the deed. His parents were. There was a second rider on the home that said it wasn't their primary residence. They were living in California. So after that, the court case was continued several times and eventually dismissed. They added Jake to the deed, and at that time they were going to go back and reapply for an owner-occupied permit. It was sometime after or during that time that we found out about the HPR clause, and so that permit was denied.
Although I'm sorry, this is getting kind of confusing. It's late for everybody. If they originally obtained the permit in September of 2017, that would have been prior to the HPR, the current HPR law that requires both units to be owned by the same entity. So the law in effect at the time that the permit was obtained in 2017 did allow a one owner occupied, even if you didn't own both units. And so therefore, if you determine that they are eligible, they would reapply under the 2017 law, right?
So, yeah, what the Secretary of the Board said is exactly right. They would get to make application under a properly obtained permit if the permit preceded the version of the law that said you can't have HPR under separate ownership and get an owner-occupied permit on it. But that didn't take effect until February of 18. So we've had people come in, such as this, who have obtained permits previously. The questions would become whether or not the date of the ownership structure changed, as the prior ownership structure that was in place upon the original issuance of the permit was in, forgive my shorthand, mom and dad's name, not mom, dad, and son's name. Ergo, it didn't matter. It was fine that he lived there. He really did live there, but he wasn't an owner. Therefore, it was not an owner-occupied permit in that regard. So the permit was either issued in what I will generously describe error in 2017, as the occupant did not in fact own and the owners did not in fact occupy. However, the law's changed since then. And so that was part of how you got to the court case involving the permit that had been issued and the challenge to the owner-occupied status. The gentleman clearly lived there but was not originally an owner.
Do we know when that court case was?
Also, when were you added to the permit, or to the deed?
I was added, it was in the midst of the environmental court hearing.
When was that?
That was, do you have?
I've got that information right here. It's September 24th of 2018. The court case was initiated on July 12th of 2018.
I'd like to add that any feedback or concern we got from the city, we addressed as immediate as we could to resolve. I'm also completely current on my taxes on the hotel tax. I've paid that. I have a receipt of those payments. I'd also like to add that I've had no complaints and no oppositions from neighbors. And also, my mom was on the permit, the original permit as well.
But your mom doesn't live there?
She's back in.
It's my second home. It's our family home.
I'm sorry, ma'am, could you tell us your name and address, please?
Hi, Janice Tanner, and I'm here as an owner and part-time occupant of 1010B Caldwell Avenue. It's our family home. Everything in there I purchased. I sleep in the beds. I allow my children to come and go at will. It's nothing other than our personal family home, period. If that clarifies any of the issues.
To go back to the previous conversations we were having about the HPR, the permit was originally obtained in October or September of 2017. The change in ownership, according to Mr. Tanner, was in September of 2018. So according to state and local law, that effectively killed the permit, and he is no longer able to apply under the law in effect at the time the permit was originally obtained. So he would be required to apply. If you determine that he's eligible to apply, he would come and apply under the current law. The current law requires both units in an HPR to be owned by the same entity. So he would, under the current law, he would not receive a permit. He would be denied a permit.
And you all don't own the home next door?
No, it's a family with 2 young children.
But we would like to make it clear that Jake's name was put on title at the recommendation of the county or the legal powers that be to remedy, their concerns at the time.
Okay, let me clear up the history one more time of the permit. Whose name was on the permit originally?
The appellant.
But it wasn't just the appellant. I don't think, was it?
It was Janice and Jake Tanner.
Okay, and at that time, Jake wasn't on the deed.
Correct.
Okay, so at some point, it was renewed under both their names, and
it was not renewed.
It was not, okay, but it ended up in environmental court because
we received a complaint that it wasn't owner occupied.
Okay.
And during that investigation, I found a second rider for the home that said that it was their secondary home, and so it couldn't be their permanent residence. And seeing as he wasn't on the deed, it didn't really help that case.
Oh, what a mess.
Well, I'm glad we saved this to last.
When you were hungry and tired.
Yeah, I mean, okay, is there any part of the story that we don't know or should know before we try to sort this through?
One fact I would like to add is that I did submit my renewal paperwork and check for the renewal fee prior to the expiration of the permit.
When was, and
that would have been September 2018, just to make sure that the permit stayed active and that I didn't operate without a permit.
Well, and I think that it ultimately may come down to, and I'm not sure, I think you had said that someone told you to add your name to the deed, but when that happened, that changed the ownership according to the way the code staff reviews the ownership, and that happened after the law had changed, which therefore then makes your property ineligible. So what we have to sort through is, that's why I think Mr. Harper was asking for the timeline. So we have to, we have to sort all that through and see.
Right.
Figure it out.
Also, and I'm sorry if we said this already, when did the law change?
February of 2018.
Okay.
With respect to the HPRs.
Okay.
Is there anything else that?
I mean, just agreeing with that timeline that we would have been grandfathered in under the old rule with our original permit that was issued in September of 17.
Okay.
And I would like to add that any action that we have taken regarding short-term rental permit, regarding, anything that went on with the house, with title, has only been done because we were directed to do so or approved by the Metro governing powers. We took no action on our own for a short-term rental permit or for changing title that was not specifically directed and governed by the Metro county offices.
If I may, on behalf of staff for the Metro powers that be or legal governing body, the Metropolitan Government is the zoning administrator who oversees the zoning staff that issues these permits and reviews the applications. The only way that an owner-occupied permit gets issued, as was applied for in this case, is if the owner resides in that residence as the primary residence for that owner. As has been testified by the appellant, that was not the case before the time that Jake became one of the named owners on the property in the change of deed and the ownership that took place in September of 18. Our staff is not in the habit of advising people to say or do anything that is either overtly illegal or dishonest, and only have the information in front of them from the folks making applications to go on. Forgive me if I'm a bit pointed a little after 7 o'clock this evening, but don't forgive me if you choose not to. We're not in the habit of intentionally giving people incorrect advice, steering people in the wrong direction. And here, if it was represented to our staff that the applicant who was named on the title in 2015, 16, whenever the original permit was living there as his or her primary residence, then that would have been basis to issue the permit. If that was not the case, it would have been a basis to deny the permit. Now, at a later date, the question is often raised, okay, I've got this problem with regard to owner-occupied status. How can I amend that? How can I fix that problem? Well, either the owner can live there or the occupant can become an owner, and that would change the way we review owner-occupied status. And that's the end of that analysis on that one specific question. However, because of many of the changes to the law, I'll remind you there are now 5 ordinances that have passed at Metro Council and a state statute as well that are in play here. There's also a law in place that says, as you know, you have to have ownership of both units of an HPR element in order to be eligible for an owner-occupied permit, and that's been the case since February of 18, approximately 6 months before this would have taken effect. To the simple question, how do we remedy our owner-occupied status problem? Either put the occupant as a co-owner or get the actual owners as primary residents in the house. That's the law. That's what our staff has consistently applied to the tune of 4,922 active permits as of yesterday, and hundreds of others that have applied and come through the process in the meanwhile. Happy to answer any other questions. Would hate for there to be any misconception that the staff at the Codes Department had somehow knowingly pointed someone in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and thank you. And I understand that people, if you say, well, how do I get an owner-occupied place? Well, make sure the owner's on the deed. Well, I got the owner on the deed, but that changed the ownership, which meant that you need to reapply, but the law has changed, and the accountant may say you need to put it in an LLC, but as soon as you do that for tax reasons or legal reasons, legal protection reasons, you've changed the ownership, and that cancels your permit and causes one to reapply. So, I mean, it's a good point to make, and I understand how somebody might also think, well, if I got to put somebody else on the deed, then that I might not know all the other things that might happen too.
So I also want to be clear that the case at environmental court was dismissed, correct?
Yeah, and so the other thing I was going to supplement what Michael said, maybe they changed the appellant to the deed so that on the advice of staff, or maybe they did it because they were facing a 3-year injunction in environmental court had they not done that. So I don't know why they made all the decisions that they made, but I do know that there were legal ramifications regardless. If that change had not been made, I'd not personally prosecute this case, but I can say it was likely that a 3-year injunction would have been the result because he was not an owner and or the owner was not permanently residing there.
And the fact that the case was dismissed,
and we will close the public hearing unless.
Right. There were, Mr. Osborne, there were no orders from the bench. I mean, once the case is dismissed, that's it.
Yeah, there was no hearing.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure. Okay.
If I can ask for some clarification. In February 2018, the law changed regarding HPRs. And so regardless if you're non-owner occupied or if you're owner occupied, in February 2018, you're not allowed to have a short-term rental property at all on an HPR property unless you own both. I understand that, right?
That's right. And I believe only owner occupieds based on the zoning district, 1 and 2 family, only owner occupieds can be issued on an HPR, and you have to own both units and live in one as your primary residence and rent the other.
So if everything had gone smoothly and he was on the deed at the right time and all that, and he came for renewal, he would still be allowed to have that short-term rental property, or the short-term rental permit, because he'd be in a way grandfathered in?
That's right. Okay. Absent that change in ownership, if nothing had changed, if he had just come in to renew and had validly been on the deed and it had been a valid owner-occupied permit, he would be grandfathered in and could continue to renew. But unfortunately, the transfer in ownership occurred after the February 2018 law that said you have to own both units on an HPR.
Yeah, I'm having trouble finding a path on this one because I think that it was a series of unfortunate events, basically, and it's not unusual that we have, especially in Nashville, with the colleges that we have, parents that buy homes that are considered to be the home of the child, but legally, according to the deed, is just aren't. And once that was known and corrected appropriately for the application, then the home wasn't eligible for it. And so I don't see that the zoning administrator erred as much as some of these cases don't seem particularly fair sometimes. I don't see the error. Well, so I'll move that the zoning administrator did not err in this case, and based on the history, properly denied the permit.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? It passes 5-1. I'm sorry about that, but just didn't have a path for you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I just would like you all to know that I wasn't implying that anyone at the county offices have done anything inappropriate or that we misrepresented anything, but that the reason the title was changed is because the council in the hearing recommended
And we've heard
to
that
add.
before, where like the accountant said, oh, put it in an LLC, or the lawyer said, oh, well, you needed to put it in a trust, and they just didn't know. But what we try to find sometimes is there a path to make it happen if it feels unfair? And in this case, I couldn't find it, and I was, even though it was 7 o'clock, was really trying to brainstorm it. But I think it, like I said, just that unfortunate series of events, just and the fact that you have the HPR, that's the kicker right now. Is it's the HPR. If it wasn't the HPR, and if that rule changes, then that may mean something.
Does the legal counsel for metro counties that advise that we do this have any authority for the metro counties itself, or they operate independently of the metro county?
Protect themselves. Thank you and goodbye.
I said, well, it's been a long time. That was my field of interest was probate. That's about all I did the last 10 years.
Well, like I said, I'm glad I got to.
Oh, yeah, I love you. I wish I could.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.